Down, just 2 rounds to go. We are getting ready to discover the identity of the champions of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And we look at a legend of motorsport, the great Juan Manuel Fangio, the Argentinian driver who went on to win the Formula One World Championship 5 times. And it was back in 1951 here at the Circuit de Catalunya in Barcelona that he won his first Spanish Grand Prix back in October 1951. Some great statues, some great memories of the great Fangio. And we've got some great racing coming up here as we make the decisions. We see who the champions are going to be for 2026. Hello, everybody. My name is Brian Oliver, and welcome along to Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, for this, the final 2 rounds of the season. It's a circuit that is 4.657 kilometers around with 14 turns, 8 of them to the right, 6 to the left. Not that much elevation change, just 28 meters. Relatively new in the grand scale of things, a circuit that was opened in 1991. And the weather may well once again play a factor. Last weekend for rounds 5 and 6, the sun came out. It was glorious. It was sunny. And it's been like that for much of the practice and testing leading up to today. Although yesterday we did have a fair bit of fog. But today there's a lot of cloud in the sky. And I'm told there's a little bit of rain in the air as well. So that may well be a factor when it comes down to deciding who the champions will be for 2026. It has been a sensational season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and it all comes to a close here in Spain, in Barcelona. As already mentioned, my name is Brian Oliver. I'm going to be bringing you the commentary throughout today for qualifying and the races, and as always, down in the pit lane, a very good morning to Piers Pryor.
Yes, thank you very much, Brian. As always, I'll be down here in the pit lane getting all of the behind-the-scenes gossip, talking to the drivers and finding out what's been going on. Interestingly, as you can see, I am very well clothed today. Not as warm as we saw it last time out in Valencia. Not as warm as we had it in testing the last couple of days either. Only 11 or 12 degrees at the moment, air temperature. We're looking at the temperatures rising a little bit, but not likely to see any sun today. That's maybe not so good for the people who are here at the circuit, but very, very much good for the Michelin tyres. Round here, very, very difficult on the left-hand side tyres. Lots of long corners going to the right round here. The front left especially can wear away pretty quickly. That could be a factor towards the end of the races. But I'm very much looking forward to the final 2 rounds of both the Sport and Club division here in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. But what is an excellent circuit here, the circuit to Barcelona, Catalunya. I'm going to be interviewing the drivers, getting the podium interviews, getting the reaction, and also bringing you any information that I find out down here from the pit lane. But for now, we're just a few moments away, looking ahead to the first qualifying session up with the Sport Division. So, Brian, I'll hand back to you.
Thank you very much, Piers. Yes, it's a very, very different picture to what it was last weekend. We've travelled nearly 400 kilometres northeast from Valencia for our 3rd and 4th rounds in Spain, the final 2 rounds of the championship. But the glorious weather we had last weekend has not followed us. Certainly it hasn't for today. As is always the way in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, we will have 2 qualifying sessions and 4 races. If you're new to this discipline, well, in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, the cars are divided into 2 divisions. We have the club division, and the club division are primarily, most of the drivers, bar 2, are fighting for the Michelin Cup. The drivers that are in the Michelin Cup would fit into what is commonly known as the AM category. We also have a couple of GT4 cars in the club division as well. Their qualifying will be coming up in a bit, but before that, we have the other half of the cars. That is the sport division. And we have 2 categories so far this season, we've had 2 categories in the gym. We've actually got 3 categories for today. We have the pro drivers. They are the creme de la creme, top of the tree, the drivers that are really pushing forwards in the championships. We also have the up-and-coming superstars in the rookies. Those are drivers that are 25 years old or younger and have competed in no more than 4 cup races coming into this season. And back for this and the next round, we have the Pro-Am drivers. Yes, we have a couple of Pro-Am drivers on the grid. Those are drivers that are 30 plus in age with no professional racing background. So really good to have a couple of Pro-Am drivers on the grid as well. The cars will be out. It'll be the sport division first, and they will be out in just a few moments. And they will be competing for their grid positions for round 7 and 8. We have round 7, the penultimate race of the season, which will take place at 10 to 1 local time this afternoon. And then the final race of the season, which will be at 3 o'clock local time this afternoon. So it's the final qualifying session of the season for the sport division. 2 grids to be decided. So the drivers will have 30 minutes. The clock has already started. We're almost a minute into the qualifying session already. The drivers need to put in 2 very quick laps. First job will be to get on the out lap, and you can see all the cars coming out of the pits now. Then the cars will circulate for a bit, build the temperature in the tyres and in the brakes for the build laps. Then when the driver feels as though the tyres are in the right window, the right temperature window for maximum grip and maximum pace, it will be the push laps. The drivers will need a fastest lap, and that will determine their grid position for round 7, the first of their races this afternoon. And then the drivers' second fastest laps will be compared with each other, and that will determine the grid for the final race of the season taking place later this afternoon, round 8. So it's not about just one heavy, fast, flat-out lap. It's about consistency for these drivers. Very pleased to say we've got some new cars on the grid as well. There's Sebastian Schmidt, who comes from Germany in the A-Works by Katana Tools. He's in the Pro-Am category in the number 87 car. And I believe he has come from Michelin Le Mans Cup. Great to have him here, though, in a Porsche here for today, and certainly getting himself up to speed, ready for his racing in 2026. Just up ahead of him, you see the Treble 1 car. Nikola Milkovic had a fairly torrid time last time out at Valencia. Got involved in an accident, got hooked out by another car, then got collected. Only did 1 lap in the first race, well, didn't even complete 1 lap in the first race, and was not able to take part in the second. So we'll be looking for a better day today. You can already see from the graphic on your screen a couple of new names popping up. Well, new for this season in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, because the name Joe Warhurst will be very familiar to those of you who follow Porsche Cup racing, and he was the GT4 champion in this series back in 2023. That was the year he also won the Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain, became the Pro-Am champion, has been creating waves in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany last year, and doing the same this year. So he will be out on track and getting up to speed for his season. You can see some other names as well. Frank Portehuis, keep an eye on him. He was certainly turning a few heads in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux during last season. And also coming out on track at the moment, you see the driver that everybody wants to beat, the number 96 car, Milan Marchak, who has started on pole position for every single race this season. What an incredible feat. Can he make it 8 out of 8? It would be a remarkable achievement if he can do that. Well, he's got 26 minutes in which to make that happen. His opening round at Portimao was good, but not enough to take him to the top of the championship at the time. He got a 4th and a 5th, but then since then, he has won every race. And in doing so, leads the championship by 16 points. He leads Walter Boerkamps, who is in 2nd place, and he leads Marco Giltrap by 41 points. Well, spoiler, Boerkamps and Giltrap are not here this weekend, at least not as drivers anyway. Walter Burkamps is here as a coach this weekend. Marco Giltrap's season in Porsche Carrera Cup Asia has already started. He's got a test this weekend, which is his main championship he's focusing on this year. So he's not here either. So for Milan Marchak, well, nothing is done and dusted until the checkered flag falls. But he is more than in the box seats for the championship in the number 96 car. He has been something of a sensation. We saw him here starting his first ever car race in this series at the beginning at Portimao last year. He went on to do very well in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. He then went on into Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux last year, where he won the Rookie Championship. This year, he has stepped up another gear, and the Polish driver for Red Ant Racing and the all-silver car has been the man to beat, and must be feeling very, very satisfied with how his 2026 has started. I'm expecting him to appear in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux again this season. I haven't actually seen his actual plans for 2026, but having won the Rookie Championship in that particular series, he has his entry fee paid for the full season in Carrera Cup Benelux in 2026. So would expect him to be starting there. But of course, as we have said all along, summer wins are made in the winter. And what a confidence boost it's been for Milan Marchak to have started on pole position for every single race this year, to have won 4 out of 6 races. It means that when he does start on the grid at what we believe is Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, he will be brimming with confidence. He will be up to speed. At the moment, the driver is up to speed is Joe Warhurst. It's a 1:44.014. So Joe, the first to put a time on the board. Expecting a little bit more as this session goes on. The temperature's still being built in the tyres and in the brakes. To give you a bit of a benchmark as we look at Milan Marchak really giving it some in the closing stages of the lap, and he then goes quicker, 1:43.687. So last year it was Ariel Levy who was quickest of all, and his was a 1:42.590. He went on to win the first race. It was Theo Overhaus who went on to win the second race. So that is your kind of benchmark we're looking at, a 1:42.590. As we look at David Duoc, we saw him making his debut last time out. He got a 9th and a 4th place in Valencia. Great to have him back here again. He is another one who's preparing for Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. I think that series is going to have a lot of drivers in during 2026. Looking very exciting, the number of drivers preparing for the Benelux series. David, who's based in Malaga, is actually a Polish driver, 19 years old. And he was the champion of Porsche Sprint Challenge Central Europe last year. Was also in Porsche Sprint Challenge Germany. So a very useful pilot. Another one getting up to speed here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Right, well, Joe Warhurst has responded while I've been waffling on 1:43.098. And with 21 3/4 minutes remaining in this session, I think we're going to be well into the 1:42s. Cars almost identical to last year, except for the fact that ABS has now been introduced as well. So cars, in theory, should be quicker. There is Joe. Unfamiliar colours for those that are used to seeing him in navy, blue, grey and black last year. He's switched across to target competition for 2026. He's going to be in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany again. He was very, very impressive. He was in the Proton Huber competition car last year, but certainly in the target competition car, feels like it could be a step forwards for him. In Carrera Cup Germany, he got 4 wins in the rookie category and has got his eyes very much on the title in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany this year. And as I talk about Joe, the first driver to get into the 42s, Nikola Milkovic, a 1:42.950. In fact, we've got several into the 42s now. Theo Elenus, Alex Ryman, and David Duoc have all jumped into the 42s. But quickest of all, Nikola Milkovic in the Treble 1 cars. And mentioned earlier, got together with one of the Ombra racing cars on the opening lap. There is Nikola Milkovic in the Treble 1 car. Got involved, a bit of a wild moment coming out of the corner there, just out onto the dirt slightly in turn 5. Picked it all up, gathered it all up, but that will have got the tyres very dirty. You see him weaving there just to clean those tyres up and get them back into the window again. But that was a bit of a wild moment for Nikola Milkovic, as another fastest lap is recorded. Matheus Ferreira, a 1:42.801. So yes, I was just about to mention Milkovic getting together that Ombra car at the start of the first race. Also involved in that incident was Max Mutschlechner, beg your pardon. And Max, who was making his debut in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, was not able to complete a racing lap, having collected the Treble 1 car, which was across the middle of the track in the first race in Valencia last weekend. So Max, another one preparing for Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany, will be very keen to get some mileage under his belt here in Barcelona over the 2 races, as Nikola Milkovic once again has a wild ride out of turn 14 out onto the pit straight. So a fairly scruffy lap for him. At the moment it's Theo Elenis who jumps to the top, and with the temperatures a little bit cooler here, just taking a bit of time for the track to come into the operating window, as is the case with the tyres as well. So the grip's starting to improve as the session goes on. So 18 3/4 minutes remaining. So getting the feeling this track is going to get quicker and quicker as more rubber is laid down, as the temperature starts to build slightly. The times likely to be tumbling as the session goes on. I think our fastest time of all is going to come, as was the case last weekend, in the absolute closing stages of this qualifying session. A 1:42.536 is the time for Matheus Ferreira. So he jumps to the top, and he is now quicker than last year's fastest time set by Ariel Levy. So Matheus Ferreira, who was very rapid last weekend in Valencia, in the 127, the Team GP Elite orange, white and black car that you see on your screens. Currently the quickest, the Brazilian driver, another who's gearing himself up for Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany this year, finished 3rd in Carrera Cup Germany last year in the Rookie Championship, but was very fast indeed, and one to watch in 2026. Another who's really stepped up a gear, picked up a podium on his racing start to 2026 last weekend in Valencia. Got a 3rd place and a 6th place in the first of the 2 races. So clearly very, very useful indeed, and someone who is getting himself up to speed for the 2026 season. So 1:42.536 is the benchmark time set by Matheus Ferreira. Is he the one that could break the record of Milan Marchak? Marchak is about 1.5 tenths slower at the moment. He is up into P2 with a 1:42.690, but would dearly love to lock out every pole position of the season. What an insane feat that would be if he were able to do that. Quite a few of the cars have now put in a benchmark time into the pits. Tyres very strictly limited in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, so the drivers are allowed 2 new sets of tyres for the entire day. That's got to last them for the qualifying session and for both races. Of course, the strategy is when to put the new rubber on, as we see 912. That is Hunter, now known as Nick Hunter, who was in the club division last weekend, stepping into the sport division. Fancies a bit of a challenge, does Nick Hunter. So he's into the pit lane now as well. So certainly raising the bar in terms of what he wants to achieve, having shown very well last weekend in the club division. So into the sport division, really mixing it and he has put in a time. At the moment, he's in 19th place, so he's about 2.7 seconds off the fastest time that has been set by Mathieu Ferreira, but still plenty more to come. We're not even at the halfway point of this qualifying session yet. You can see that lovely new rubber there on standby, ready to go on to the number 88 car of Henry Wheeler. Henry, who will, I believe, well, that's what an old bit of rubber looks like, and that has had a serious amount of use. That's what's just come off the car, and there is some brand new, some nice comparisons there. Thank you to our RF camera showing us what new and old rubber looks like, and that's a brand new Michelin tyre ready to go onto the car. Slick, of course, smooth tyres. The theory being that the tyres heat up and they melt to the surface of the track, not like your road cars with the tread on. Of course, if it starts to rain, then we have the treaded tyres on. But the slick tyres, a whole different principle of creating grip. As I was about to mention, going off at a tangent, it's a nice view through the middle of the wheel there. Henry Wheeler is likely to be doing double duty this weekend. He needs to get a bit of experience under his belt and may well be racing in the club division as well as the sport division. As a welcome returnee, Nick Ho. The Golden Arches are back on the track. Another driver who is preparing for Porsche's 6th Carrera Cup Germany in 2026. He has had a pretty solid season so far in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, but wasn't in Valencia. But he's back again here for the final 2 rounds in Barcelona, and he is a race winner in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, so you don't win races easily in that series, and he won at Assen last year, so we know that he is going to be quick as we look at Nick Hunter in the sport division for this weekend. So it's all gone a bit quiet at the moment. We've got just 3 cars out on track, one of which is Jelte Hofner, just coming out of the pit lane now. Jelte, who's already had a little bit of a telling off from the race director for heating his tyres in the pit lane. He did a burnout coming out of the garage, so has not been allowed to take part in the first 5 minutes of this qualifying session, as is his punishment. Another one who we'll talk more about later, Gianluca Tucciaroglu, welcome him back. He cut a chicane. He too also had a penalty for this qualifying session and has been requested to remain in the garage for the first 5 minutes. Well, that's all done and dusted. So great to have Gianluca Tucciaroglu joining us on the grid. We'll talk some more about him in a moment, but while the track is quiet, I want to talk to you about an old friend of ours. 2 words that strike fear into the heart of man and beast. Those words are track limits. Every round we seem to be talking about them, especially here, because Max Brahms, our race director for the sport division, is taking an absolute zero tolerance approach to track limits. So the drivers, if they touch the gravel with a tyre on the exits of turns 5, 13 or 14, will have no warnings. They will have an instant 5-second penalty. That is pretty harsh, but that is what we need really for track limits. We need it controlled carefully, but turns 5, 13 and 14, if the drivers touch the gravel with a tyre, they will receive a 5-second time penalty in the race. If it's in qualifying, they will lose that lap. If it's out of turn 14, they will probably lose the next lap as well. So the race director really taking a tough stance on track limits. And in fact, 8 drivers, including the championship leader, were summoned to the race director for a track limit briefing prior to this session for what was effectively maybe a final warning. They were certainly summoned to the race director and they were reminded that track limits, exceeding them, will not be tolerated. And the drivers will end up with penalties if they exceed those track limits. It's tough, but it's got to be done. And we've said many times, if there was a solid brick wall alongside the outside of the circuit, you would not exceed those track limits. So why would you do it if it's a white line? And the steward has taken that approach. Fairly tough, and we may well see races won or lost. We may well see grid positions won or lost in the steward's office. But really important that everything is fair for all the drivers, because there are some drivers who don't get track limit warnings because they managed to keep it between the white lines. So very significant. And we're going to have one eye on the messaging board from race control. And I'm looking down now, and we've had a number of laps that have been disallowed as a result of track limits already. Jelter Hoffner, Max Mutschlechner, Nick Hunter, Nikola Milkovic, Nick Ho again, Luciano Martinez, Jesse Polderdijk. The latest that's just popped up, Frank Portehuis, all with laps disallowed because they have exceeded track limits. So the drivers have had plenty of practice to keep it within the white lines. Now it's when it really counts, because you lose laps in quali. You need 2 laps to remind you. You need a fast time. You need a good second fastest time as well. The one they're all aiming for, Mathieu Ferreira. Right, I did mention Gianluca Tucciaroglu. He has made his debut, is making his season debut in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2026. We've seen him in the past in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany last year and the year before, was very quick there. He has jumped into the seat that has been vacated by Marco Giltrap, who heads back to Asia to start in his series. And Gianluca Tucciaroglu in the seat of the number 66 car, very rapid, is going to be racing for Team 75 Motorsport, Timo Bernhard's car, in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany during this coming season. So very excited about that. He's currently in 5th place, at 0.385 off the fastest time. There is Jelter Hoffner, fresh off the naughty step, but now needing to focus on what's ahead. Currently 14th place in the timings is not what he's looking for, so he needs to get out there, get the tyres in the window, keep it out of the gravel trap, and get 2 good times on the board. So he'll be very focused on that in the next 8 3/4 minutes. I'm looking at the timing screens. Nobody is improving at the moment, but we've had a lot of cars into the pits. That kind of gap you get before we get to the closing stages of quali. Now, these last 8.5 minutes, every single car is out on track. Everybody building the temperature, and in a few moments, we're expecting to see the lap times improving. We're expecting to see some greens on our timing screen. That will indicate that it's a personal best for the driver, or indeed purples, which mean it's the best of anybody. We'll see what happens there in due course. At the moment, we're building the temperature in the tyres and in the brakes, and Jelter Hoffner now winding it up, getting ready to make his challenge for the front row of the grid for both of the races. A 142.536 is what he's aiming for. Out across the line he comes, a 143.7. Beg your pardon, I'm just double checking that, my screen refreshing. 143.617 for Jelter Hoffner. So still needs to find a second, a little over a second, to get up with Mathieu Ferreira. So maybe still some more temperature to come into the tyres. He's done a personal best in Sector 1 this time around. So a green time for him there. Sector 2, which commences between turns 3 and 4. So that's what he's in at the moment. Sector 3 starts after turn 9, out towards turn 10. So he's heading out towards there now. He's in turn 7 at the moment, out towards 8 and 9. So we'll see what his time is as he comes out of Sector 2 to see whether that is an improvement or not. Just behind him, Lucian Martinez also improving on his time. So Jelter Hoffner, the longest sector of this lap is that middle sector. It's a personal best again in Sector 2, 41.335. So he's continuing to improve in the 919 car. So if Sector 3 is good, if he can keep it between the white lines as well, this should see an improvement from his 14th place on the grid. Just holding it together. This is where it's really critical. Up towards turn 14 he comes. Out onto the pit straight he will come. Really having to push the limits. So across the line he comes and stops the clock for 919 up to P8. So it's an improvement of 142.998. He's into the 42s, but he's still got a bit more time that he needs to find for the 919 car. I'm just checking. I've got one eye on timing screens and on messaging boards to make sure nothing exceeded track limits, as we see Nick Ho next to come through and start the last corner of his lap. There's the number 12 car, Luciano Martinez, also coming out to break the beam. So nobody improving at the moment apart from Jelter Hofner, but we've still got drivers building heat in the tyres. 5.5 minutes remaining. Of course, leaving it late in the session to put in your push lap, always a bit risky, because you make a mistake, then you might not have time to put in another good lap. But if there's a yellow or a red flag in the closing stages of the session, that can really catch you out. There's the driver and the car that has started every race this season in pole position so far. Trying to improve, Milan Marchak, well, he's done a personal best in Sector 1, a 30.745 in Sector 1. So that's pretty quick. He's into Sector 2 at the moment. So looking to improve on that lap time. Can he get it up to the top? Gianluca Tucciaroglu, in the meantime, has improved. He's jumped up to P2, a 142.584. Had a feeling the Team 75 motorsport car might suit him quite well. So Gianluca Tucciaroglu up to second. Milan Marchak, a personal best in Sector 1, but not in Sector 2. So 41.218 in Sector 2. Has he taken the best out of those tyres? He needs a fairly spectacular Sector 3 to get up to the front of the pack. He would dearly love to lock out that pole position for the next 2 rounds. But this lap, unless it's a really spectacular Sector 3 going quite deep into 13 as well, might struggle to get it up there. We're going to find out in just a few moments. Out across the line he comes. Milan Marchak, a 142.647, keeps him in P3. So on the second row of the grid at the moment. So Milan Marchak still needs to find some more. The last couple of rounds, he has pulled out the quickest time on the last lap of qualifying. So is he going to do the same again now? He needs to find space out on track as well. We've got 19 cars on track. We've got a purple in Sector 3 that was put in by Milan Marchak last time around. So certainly there's a lot of potential, but he's got traffic in front of him, and that is not going to help. He'll be flashing the lights like mad. Sebastian Schmidt up ahead of him, and this is going to be a bit of a disaster for Milan Marchak, because this is going to compromise this lap for him with a car in front of him when he's on that push lap. He's got the tyres in the window. These tyres will only put in that really, really quick time for a couple of laps before they start to degrade, and being tucked up behind the 87 car is not going to help Milan Marchak at all. So what's he going to do here? He's up towards turn 10 at the moment. He goes to the inside, so he's got a gap now, but this lap definitely compromised for Milan Marchak, and he's going to need to do it all again. The clock's starting to tick down. Mathieu Ferreira still the quickest, a 142.536. Second, Gianluca Tucciaroglu with a 142.584. That is just 0.048 of a second off the fastest time. Then it's Milan Marchak, who's about a 10th off pole position at the moment. Then Theo Elenis and Alex Ryman, the two S1 racing cars, in 4th and 5th. Jelter Hofner still needs to find some more, down in 6th place at the moment, ahead of David Duoc. And then Frank Porte, who is in 8th place. Now Marchak with an open track in front of him. There is Gianluca Tucciaroglu in the car that was being driven by Marco Giltrap up until now. Mathieu Ferreira has responded. He's gone purple, 142.419. So the car in provisional pole position, going quicker still with a purple time. He was quickest of anybody in Sector 2. So Mathieu Ferreira, certainly the man to beat at the moment. What can Gianluca Tucciaroglu do about that? His last lap was neither an overall best or a personal best, so he's still got some work to do in the number 66 car. Milan Marchak, has he taken too much out of those tyres too early on? Was that back marker enough to compromise an attack on pole position? We're going to find out in a moment, because there's just a minute and a quarter left of this qualifying session. The orange, white and black car of Matheus Ferreira is the one that they need to beat. There's Jesse Polderdijk just up ahead of him, but that 142.419, 0.165 quicker than Gianluca Tucciaroglu. Tucciaroglu is not improving at the moment, winding himself up for one last push. 50 seconds remaining on the clock of this qualifying session. Once the clock strikes zero, the lap that the driver's on will count, but after the clock has struck zero, that is it in terms of starting a new lap. So Matheus Ferreira looking pretty comfortable at the moment, a 142.519. I'm looking at the second fastest times, and I think that Matheus Ferreira is also the quickest of second fastest lap times as well. He been a little bit compromised by the number 29 car up ahead of him, so maybe this lap is not going to be an improvement. It isn't. So that was a 142.847, so that was some 0.4 off his fastest time. And Polderdijk just indicating to the right going into the corner. I think we knew he was going to turn that way. Maybe he was giving a sign to Matheus Ferreira to get past, but the clock strikes zero, so let's see whether anyone can improve here. The final few moments. Anyone who's on a lap now, the lap will count, but anyone who crosses the start-finish line from this point onwards, the lap does not count. Milan Marchak in the 96 car up to turn 7 at the moment. This is his last opportunity to steal away pole position, to make it a clean sweep. I don't think he's going to get the best of the second fastest times, even if he does it on this lap. I think getting 8 out of 8 this season is looking like a bit of a stretch at the moment. He's on that P3 position in the 96 car, holding it all together, heading up towards turns 11 and 12 for the last time in this qualifying session. But it doesn't look like he's going to improve. The lap times are not coming for Milan Marchak. The run of pole positions could be about to finish. Pulling it all together, needs a sensational 13 and 14. Into 14 he comes, he abandons that lap, peels off into the pit lane. P3 is as good as it's going to get for Milan Marchak, with qualifying over. Matheus Ferreira looking solid in that pole position. Gianluca Tucciaroglu also into the pits. It's going to be a pole position for Matheus Ferreira, 142.419. And looking at the second fastest times, I think it's going to be a double pole because of the second fastest times. Matheus Ferreira is also the quickest of those as well. I can't see anybody anywhere near him. So Matheus Ferreira in the 127 car, that is the driver who breaks the run of pole positions for Milan Marchak. The first car that has not been Milan Marchak that will start on pole position this season in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. The Brazilian driver who arrived in Valencia to make his season debut here, now really pulling it together in Barcelona, showing his intent in that very rapid Team GP Elite car with a double pole position. A front row start for Gianluca Tucciaroglu. He'll be very pleased with that. Milan Marchak, championship leader, will start in P3 with Theo Elenis alongside. And then it'll be Alex Ryman and Jelte Hofner in P6. So a solid session for Jelte Hofner. Then David Duoc ahead of Frank Porte-Huis. Nikola Milkovic will be 9th ahead of Sebastian Freimuth. Then it's Joe Warhurst, a fairly quiet qualifying session, but P11, good mid-order start ahead of Max Muschlechner in 12th. Nick Ho in 13th place ahead of Henry Wheeler. And then Jesse Polderdijk, Levin Gelf, Luciano Martinez, Sebastian Schmidt, and Nick Hunter. In the rookie category, Henry Wheeler making it 3 out of 3 pole positions in the rookie category ahead of Jesse Polderdijk and Levin Gelf. The championship for the rookies is very much between Jesse Polderdijk and Levin Gelf. Henry Wheeler having only joined the series in Valencia, not in the rookie championship hunt. Right, I believe that Piers Bryer is waiting for us down in the pit lane.
I'm here with our pole sitter, Matheus Ferreira. Matheus, the first man to beat Milan Marchak this year, and you did it by a 10th and a half. That was a great session. Fast in the first set of tyres, even faster on the second set.
Yeah, I think it was really nice. I think the way the team did the work this week. It was really, really nice. We test so many things, and I think it just pays off. You know, what we test, what we learn. When the things are hard, like in the session yesterday, I was not too fast, but I think we could get out together.
Yeah, we're going to have to take a step back as we've got Gianluca Tucciaroglu's car just going into the weighbridge. But I said to you yesterday, it seems like every session you've done with us this year, you joined us partway through the Sprint Challenge Southern Europe season. Every practice session you get a bit faster and a bit faster. You gained positions in the races, you move forward, and then the sessions this weekend again faster and faster, and then to the top. What's allowed you to get that extra bit of pace in the qualifying session this morning?
Yeah, I think as we said yesterday, I talked to you. I think just every session, my engineer gets to know me better, how I like the car, and how to work together, you know. And I think when we put everything together, I think it really, really works. And we could see in the quali, I could manage to do 2 really good laps, and yeah, I'm really happy with that.
You seem very calm, even in the gap when you were getting your tyres changed. You just seemed chilled. Is that something that's deliberate, or are you just feeling pretty comfortable?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people ask the goal for the season, and I think I've had 2 really hard years, last 2 years, and I think this year I just came to enjoy. And I think when you're like enjoying, you can do like your best. And sometimes if you think too much, it's too much pressure, you make a lot of mistakes. So when you just try to enjoy, I think everything works out.
Cheers for a pole position for Team GP Elite. And I'm going to grab our second place driver as well, a driver that's also guessing the championship this final round. We've seen Gianluca Tucciaroglu in this championship before, but just joining us in place of Marco Giltrap. Clearly the car's quick, but you're quick as well, second place. You must be happy with that.
Yeah, for sure happy with that. For sure I want to go to pole, but yeah, first race weekend of the year, first couple of new tire sets of the rear, so I'm quite happy with P2. There was not a lot missing, so I think we have exciting races.
Yeah, we were just joking yesterday, dusting off that rust, but clearly you're feeling pretty smooth at the moment. What do you expect to come in the races? What's your plan?
Yeah, for sure we have 30 minutes plus 1 left to go for P1, so that's the only goal we have. And first weekend with the new team, I just want to thank Team 75 for a mega car this weekend. All the mechanics, our engineer did crazy good work. Also thanks to Timo and Jenny for just delivering a great team, and I think we are everything set to fight in the races.
Long run down towards turn 1. Have you had any practice starts? How did they go?
Yeah, I had one. It was quite okay. It was average, but I think there will be a really good one in the race.
Okay, Gianluca Tucciaroglu going from second place. That's our first 2 drivers, provisionally at least. Of course, we'll have the confirmation later on ahead of the first race. But that's our sport division qualifying. I'm going to hand back to Brian as he'll talk us through the start of the club division qualifying.
Thank you very much, Piers. Great to hear from those 2 drivers. Gianluca Tucciaroglu, been there or thereabouts for a couple of years, rolling under. And he is certainly going to be a real contender in the races today. Looking forward to seeing what he does this season in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany. Right, well, I've had word in my ear. Hey, guess what? There's water falling from the skies. Oh my goodness gracious me. Just in time for club division qualifying. Well, the GT4 drivers will be happy about that. But the glorious Spanish sunshine has taken a bit of a holiday for the time being. There is rain in the air. That is going to throw a fairly sizable moggy in amongst the pigeons. We will see how this unfolds as we get ready in a few moments for the club division qualifying. Just reflecting on that previous qualifying session, though, Mathieu Ferreira, Gianluca Tucciaroglu, both will be in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany this season. Both will be championship contenders. I think both of them changing team for 2026. I think Mathieu Ferreira and Team GP Elite, that has looked like a potent combination. And I think Gianluca Tucciaroglu stepping into the Team 75 motorsport car. Well, we know that Timo Bernhard knows exactly how to prepare a Porsche. Right, let's get ready for club division qualifying. So the clock is once again set to 30 minutes. And what a pretty car that is. Tarek Fahmy for B Driver, the Egyptian driver. Great to have him on the grid. In fact, he's the co-owner of the B driver team in the Michelin Cup, making his debut this season. I believe last year he was in Porsche Sports Cup Suisse. That is a very pretty purple car there. So we will keep an eye on Tarek Fahmy, the Egyptian driver, throughout this session. Very much looking forward to that. We've got loads of new drivers in the club division. A little bit late in the season, but great to have you here, chaps. And it's going to be a busy track out there. And hey, we've even got an extra GT4 driver because Henry Wheeler has been listed as taking part in that. I mentioned that already. We've seen him already in qualifying for the sport division. He needs to get 5 starts to get his international race license. And so he got 2 starts last weekend in Valencia, won both the rookie races in the sport division. He's going to get 2 starts in theory in the sport division here today, and he also needs an additional start, so he's going to be taking part in the club division as well in a GT4 car, and a very welcome addition he is to. It'll give Daniel Lewis someone to race anyway, because the GT4 car against the mighty GT3 Porsches, it's the David and Goliath scenario. But I should think that Daniel Lewis will once again be out the back of the garage at the moment doing his rain dance, because when it rains, it gives him a much better chance. There's a brightly coloured car. Bert de Hoos for ID Racing, Iris Dor's team, who races in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany. And Bert de Hoos, those who follow Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany will be familiar with his daughter, Emily, who raced for much of the Carrera Cup Germany season last year. Her dad, Bert, says, here, let me show you how it's done. So Bert there in that very brightly coloured ID racing car. Great stuff. Right, let's have a look at the championship in the club division. Well, no surprises, Joel Monegro is in a very strong position. There are just 3 drivers in the overall championship. That is Joel Monegro, Javier Ripoll Jr. and Daniel Lewis. And in the club division, it's Joel Monegro versus Javier Ripoll Jr. Basically, in the club division, if Joel Monegro finishes first or second, he will be the Michelin Cup champion, whatever Javier Ripoll Jr. does. There's just those 2 drivers in it for the Michelin Cup. In the overall cup, you have the points that Daniel Lewis scores in the GT4 Cup as well that are taken into consideration. But Joel Monegro certainly with one hand on the trophy in both categories, but it ain't all over until the very chubby lady sings. And he has still got to get to the end of the races. He's got to get those points on the board. Joel has won all bar 1 race this season. The first round 5 in Valencia, was a little bit sticky. He got a 5th place out of that. But apart from that, has won every race this season. The only other winner we've had this season has been Javier Ripoll Jr. And what a finish we had in Valencia. He threw everything at it to try and get past Joel Monegro on that final corner. It all ended in tears, but if you could give a trophy for effort, Javier Ripoll Jr. would have a very large one of those. Right, look how busy it is out on track. At the moment, drivers are just on their outlaps, and then it'll be that process of building the temperature in the Michelin tyres. Of course, tyre warmers not permitted, so all the warming has to be done on the track, and in these cool conditions there's a little bit of effort that has to go into getting the tyres into the window before the push lap, as was the case for the sport division. Once again, fastest lap times will determine the grid for round 7. Second fastest lap times will be compared amongst the drivers and will determine the grid for round 8, the final round of the season. So it's all about consistency, not just about tearing around and putting in a quick lap. And of course, the track limits still apply. I was looking back at the previous qualifying session for Sport Division, and the track limit infringements were long as a long list, and there will be times deleted if drivers do exceed those track limits. To remind you once again, it's an instant 5-second time penalty for touching the gravel on the exit of turns 5 and the final two turns, 13 and 14. And it's fairly likely that's in the race, the 5-second time penalty. In quali, it will be the removal of those laps. And it's fairly likely if the driver exceeds track limits in 13 and 14 in quali, they won't just lose the lap they were on, they will lose the next lap as well. The theory being that a driver, when he exceeds track limits, is able to propel himself into a quicker lap following. So basically, eliminating any opportunities for what we would call a professional foul. As we look at the 56 car of Dean Burden, was he impressive last time out in Valencia? So he scored very well in quali. Unfortunately, the car was a little bit underweight and he had those times taken away. He was disqualified from quali. Had to come from the back of the grid, but really impressed. He got an 11th and a 14th. That does not reflect the kind of progress he made in the very pretty British Racing Green Eden race car. We'll be looking to make amends for that, so keep an eye on the 56 car. A definite winner, potentially winner in this category. Certainly a potential for a podium finish as well. At the moment, top of the sheets is Alexander Dobic, but he still yet to put in a real push lap. The benchmark, well, Andre Fernandez was the quickest last year. He had a 1:43.714. So we'll be looking for something in the mid 1:43s, which certainly be very good. Drivers with ABS and traction control permitted. Last year, Angelo Fontana went on to win both races. So Fernandez was not able to turn the pole positions into a race win. But certainly a pole position puts you in the best possible position to win the races. So at the moment, a 1:49.835 is the time on the board, but of course that will be exceeded unless, of course, the rain does come down. And that brings us into the next part of the strategy, because with rain in the air, it may well be, if it were to suddenly rain heavily, the track would get slower. So these early moments of this qualifying session could be very, very important. So all the drivers out on track at the moment. I'm looking to see if we've got the 323 car. No, I don't see him out on track. So Anthony Vince had a crash this morning, brought out a red flag in free practice. It was great to have Anthony here. Comes all the way from the UK, but had a moment in the end of free practice this morning. So I don't know how much damage there was to that car, but he's not out on track. So it may well be that he's unable to take part in qualifying, which will be a real shame. Who else is not out on track at the moment? Krista Andero not out on track at the moment. So a couple of cars that we are missing. And I wonder whether we're going to see Anthony Vince at all. I don't know how much damage he had, but we'll keep an eye on that. Hopefully the team can get it together. There is Javier Ripoll Jr. What a sensation he was in Valencia. Took a very hard-earned first ever win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and broke the clean sweep record for Joel Monegro last time out in Valencia. Threw everything at it in the second round, round 6 in Valencia, and almost got one over Joel Monegro, but in that final corner outbraked himself and had an intimate encounter with the safety barrier. But boy did he entertain, and such a welcome addition on the grid, Javier Ripoll Jr. And he will be trying. He's a driver who is Venezuelan but lives in Miami, races Porsches on the American scene primarily, but always a welcome addition here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Currently pushing hard, it's Alexander Dobic who went quickest. Now Dean Burden has already eclipsed that. Here comes the 91 car, out across the line he comes, up to P3. At the moment, I think there's still more to come from all the cars. Again, remember, tyres limited, just 2 new sets for quali and both races. So it's all about picking your moment. And picking a moment, Joel Monegro has managed to get up behind Casper Hockerboom, and that may well compromise him if he is on a push lap, because he's tucked up close behind. These cars, when they run close together, they don't handle as well. It messes with the aerodynamics. So he'll be quite keen to dispatch Casper Hockerboom, who's now aware of him, leaves a gap on the inside. but Joel Monegro, certainly this lap is not going to count for too much. He's in P4 at the moment, a 146.164, so about half a second off the quickest time. This is not going to be an improvement, not unless he's done something really spectacular. So out across the line comes Joel Monegro, and he will now start a real push lap. Meanwhile, Dean Burden, the 145.644 is what they're now all aiming for. Alexander Dobik up to P2, Javier Ripoll Jr. to P3. The car you're looking at on your screen there, the 224 for track experience by Manthey, currently in 4th place, Joel Monegro. We've had 3 drivers with disallowed laps, Tarek Fahmy, Olivier Bertels and Tarek Fahmy again. So that's 2 drivers, but 1 with 2 predicted laps, 2 disallowed laps. So we'll keep an eye on that as well, any others that might pop up. But of course, the disallowed lap means that they've got to do it all again. Joel Monegro now on his push lap. So personal best in Sector 1, 146.04078 was his last lap. So at the moment, he has done personal best in Sector 1 and Sector 2, and actually Sector 2 not so much. So Joel Monegro not quite up to pace at the moment. Still plenty of time. A lot of drivers will want to get just a time on the board, particularly with rain in the air. Just get a time on the board, a banker lap, so to speak, and then come in for fresh rubber and then go back out again at a later stage when the track is, in theory, quicker. So drivers really having to play the long game, looking after the tyres, looking after the machinery. So Joel Monegro comes out of turn 14 and goes very wide, and that is going to see that lap disallowed because he's got a wheel onto the gravel. So he stops the clock. It was a 146, so it was a 145. It was a personal best for him, 145.848. But those that encounter with the gravel will see that lap disallowed, which means he's going to have to do it all again. So he may well decide to peel off into the pits, have a break and put some fresh rubber on. We'll see what happens there as this shakes out. But it was a wild ride at a turn 14 for Joel Monegro, our champion-elect in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. So has to regather it all up again. Focused as he heads around turn 6 and turn 7. Turn 7, 3rd gear corner, and then it's uphill towards turn 9. Turn 9 taken pretty quickly, 4th gear corner taken about 150 kilometers an hour. So he'll be focused, picking up a bit of curb into the corner, just trying to keep it tight within those white lines, but extracting everything out of the lap. Every last thousandth of a second counts. You need to use every part of the track that you can without going over the limit. We've got all cars out on track with the exception of Alexander Dobik and Anthony Vince. We haven't seen Krista Andero either, so I haven't seen him in this session at all. So there's Javier Ripoll Jr. in the 91 car, currently the quickest of all, 144.674, so he's stretching the benchmark. Monegro has jumped up to P2, and I haven't seen any indication. The lap 5 was disallowed because of that exit out of turn 14. Monegro showing in second at the moment, a 145.246. There's the number 30 car. You'll be familiar with that from the sport division last time around. Is Guido Schmidt at the wheel of that, the Team GP Elite car. In fact, Guido is the owner of the car that Walter Boerkamps was racing and has been racing so far this season in the sport division. I believe that Walter's here coaching Guido Schmidt in the number 30 car for this event. But on board there with the 56 car, Dean Burden just finding a bit of space. Nice view there from behind the windscreen. There's no windscreen wipers going at the moment, so I think the rain that was in the air may well have backed off a little as Dean Burden peels off into the pit lane. That's just on the exit of turn 13, just in towards 14. We look down the pit straight and there's a car Tarek Fahmy, who's had a wild ride, pointing in the wrong direction. He's turned it around, hazards flashing, turn them off, and then continues on his way. So Tarek Fahmy for B driver with a spin in that corner, regathers it, and continues out towards 13 and 14. Approaching the halfway point of the session. So Fahmy was in P3, is in P3, with 16 minutes remaining of the session. Out of past the pits he comes. That's Javier Ripoll Jr. in the pits now, getting some fresh rubber put on. So he's got the banker in, the 144.674. And now it's time for the big push. It was turn 10 where Tarek Fahmy had his spin, and it drops him down to P4. Dean Burden is in that third place, but he's in the pits at the moment. So of all the times, the quickest is a 144.674. That's the benchmark. The quickest of the second best times, looking at that, I believe that might be Dean Burden, a 145.644. So I think that as things stand at the moment, Dean Burden would be on pole for the second race this afternoon. Javier Ripoll Jr. on pole for the first race. But we've still got the second half of quali to come. A lot of the drivers with fresh rubber still to put on the car. So I think we're going to see a shake-up of the order yet. Fahmy in fourth place. Bert de Hoos, we knew he was going to be quick. He's been quick in all the testing sessions. Is in fifth place, ahead of Alexander Dobic. Marcus Gratian in the 718 car, the Portuguese driver for Mulner Motorsport. Great to have him on the grid here in the 718 car, and looking good in seventh place, ahead of Olivier Berthels, another newcomer for this round. And then rounding out the top 10, Peter Sander. We saw him making his season debut at Valencia last time out. Right, Fahmy not too disturbed by that spin. Hanging it all together. You hear the vibration of the car running over the rumble strip. So across the line comes Tarek Fahmy. It was a 145.589. So not an improvement on that lap. But it was his second best time of the session. So Fahmy continues in that fourth place at the moment. It's still Javier Ripoll Jr. that they're all aiming for, but he's in the pits. So we've got about half the cars in the pits, half out on track. The advantage of being out on track at this point in quali, of course, you have a lot more space as we look at the eyes of Javier Ripoll Jr. focused. If you could win a championship on determination, he would be a champion already. The drivers that are out on track at the moment, they've got the advantage of a little bit more space, but with the track potentially getting quicker as more rubber is laid down. Whether the temperature is rising remains to be seen. We have attention that there is debris on track at the end of the pit lane, so the drivers have been warned by race control about that. Haven't seen it on camera. And you can see there, that is the exit of the pit lane. So maybe that has now been cleared. But a lot of for the drivers to be getting their heads around. Right, here comes Javier Ripoll Jr., our provisional pole sitter for race one at the moment. Just behind him, Marcus Gratian in the Mulner Motorsport colours. There was the debris just before the end of the blend line coming out of the pit lane. Just saw that there. There's Gratian. Wants to get out and past Javier Ripoll Jr., get a bit of space out on track. So Marcus Gratian, the only information I have about him is that last year he was in Porsche Sports Cup Suisse, but clearly very useful indeed if he is in seventh place. So Javier Ripoll Jr. wants to defend that provisional pole position and wants to get the second best time, the quickest of the second best times as well. Looking down the order, and Joel Monegro now appears to have the best of the second best time. So while we've been looking at the cars in the pits, it looks as though Monegro has stolen away the provisional pole position for round two from Dean Burden. But you can already see from the onboard, the Burden is out on track and getting his car into the window, ready to do his push lap as well. But at the moment, we're back into the build phase, back into the temperature building phase for each of the drivers that are out on track. Javier Ripoll Jr., the one they're aiming for. Of the GT4 cars, Daniel Lewis is the quickest. He is 16th overall. And Henry Wheeler has put a time in, so he is 18th overall. Piers tells me it's brightening up a bit. Well, there we are, the voice of optimism. Track temperature is 14 degrees, air temperature 13 degrees. And he also confirms, as we thought, that Anthony Vince will not race today. The car is damaged from an incident in practice. That is a real shame. Came all the way from the UK with mass racing, but for an incident in practice just prior to this session. So he is out for the rest of the day. That is a real shame. Everybody else, though, we're looking good for. Although, having said that, I haven't seen anything of Krista Andero yet in the 110 car for MTech competition, who's due to be making his debut in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. But everybody else out on track, as Dean Burden, when you can see how hard he's pushing, a little bit of a twitch under braking into the corner. The 56 car out on track, heading towards turn 7 at the moment. And with the tyres in the window, just up ahead of him is Alexander Dobic. So he'll not want to catch the 33 car. He'll hope that Dobic keeps the power on. In fact, he's done that already. So he's managed to work past. So the information I have, a little bit out of date. I need to refresh the screen there. So Burden has actually got past Dobic now. Weaving to generate the heat in the tyres and in the brakes. And to get the car into that window for the big push. He's in P3 overall. I think my timing screen might be a little bit behind the pictures that you're seeing, so we'll see what happens on screen and use that as our point of reference. There is Dean Burden into 13 and 14 once again. And I'm told that Krista Andero is on track now. So that's everybody apart from Anthony Vince now, who is or has been out on track. Out across the line we come once again to complete another lap. Nobody improving too much, though I'm going to take the opportunity to do a bit of screen refreshing to make sure all the information that I'm giving you is up to date. And we approach the final third of quali for the 2026 season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. The final section of this quali session, and there is the 110 car. Krista Andero for MTech competition has been in Porsche Carrera Cup Scandinavia since 2018. Drives for a long-time Scandinavian team, and also has been in Carrera Cup Middle East as well. So great to have him here, getting up to speed in Barcelona. Dan Lewis parked in the pit lane, according to Piers. So wondering whether Daniel Lewis is done and dusted for the session or not. Currently on the pole for the GT4s, the much hoped for rain hasn't happened. So he's probably done as much as he wants to do in this session. Currently in 16th overall. We haven't mentioned Levent Turkman yet in the 77 car. Mr. Entertainer out there just behind Krista Andero. Now gets past him to find a bit of space out on track. But Levent Turkman has been a real entertainer. Goes onto the win it or bin it school of racing, I think, because he either finishes really high up or he gets involved. To be fair, not normally of his own making, but has scored incredibly well. Turned up at Portimao for a bit of testing, wasn't even going to take part, but loved it so much, decided to do the full season. So Levent Turkman out on track at the moment, making his push to move up from P11, 1.8 back from the fastest time at the moment, but likely to improve by my reckoning. Yes, confirmation that Daniel Lewis is out of the car, so he is done for this session with 7 minutes 20 seconds remaining, maybe choosing to save the tyres for the race itself. Levent Turkman is who we're looking at now, the number 77 car for MDM Motorsport, the Dutch driver. Absolutely dialed in over the last 6 rounds. Fairly wide out of the corner there of turn 5 into 6 and up towards 7 he comes. Just behind him there is Peter Sander in the 199 car. They're all still aiming for Javier Ripoll Jr., the 144.674 with 6 3/4 minutes remaining of this session. I can't see anybody improving at the moment. We've got no greens on the timing screens, so nobody improving at the moment, but still getting everything into the window, getting everything ready for the big push at the end of this session. So there is the 110, Krista Andero. Now, where is he? 20th at the moment, so still a little bit more to find. So looking down from the perspective of turn one, there's Casper Hockebom coming up over the slight gradient, and then down we come, Levent Turkman to the inside. Right, we're getting some greens now. Peter Sander has improved, a 146.263. Still nobody getting anywhere near Javier Ripoll Jr. That 144 is the only one in the 44s, some almost 4/10 quicker than Joel Monegro. Monegro doesn't really look to have the pace to get on top of Javier Ripoll Jr. Well, everybody out on track now, with the exception of Daniel Lewis and Henry Wheeler. So the two GT4 cars are parked up, but everybody else out on track, looking to improve in the last 5 minutes of qualifying of this 2026 season of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Feels very weird. Oh, the back end sliding for Levent Turkman. Feels very weird to be talking about the season closer, and we're only in February, but it is the Winter Championship, and we're on board now with the number 56 car, all the way from the UK for Eden Racing. Dean Burden has been so quick in that P3, still needs to find a little over 7/10 of a second to get on top of Javier Ripoll Jr., something of a seasoned veteran in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe and the various American series. But Dean Burden, so impressive last time out in Valencia, pushing hard in the British Racing Green, getting it absolutely nailed through turns 8, 9, up towards 10. Up ahead of him, Alexander Dobek. He's got plenty of space, so a lot of room there to be able to give it everything he's got. Up towards 11 and 12 he comes. Still 4 1/4 minutes remaining, but Dean Burden, we're looking at him now. Got to make up that gap, 7/10 of a second. Can he improve? His last lap was a build lap, so this, a big push now. His best so far has been a 145.412. Out across the line he comes. Does he improve? This time around, doesn't look like it's an improvement. It's a 150, so still not pushing as hard as he can, but now maybe this is the big push. Just in the background, Olivier Bertels for Belgium Racing. So Dean Burden continuing to build. It's a real science getting these tyres up to temperature and into the window. It's not about just going flat out. You need to build the temperature gently, and then when those tyres are absolutely at the perfect temperature, you have that big push, and you want to make it so that it's simultaneous with the track being at its quickest point as well, with rubber laid down on the circuit. So once again, Dean Burden giving it everything. Number 56 car, the driver from Lincolnshire in the UK, was 5th in Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain in the Pro-Am division last year. So definitely one to be watching. And as I've mentioned already, having qualified really well last weekend, had those times taken away, had to come through the pack from the very back, overtook half the field within the first laps in both of his races. So definitely a challenger for a podium position. So here he comes into the closing stages of this lap. He's up towards turn 13 at the moment. Needs to keep it out of the gravel trap. Doesn't want to lose a track limit, and that's exactly what he gets wrong. Wide out of 13, the back end steps out into the gravel trap. He gathers it up, but that lap and the next lap is wrecked. So suddenly the pressure is on for Dean Burden. He's going to lose this lap as well. He's going to have to use this lap to clean those tyres up, get everything back together, get his head back together, try and get round to the start-finish line before the clock strikes 0 and give it another push. Right, here's Joel Monegro, championship leader. Needs to find something like 4/10, make that 2/10 of a second. But Bert de Hoos up into P2. What a lap from him into the 44s, a 144.691 for Bert de Hoos. Still, Javier Ripoll Jr. is the quickest, but now suddenly the times are tumbling. 90 seconds of this qualifying session is remaining. Suddenly, Joel Monegro's found some pace, but he's been pipped by Bert de Hoos, so he's down onto the second row. As things stand at the moment, Dean Burden down to 4th, ahead of Tarek Fahmy, who is 5th. We're looking at Joel Monegro now in the track experience by Manthey 224 car. A purple in sector 1 from Bert de Hoos. The brightly coloured green and yellow car in the background just behind Joel Monegro, making his challenge for pole position in the closing stages of this qualifying session. 55 seconds of time on the clock. When the clock strikes 0, any lap that the driver is already on will count, but other than that, it is over. 45 seconds of qualifying left this season. Will Bert de Hoos be compromised by the 224 car in front of him? He's flashing the lights as he tries to keep that pace up, but Joel Monegro just ahead of him into turn 11. They will come up towards turn 12 and turn 13. Both of these cars trying to get onto the front row, onto that pole position of the grid. It is Bert de Hoos who has the advantage at the moment, but Joel Monegro just ahead of him. Bert de Hoos was purple in sector 1, but reaching Joel Monegro has compromised that lap. Has Bert de Hoos got enough time to start another lap? Monegro abandons the lap, peels off into the pit lane. He's done as much as he can. Out across the line because Bert de Hoos. Is he able to start the lap? No, I don't think he does. So I think the clock struck 0 before he got back, or did it? At the moment, Javier Ripoll Jr. has done all that he's going to do. No, de Hoos has got another lap. So it's this or nothing. He needs to find 0.017 of a second to pit Javier Ripoll Jr. to that pole position. Ripoll's into the pits. He is done and dusted for quali. So it's all about Bert de Hoos now. Can he do anything about that time? A 144.674. Has he got enough life left in the tyres to get it onto that pole position? He is now going to be focused, razor sharp. He got to the line just before the clock struck 0, which means this lap will count. Up ahead of him, I think that's Alexander Dobic. He'll not want to catch the 33 car that's up ahead of him, but he's got a reasonable amount of space at the moment. So our eyes all on Bert de Hoos in the number 77 car. He's up at turn 10, just heading towards that now. In towards turn 10, Dobic gets out of the way. So, no, that's Burden who steps aside. Burden looks like he is done for this qualifying session. Bert de Hoos now into the final sector of this lap. Javier Ripoll Jr. can only look on. There's nothing left that he can do. He will not want to look at the timing screen. Is his heart going to be broken by Bert de Hoos in the number 7 car up towards 13 and 14 for the very last time? Is Bert de Hoos his final attempt for that pole position? And he peels off into the pit lane. He knows it's not enough. It's going to be pole position to Javier Ripoll Jr. Bert de Hoos gave it everything, but he knew from those sector times he wasn't going to steal away that pole position. It will be a front row start, and looking at the second fastest times, it looks to me as though it could be, as fastest I can see of the second fastest times, 145.069. I think it's going to be Joel Monegro, who is the quickest of the second fastest times, who will start then on pole position for the second race this afternoon. But no doubt about the fastest time for the first race, Javier Ripoll Jr., 144.674. Bert de Hoos threw everything at it to try and get on top of him. Missed out by 0.017 of a second. Joel Monegro, championship leader, will start third on the grid for the first race with Tarek Fahmy. What a great start to the season for him. Dean Burden came so close, but for that mistake coming into turn 13. And Krista Anderow snuck up into 6th place in the closing stages. Good job from him ahead of Peter Sander. Levent Turkman in 8th ahead of Alexander Dobik, who'll be disappointed with 9th ahead of Marcus Gratian. Then it's Hans Frisch, Olivier Bertholds, Makoto Haga. Haven't even spoken about him yet for Team GP Elite ahead of Eric Santos. That's your top 14. In 15th will be Jan Klingenberg ahead of Kasper Hockerberm. Daniel Lewis, the quickest of the GT4s, ahead of Ernst Inderbitzen, running without any ABS or traction control. Then it's Henry Wheeler and Guido Schmidt, who is recorded as 20th. The only non-starter was Anthony Vince. So a thrilling qualifying session. That is it for qualifying for 2026 for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. But we now have 4 races ahead of us to decide the championship. Let's head back down to the pit lane where Piers Pryor is waiting for us.
Thanks, Brian. Yes, with our double pole sitter, Javier Ripoll Jr. Javier, you inherited pole twice in Valencia. However, you've earned it today. So close. A 17 thousandths of a second for the fastest lap.
That was good. I mean, we just had a good fast lap in the first set. Then we put the second set to try to improve that. We were actually green, but kind of lost them in the last sector. So we lost a little gap. We were able to manage to do a good lap with the second set as well. So we were able to do first and second. But the house came really close, so we have to be careful for the race. It's going to be a long race.
It's going to be very close. I'm looking forward to the racing, looking at the times. I mean, what, 3:10 would take you down to 4th, 5th place, something like that. So second fast lap was fast as well. It's not easy to push in qualifying round here. The margins, both in terms of time, but also, track limits are very fine.
Yeah, a lot of track limits, so we have to be careful in 3-4 turns. And the tire degradation is massive in this track, so we have to be. Now it's a completely different track, different setup, different everything for race than quali. So let's see what we do.
Let's see indeed. I'm going to grab a word with the driver that pushed you so close, Bart de Hoos, a driver that's joining us this weekend. Bert, do we all right to just grab a word? Sorry to interrupt. Bert, so close, 17 thousandths of a second from the fastest lap.
Yeah, that's very close, but yeah, it is how it is.
Well, welcome to the championship. Thank you very much for joining us. It's been great to see you pushing, Javier and all the rest of the drivers so close. I suppose this is potentially why you joined, because it's going to, such close racing at this time of the year.
Why I am joined? Yeah. My daughter was driving last year in the Carrera Cup Germany, and I promised to the team to do one race one time with them. And here I am.
Here you are, and clearly you provide the racing genes so close. What can you do to get ahead of Javier in the race?
Just not make mistakes. I make too many mistakes. I can do a little bit faster, but I make too many mistakes still. So focus, and turn 1 is for my.
Exactly, but congratulations on a strong qualifying session. We'll see you going from the front row in the first race, and we'll chat with you later on.
Thank you.
Amazing, there we go, our front 2 in the first race. It's going to be a very good day of racing, both in the sport and club division. Brian, back to you as I'll get myself prepared for our lunchtime pit lane walk.
Thank you, Piers, and great to hear from Bert de Hoos as well. He says, I've just come back. I promised to do one race weekend. Well, I think you should come back a little bit more permanently, Bert, because you are very impressive. Just to confirm, yes, it's a double pole for Javier Ripoll Jr. So Joel Monegro did have the best of the second best times, but was pipped at the end by Javier Ripoll Jr. So will be a double pole for Javier Ripoll Jr. So really, really impressive stuff. And Javier, well, guaranteed he is going to entertain us there, as we have already seen. So Javier with a couple of 3 second places, in fact, a 4th place and a win, of course, at Valencia. And we'll just brush over the round 6 race at Valencia, but boy, was he impressive there. So that's going to be good. And Bert de Hoos would love to see some more of him behind the wheel of a Porsche Cup car in a series in 2026. Joel Monegro, well, if he finishes in 3rd place and Javier Ripoll Jr. wins, I think it would take the championship to the final round later on this afternoon. Tarek Fahmy in 4th place. That's very impressive there. The co-owner of B Driver Racing, starting from 4th place on his debut in this series. And Dean Burden, well, he came so close, didn't he, in the 56 car for Eden Motorsport. Looked really rapid, but for that mistake. And it just shows how hard these drivers are pushing. They're on the edge, trying to extract everything out of the lap. But of course, you only need to put one wheel over the line and suddenly it all disappears. And with track limits very much in the back of the mind as well, the drivers really need to be focused for both the races. So we've got the Sport Division race the first of the Sport Division races that will come up after lunch. But before all of that, it's time for our lunch break. It's time for one last time in 2026 for Piers' lunch break pitch walk.
Brian, you put your feet up, get yourself a cuppa. I'll take the next 20 or so minutes as we talk to some of the drivers behind the scenes, maybe some of the drivers that we don't get to chat to ahead of or during the races, and also just walk down and give you some of the atmosphere here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia for what is the final event of the 2026 Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And why don't I start with some people that are already here? I'm going to grab a word with a new face of the championship. Guido, come to my right-hand side. We'll have a chat and introduce you to everyone at home. We've seen your car out on circuit this year in the hands of Wouter Boerkamp's going very, very quickly. Now you're taking the reins in the car. How have you found it so far? I believe this is going to be your first race ever?
Absolutely first. Everything is new. Everything is my first time. Yeah.
Guido Schmidt, of course. Guido, you haven't got a huge amount of racing experience.
No, never.
Tell us about how it all started.
Well, 1.5 years ago we started with a GT4. It was the first time on the racetrack, and then I think 6 or 7 track days before we start with we bought this car and we started with track days in the GT3. And Wouter called me last week. He said, "Guido, I'm not going to do this race, so it's all yours." No, you're kidding. It's all yours. So yeah, I have to. So I like it. I love it.
And you've had a smile on your face.
Oh,
well, I saw you in Estoril and you were testing there. Wouter was coaching you there. And now you're racing. Your smile is even bigger. How are you finding it? Is it overwhelming?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Yeah, I cannot tell it to somebody. And because more of my kids and my wife are also here, it's really nice to see everybody over here and to have everybody over here.
You're in good hands, though, with Team GP Elite and Wouter, of course, as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, Wouter is the best.
Amazing. Well, great to introduce you to the championship. We'll hopefully see you, well, who knows, maybe we'll see you next year and see how far you've come along.
I don't know, maybe.
Maybe. Well, good luck in the first race, and we'll keep an eye on that. That's Guido Schmidt in the club division there for Team GP Elite. His family behind the camera there supporting as well, so great to see a lot of support, and Guido enjoying his first race. We've seen a lot of drivers have their first race in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. I think back to last year, Estoril, we saw Milan Marchak do his first ever car race. Well, we know what's happened this year, taking pole in every race, apart from today, the first time we haven't seen Milan Marchak on pole position. That will be going the way of the driver we just interviewed a few moments ago. Let's start with our pit walk now at the first garage, which is garage number 4, K. Kramer Racing, a return to the championship for K. Kramer Racing. We saw Peter Sander join us last time out in Valencia. He's back again here at the circuit, the Barcelona, for complete the season. There he is in the back of the garage, actually, Peter Zander. They're just having a chat to Carsten Kramer, the team owner and manager. He's deep in conversation. Don't know whether he wants to chat with us now. No, it looks like they're talking about racing, so I won't interrupt that chat. But that is a very, very cool livery on that car. The black car with the pink highlights on there for the Michelin Cup driver of Peter Sander for K. Kramer Racing. Next up, a bolstered entry for the A-Works by Katana Tools here in garages number 5 and 6. Starting with a number 92, a driver that's been with us for the season, Hans Frisch. He's been doing, I'd say, pretty well this year, Hans Frisch. His last time out is the number 92, had an 8th and a 5th, so just broke into the top 5 for the first time. Has been in the top 10 at every race he's finished this season. Unfortunately, disqualified from the first race of this Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe season, but then has been pretty good since 7th, 8th, 4th, 5th, 8th and 5th, so a couple of top 5s he'll be looking to push on from there. And then the car next to him is probably the busiest man, I would say, this weekend. You can't see the number because the bonnet is up, but this is the 88 of Henry Wheeler. He also joined us for his first car race last time in Valencia. Now, the reason I say he's going to be the busiest man in the paddock is because not only is he doing his sport division races, but you may also have noticed he popped in qualifying in the club division in GT4. So he is trying to get as many signatures on his license to go racing this year in the championships he wants to race in. So we'll be racing, at least as far as we're aware, in that bright yellow 888 car in the back of shot in the GT4 category, giving Daniel Lewis someone to race against in the same category. Now, I'm not expecting Henry to be fighting Daniel Lewis on the circuit because, as far as I'm aware, Henry's literally only jumped in for qualifying to get a session out in the car and then complete that first race. And then we'll be concentrating on his rookie challenge in the sport division in the second race. But still, he's the only man that's doing more than 2 races today. And another driver in the AWOX by Katana Tools team is the number 69 here, David Jiwok. And I'm going to grab a word with David. Is it David? David? How would you prefer it? I'll shake your hand. I can't really shake your hand, probably. Come this side for me.
Yeah,
David? David?
It doesn't matter.
How would you say it?
David.
David. Oh, okay. I guessed correctly. David, very good pace last time when we saw you in Valencia. This weekend?
This weekend, I hope for more. I'm not really happy with that, but I would take that. It's for sure better than the P14 last weekend. So yeah.
I think your pace, unfortunately, in practice has actually been stronger than we've seen from you in the qualifying and the races so far. So it's there. It's just about putting all the pieces together, isn't it?
Yeah, actually, I was going for top 3, but unfortunately, I had I think 6 cars waving in front of me at the last of the qualifying, and yeah, I had to put the throttle off. So yeah, this is racing. So
it's part of the skills you need to learn. It's not only about going fast when you've got a clear track, but finding the right space. And this is a lot of the bits and pieces that go together to putting a race weekend together that maybe people at home don't really see, isn't it? Because when you're in the car, you have to manage the tyres, you have to manage the track and stuff like that.
Yeah, and always you need a little bit of luck.
Of course. Sorry. Excuse me, everyone. I'm going to be pushing my way through this. I've got a little tickle in the throat. What are you hoping from the races, David?
I would be happy with the podium. I think that my starts are really strong, so I would try to gain as much positions as possible at the start. Let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens. We'll keep an eye on you and the red and white number 69 for the AWOX by Katana Tools. David, thank you so much for talking to us. We'll see you later on, see how you get on, carving your way through the field there again. And then also we've got the number 87 as well in the back of shot there. That was the driver that was testing yesterday. I don't think they are racing today. So that's AWOX by Katana Tools. Then we move forward, pro racing. Actually, technically, I think David Jiwok racing for pro racing, which is a collaborative effort with AWOX by Katana Tools. And then the 888 there, that is a reminder, that is the second car that Henry Wheeler will be driving in. So Henry Wheeler, in 2 weekends, will be have done his first race, his second race, third race. He will have done 7 races in 2 weekends. Busy man. The driver that we've been getting very used to seeing at the front of the field, the number 96 in the sport division, Milan Marchak. He is but a race away, I'd say, from taking the crown overall in the sport division. He did not get pole today. I know, disappointing. However, still managed to get 3rd place, if my memory serves me correct. Yes, 3rd place, only 2/10 away from pole, so still very fast. And we've seen his race pace has been a match, if not even stronger than his qualifying pace this season, being able to drive away from the field in pretty much all the races he's won this year. Milan, very much a young driver to look out for. I mentioned at the head of this pit lane walk, it's his first ever car race 1 year ago in Estoril, and now pretty much dominating this championship. Keep an eye out for him in the grey Red Ant racing car. And then his teammate Jesse Polderdijk in the number 29, just to the right as well. Of shot there. He is a driver that is looking to try and get well involved in the rookie category. He's been up there. Jesse Polderdijk, a driver that's got a lot of experience in karts, but making the move over to car racing this season. Jesse in the number 29. He's had some top 10s. His best result was 9th place in the second race in Estoril, so he's hoping for more top 10s overall, and he has taken 2 wins in the rookie category. If he can have a good day today, then he may well be able to take the title in the rookie category in the sport division. Probably my favourite livery, I reckon, this weekend is the B driver team, the B driver car, the number 42 of Tarek Fahmy. Tarek has joined us for this weekend in what I would say is also the best presented garage. Congratulations, B driver. I'm giving you that unofficial award. They've got carpet. Look at this. Look at this carpet in a garage. Comfort. And I'm going to grab Tarek Fahmy. Tarek, great to have you in the championship. Great to have B driver back as well. Talk to us about your experience so far. You were testing with us the last couple of days, and you've just had your first qualifying session.
Yeah, I just started racing for the first time last year. Didn't do a full championship. Started with the academy program here at B Driver. Did a few test days for the goal of preparing me for a few race weekends in the Swiss. So I did the last 2 rounds of that with the goal this year now to do the full championship. Using this championship as my practice and kind of get the rust off and get ready to go. So super happy with the result today, and this quali was better than I expected. So.
I don't see any rust, Tarek. I don't see any rust. The car's well put out. You know, the B driver team, not only they help you behind the scenes, but they present it well.
Yes, of course. I love delivery. I think they do a great job with the presentation. I like the suit as well. So it's they do a good job with the aesthetics part of it.
Absolutely, and that's, I mean, doesn't make the car go faster, but it helps it make it look like it could go faster. But you've done a great job so far. Talk to us about how you got into going racing and also got introduced to the B driver team.
So actually, I'm Egyptian, but before I live in Italy now, moved to Italy for my passion in motorsports, ended up finding this team that was 5 minutes away from my house with this amazing academy program that's geared towards getting people into their first races. So it's always been my passion, and I decided, let's try it, and went through a great program with them last year. Great support from coaches, great support from the team in general, and getting the right setup to support me. And made it to this point now, and pretty happy with the results and looking forward to what this year brings. And
here we are. Just remind those at home, do you know where you're starting? How did qualifying go for you?
I believe we're in P4 for both races, so it's amazing for me. So.
Well, the team are doing a great job with the academy if you've gone from not racing to P4. So we'll see how you get on. Tarek, thank you so much for chatting to us, and maybe I'll grab a word with you on the grid and see if you're as relaxed then as you are now.
All right, thank you very much.
Tarek Fahmy for the B driver team, Egyptian driver. Great to have pretty much a worldwide championship. We've had drivers from New Zealand, we've had drivers in Britain, Europe, now Egypt as well. And we move up next in the garages with lap time performance. This is where we have the number 31 there in the grey car just to the left of shot. That is Sebastian Freimert. He's been very, very fast in practice, actually. I'd say he'd been right up there. Not able to reflect that pace in qualifying, 10th place, 10th fastest in qualifying. Only half a second, though, away from the fastest time. And it's so, so close. Sebastian Freimert did a 42.9. If it had gone 1/10 of a second quicker, he would have been in 5th place. That's how competitive it is at the front of the field in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and that's why a lot of these drivers come and do that. And we've also got the yellow car here, the 912. Last weekend, we had in the club division, we had Hunter. This weekend, we have in the sport division, Nick Hunter. So he's grown a first name. That is all we're going to talk about with Nick Hunter. I'm not allowed to say a huge amount more, so there we go. But keep an eye out for that driver. We know he's very, very quick. We've seen him before, but Nick Hunter is going to be looking to push on in the number 912. We've spoken to Bert de Hoos. Thank you very much for chatting to us, Bert, after qualifying. Good qualifying for Bert. Challenging, so close, but so far, so close to taking pole position. He's going to be pushing on for that one. And then next up, track experience by Manthey. A team we've spoken a lot about this season, and rightly so, because they are the leading team in the club division. Joel Monegro, a good result, just one good result away from clinching that crown in the Michelin Cup, one race early. He could do that in the first race, the first club division race this afternoon, so the second race of 4. If he finishes in the first or second place by our maths, he would take that crown no matter what anyone else does. If he finishes third or lower, then it depends on where his competitors finish as well. So Brian Oliver will keep you very much updated about that as the day goes on. His teammate also, Eric Santos, we've seen for much of this season. Where did those two have in qualifying? John Monegro was third, and he will be pushing to try and make up one position to guarantee himself the championship. Eric Santos not able to reflect some of the form he's had at some of the other events this year. He will be starting in 14th place, so we'll look forward to him coming through the field. Dean, come on. I needed to chat to you because you were definitely the most entertaining driver last weekend.
Yeah, I think I was. Got a bit unlucky today. I feel I got a bit impeded, so I'll keep, without sounding too salty, I'll be okay in the race.
But the good news is, you can come through the field, because we saw you go from the back to the top 5 in the first one and then come unstuck, and then from the back to the top 6 in the second one and then came unstuck. So you probably saw every single car through your windscreen.
Yeah, and try and keep it on track this time, but I think from 5th we'll be okay. Top 3 would be nice, wouldn't it?
Top 3 would be nice. Get some silverware.
Yeah, and just try and finish the race, hopefully.
Absolutely. Dean Burden, thank you so much. We'll let you run away now. Dean was hoping to get away from me, but you'll have to do better than that to get past me. Track experience by Manthey, spoken about them, Eric Santos and Joel Monegro, the very Porsche-branded cars there with the red stripe down the middle. Next up, we move on to Team 75 Motorsport. Now, the number 66 this season from Team 75 in the sport division has been wielded by a New Zealand driver, Marco Giltrap. Marco has moved or has sent himself back to Asia to get his preparations underway for the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia Championship. So in his place, Gianluca Tucciaroglu. Tucciaroglu? Ah, I was close enough. Anyway. And then the back of shot, Jenny with the red shoelaces, sorry, red shoes, and the cherries on the socks. With
that he can appreciate this.
Yes, exactly. Plenty of colour coordination going there. Gianluca, come this side for me. We spoke to you briefly after qualifying, but great to have you back in the championship. Talk to us about how 2025 was for you.
Yeah, 2025 for sure was a difficult week. Not just a week, a difficult year. We had a difficult weekend here in Barcelona. We were quite fast, but we had some troubles in qualifying. So I think whole 2025, nearly went a bit like that. We were fast sometimes, but sometimes we wasn't there. So I think we didn't have to change some things in the winter, and we did I think we changed everything except of myself.
Well, new team for you. Let's swing round and have a look, because this is Team 75. I spoke to you yesterday. You said you'd have a really good off-season. You've prepared yourself as best you can. New team, Team 75. You're getting gelled up, ready for the season. Tell us about what you're doing this season.
I will do the Carrera Cup Germany again with Team 75. We're aiming there for really good results to make a huge step forward. We use it this weekend as to prepare for the summer season, to get to know the team, to get to know the engineer, the mechanics. So I think it worked quite well. We have quite a lot of work to do with the new car. We start on Monday, and from there on it's just working and improving with the new car and see that we have the fastest car on the grid.
Well, you're very, very close in qualifying, weren't you? Just a couple of hundredths away, I think, wasn't it, in the end? Yeah, well, a tenth and a half. Yeah. But you could make that up. But it's interesting to me, speaking to yourself with the new team, Matheus Ferreira, who is our pole-sitting driver, new team for him with Team GP Elite. It seems like the relationship between the driver and the team, as you start to gel, it actually has a measurable impact on the circuit. Matheus Ferreira joined us last time out, started practice, a few tenths off the pace, but every session getting quicker and quicker, and we've seen the same with you this weekend as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the first race weekend of the year is every time quite a tricky one, even if all the other guys or drivers could a few weekends or drove a few new sets, drove a few qualifyings. So it's every time after half year break, it's tricky to get into the car and be there. But we tried. I think it worked quite well with P2. But still 30 minutes to fight for P1, so let's see.
If I told you that Matheus Ferreira and GP Elite weren't watching right now, what are you going to do to try and get one over on him in the first race?
I will not tell you anyway. Maybe I'll tell you after the race.
Okay. It was worth a try.
But what I can tell you is we will fight like hell, and we will do everything to go to P1. For sure.
You never leave anything on the table, do you, Gianluca?
Yeah, for sure. I think Brian can tell you. Brian is looking forward to it. I already did a message to him, so yeah. Let's see.
Let's see. Gianluca Tucciaroglu for the number 66 car, Team 75 Motorsport. He's going from the front row in race one for the sport division, a driver that always good to watch, entertaining on circuit, very fast, and a nice guy as well, as you've just experienced. We moved down. I was telling Gianluca, maybe that a little porky that they weren't watching. But Team GP Elite up next, a big roster of cars, as you can see. We've got the number 98, different livery for Nick Ho, returning to the championship. He was not with us in Valencia, but is back for the final two races of the season here at rounds 7 and 8 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2026. Different car, same car, but different. How am I going to explain this? Same model of car. Of course, he's still in the sport division, but the car is now black, and of course, his McDonald's sponsorship standing out brilliantly on the black, so easy to spot for Nick Ho, the number 98. A reminder, he is the highest seeded returning driver in the 2026 Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe season. I think he finished 11th in the championship last year, so keep an eye out for him. Qualifying actually didn't go fully his way. I was expecting to see him inside the top 10, but only 13th in qualifying. I say only 13th. He was just over a second, less than 11 tenths of a second away from pole position. 13th, again, is quite how competitive it is. His teammate, however, the 127, Matheus Ferreira, he was the man to beat. And I think before qualifying, I would have put, I'm not a betting man, but if I was, that's where my money would have gone. Matheus has looked very calm, very comfortable, and that GP Elite car has been working well. I was hoping to grab a word with Matheus, but I can't see him. But I'm going to grab Casper Huckerbom. Yes, Casper, come on. He doesn't want to, but I'm going to grab him out anyway. It's too late. Come on, Casper. Casper Huckerbom in the number 8 in the also GP Elite. He's going to be going in the club division. Why always you, Casper? Because you're so entertaining, that's why. Come this side for me, Casper, and we'll have a chat and find out how this weekend's going. I know last weekend wasn't your...
No, last weekend wasn't. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, no, last weekend wasn't. But actually, yesterday was fantastic. I just couldn't repeat the time. It was a 46.8 or something, so that would have been great.
Hey,
I think I'm not a good qualifier.
you'll find it in the race, I'm sure.
At least I can watch from behind.
It's going to be entertaining, I must say, because it's so close at the front. Probably the closest we've seen it. I mean, what, a second would go down to ninth place?
Okay, let's go for the 9 upside down then.
Let's not. Well, you might hope so, but
It's the last race anyway, so... Oh no, it's not true. We have one more.
yeah. So maybe race 8.
Okay, I'm practicing in race 1 and I'm gonna do the real trick in race 2. Okay.
I hope you're joking, Casper. I hope you're joking.
No, I'm not.
Okay, right. We'll find out, Casper.
I'm joking again.
Yes. Okay. Of course.
Do me a favor.
Of course. Any.
Those, can you take...
Who are these? Come on in.
Come in.
Come in.
Come in.
Come on. Who are these? Who are these young
That's
ladies?
the daughter of Guido.
This is Guido's daughter.
That's Guido's daughter.
Oh, wait,
and
3.
That's a girlfriend. And they
Oh, there's 3
all the
again.
time, and that is, okay, let's
Is,
go.
is anyone watching at? Who's watching at home? Anyone you want to say hello to?
My granddad. Hi.
What's your granddad's name?
Kees.
Case. The whole family here. Anyone else who's watching at home from you?
I don't know. Your mom.
What's your mum's?
Judith.
There you go. GP Elite.
I mean, they look much better than I do. So
enjoy your afternoon, girls. Enjoy the family racing. Hopefully Guido in the number 30, who we spoke to at the start of this pit walk, is going to enjoy his day of racing. Guido, a new driver to the championship. And actually, I'll just give a quick word, Walter. I know you're not racing, but a quick one. Walter, unfortunate not to see you in the car, but I can see that you're enjoying life still, helping Guido.
Of course, yeah, it's nice. Guido has helped me the last 2 weekends with me lending him his car. But yeah, it's nice to see him. It's his first race. We decided after Valencia last week, why not? Why not let him drive his first race? The pressure is off for him. It's nice because he's helped me, I'm helping him now. I see the smile on his face, and I think we're going to do a lot of fun things this year too.
Absolutely, I look forward to it. Walter Borkamps, thanks so much for chatting to us. Walter, normally on circuit, however this weekend very much in Coach Walter mode. Fark Autotech next in the 21 garage. The 222, Jan Klingelberg, is going in the white car, a lovely professional looking livery, the Jan Klingelberg. The 222 as a driver. He's been with us all season. Started the year very strong, a 5th and a 6th in Portimao, but a 10th, 9th. So he'll be hoping for maybe another top 5 this weekend. We shall see. How was his qualifying? Well, let's have a look, shall we? Jan Klingelberg. Jan. Unfortunately, Jan's not his best qualifying. 15th place. Again, close, 2 seconds away from pole. Look out for him. I think he'll race higher than he qualified. And the number 9, Ernst in the Bitsin, the man that we love to see. And the number 9, he'll be going from 18th place in qualifying. Keep an eye out for the man who is with us. He's been with us pretty much every year of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We're getting our way through the paddock, through the grid now. A couple of garages that are empty before we then get to a team that we can't forget, MDM Motorsport. The number 919 and the number 77. The number 77 with the, what would I call this? Green-blue? Aquamarine? No, it's not quite aquamarine, is it? I think I'll go with greeny blue. The 77, Levent Turkman. Levent, the man that Brian described in qualifying as, what did we say? Win or bin mentality. I'm not sure I completely agree with that. Levent, unfortunately, has been the receiving end of some unfortunate, how do I put this? Unfortunate coming together on circuit. And he's actually right behind me at the moment. They look like they're deep in conversation about something, so I wonder if they're concentrating, so I'll leave Levent. We've spoken to Levent a lot this year, but there he is, concentrating ahead of the first race this afternoon. Keep an eye out for him, the number 77. Where did Levent qualify? Well, that's a great question. Someone in the front, because that's where he always races. 8th place, so I reckon top 5 is on the cards. And then the number 919, Jelter Hofner. Now, Jelter, very, very quick in practice, both on Thursday and yesterday on Friday. I was expecting to see him inside the top 5 positions, just missed out, 6th place at the end in qualifying, only half a second from pole. I think he is going to be one to look out for. Easy to spot with the red white car with the red highlights. Watch out for him coming through the field. A driver we know that doesn't hold any punches on circuit. He's had a good year so far. Let's find out exactly how he's done this year so far. Jelter Hofner, he's been up and down. He's had 2 podiums, a 3rd place at the round 3, and then a 2nd last time out in Valencia. And he'll be looking for more top 5s. I think top 5s are on the cards, and maybe if everything goes well, Jelter could get on the podium. But track limits, I think, is definitely going to be something to look out for in those races. A very bold stance taken by race control. They said if a driver in the races runs wide through no fault or only their own fault and puts two wheels on the gravel, because of the gravel it throws on circuit being a safety risk, they basically said 5-second penalty. Track limit warnings still in place in other places, but if you touch the gravel and throw gravel on the circuit, 5-second penalty. And the margins have been so fine, the drivers have been right up to the gravel edge. They go in that gravel, that's going to be a penalty, so keep an eye out for that. Daniel Lewis, I think it's safe to say he's our champion in GT4. He's been the only driver in GT4 up until this first race. Of course, he's got Henry Wheeler, who I spoke about a moment ago, who's joining him in the first race. Henry Wheeler have not had a huge amount of experience in GT4. In fact, I think his qualifying was the first time he drove that car. So not expecting Henry Wheeler to challenge Daniel Lewis. Lewis, a reminder, was practicing or doing this championship in preparation for the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB, which is in this very car. So he's been using it effectively, testing plus this year. But he's actually up there in the overall club division if he has a good couple of races today. Moving forward, the number 999, the Belgian Racing entry. They return. Belgian Racing have been with us for the last couple of years with different driver. Olivier Bertels, he's going to be joining us. 999 is not a number I would choose, but hey, it's lucky for some. Very, very well turned out is the Belgian Racing entry. The blue and the black looking very professional. We'll see how Olivier Bertels goes. He's a driver that's done a lot of 24-hour races in GT3s. He's also done the Porsche Endurance Trophy Benelux as well, so it knows how to handle a Porsche around circuit. And his qualifying was pretty strong, actually, 12th place for a new entry to the championship. Moving forward, Eden Motorsports. This is Dean Burden, driver we spoke to who was trying to run away from me. As I mentioned, the most entertaining driver of Valencia, I would say. Up and down the field like a yo-yo. Did qualify in the front row in Valencia, then got disqualified, started from the back, moved his way to the front, spun in the first race. Then again, started from the back in race 2, moved his way forward, then had another issue. So we'll hope for a stress-free weekend for Dean Burden this weekend. But maybe that's not something that he's... we don't know, we'll keep an eye. It's definitely one to watch in this race. Moving forward, garage number 30. We're at target competition now. Max Mutschlechner and Joe Warhurst. Joe is in the blue car that we're looking at right now. Joe Warhurst joined us for a partial season last year in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. A British driver, very eloquent young man. He was the only driver I saw in the driver's briefing that had a notepad, asked some pretty strong questions. The team just doing some last-minute adjustments as Sport Division qualifying is not long now before we start that qualifying session. And of course, with Joe's Warhurst's car in the way, they need to get the both of us. In fact, there is in the back a shot. The white overalls, that is Max Muschlecker, who we spoke to ahead of the previous race. Joe, can we have a 1 minute chat? 1 minute? No time? No time today, no problem. He's got to get himself ready for the race. Joe Warhurst, a driver that's raced in Porsches, in GT4, made his GT3 debut last season, racing the Porsche Carrera Cup. Porsche 6 Carrera Cup, Germany last year. I think he had some good results in the rookies. 8th place was his best finish overall for Joe. So look out for him. I think he's racing in Porsches again this coming season. The 718, moving further down. This is garage number 34 now for Mühlner Racing. This is a Brit with a Portuguese license, if I'm not mistaken. The 718 driver that we've not seen before, Marcus Greichen for Mühlner Motorsport. Raced under Portuguese license, British driver, lives in Portugal, is a Porsche Sports Cup Swiss driver, and I believe will be racing in that championship once again with Mühlner Racing. Is Marcus around? Is he getting himself, is it lunch at the moment? He's at lunch. No, it's okay, don't worry, it's all good. We'll disturb him later on. It's fine, I wouldn't want to disturb his lunch. Marcus has got the best hairstyle on the grid, I reckon. Yeah. Definitely the best. In fact, come on in. Are you a member of the team? Who are you? What do you do for Mühlner Racing?
I'm here as a team manager and organize everything.
Is it all going well for you?
Yes.
Yes. And you agree that he's got the best hairstyle?
Of course.
Unfortunately, I was hoping to grab a word with Marcus at lunchtime because we get to see the hairstyle. It's almost Australian, I would say. Bleached blondes, spiky.
Yes, a little bit.
Anyway, thanks very much for joining us in the championship. We wish you the best of luck this afternoon. Thank you very much. We'll probably have a word with Marcus on the grid, but unfortunately when his helmet's on, you can't see his hairstyle. as you can see, cars starting to be pushed out in the pit lane, which means we are but moments away from the first qualifying session. Nikola Milkovic giving us peace. Nikola Milkovic is a one to watch in the races coming up. He's been very, very quick this weekend. Actually, provisionally pole, I think, one of the first flying laps. 9th place in qualifying, but a reminder, that is only half a second from pole position. So anyone inside the top 10 has got a good shot if they have a good race or a good start. Javier Ripoll Jr. for S1 Racing, also a driver that we know will be going from pole position. His double pole today gives him another opportunity to take more victories in the sport division. He took his first victory in the sport division last time in Valencia. That was a great moment for him after taking so many podiums over the years and then finally taking that win. Will he get 2 wins today? Will he get another win? Will he be able to stop Joel Monegro taking that club division Michelin Cup crown? Who knows? The two brightest cars, or the brightest team on the grid, I would say, is the S1 Sport Division drivers. We've got the 28 Alex Ryman and the 27 of the Cypriot Tio Elenas. Both of those drivers, this second half of the season, I'd say, have definitely taken a step forward in terms of pace. The team have found something on the car, I think, and they've been consistently up there. They're right together on the grid in 4th and 5th place. They were only separated by 31 thousandths of a second, and we're pretty much at the end of the grid now. Levin Gelf for the Ziebach Motorsport team. Then we've got the single Ombra entry of Luciano Martinez, and then Hideka in the background. A 2-car entry this weekend. We've got Alexander Dobek, as always, but then Frank Porter Ruiz, who raced in the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup last year. He was up there in testing. He'll be quick. Keep an eye out for the bright yellow cars. That's all 43 garages of the pit walk. Wow, we've walked a long way. A bit of an insight into some of the drivers and teams behind the scenes, and we now look ahead to the first sport division race, round 7 of the championship, coming up in just a few moments. Get out of the pit lane, guys. I think they're going to push out. They're about to go out. Round 7 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in 2026. Sport Division coming up in just a few moments' time. The grid is forming and we've got our pole sitter here, the 127, Matthias Ferrero, with plenty of fans and photo opportunities here. The grid is as full as I've seen it in a long time here. Great to see so many people coming out and watching the race and supporting their drivers. And I'm going to wander around the side of the car and grab a word with our pole sitter. We chatted to him briefly after qualifying, but I wanted to find out how chill he is feeling on his first pole position here in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Matthias, pole. I was about to say you've got a clear view down towards turn 1, but quite a lot of people around the car at the moment. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've been waiting for this time for really long, so I will really enjoy it in these 2 races, starting from the pole. I would just try to do a really good start and manage the tires. I think this is going to be really important for this race.
I think at the front is going to be the best opportunity because I've heard that the dirty air can have an impact on the tyre management.
Yeah, I think when you're not in dirty air, you can manage better what you're trying to do. Like if you need to manage a bit more the front or the rear, I think when you're driving behind, you're just really focusing on trying to overtake the guy, so you have even more degradation on the tires.
Matthias Ferreira, pole position for Team GP Elite. Keep an eye out for him. He'll be one pushing on to try and get away for a while. It's a very, very long run down towards turn 1. I think 800 metres, so a good or bad start is amplified. Second place, Gianluca Tucciaroglu for Team 75 Motorsport. His first race for that team ahead of this season where he'll be racing with them this year. At third place, a driver we've used to been seeing one row up this season. He's had every single pole position so far. It's been a good season. Oh, I'll just wait. Milan's getting a few words in his ear once he's finished that conversation. Milan, it's a good season when we can say that your worst grid position is third place.
Yeah, I mean... I mean, third is also good. We can do something from here, so I don't really mind.
We've seen you've had excellent race pace in the other events. Is that going to be enough to challenge the 2 ahead of you?
Yeah, I don't really know. We'll see what the races bring, but our pace is strong on the used tires, so we'll see where we end up and we'll see where the starts bring us, but the start is the most important.
Start is the most important. Milan Marchak for the Red Ant Racing team, number 96. Then we have the 27 of Teo Elenas, the first of the 2 S1 racing cars who are on the third row of the grid. And then Alex Ryman, his teammate, just behind Teo Elenas. These 2 have been pretty much inseparable all weekend in testing so far. Their pace has been strong and consistent, and they feel that they're building a really, really good team, these 2. They get on well off the circuit. You see them often together, socialising together, having a good time. But on the circuit, it is very professional indeed. I'm going to jump in and grab a quick word. Alex, thank you very much for keeping the door open for me. Alex, strong qualifying for you and Teo, separated by a couple of hundredths of a second. Formation flying in this one?
Well, yeah, quality was really, really tight, let's be honest. Yeah, we just did our best. We really improved from yesterday, and yeah, let's see. Teo was starting from P4, I'm from P5. Let's do it as a team job, and let's see. Should be quite a good one.
Do you expect there to be much difference in the launch from the left-hand side of the grid to the unused right-hand side of the grid? Is that something you've experienced before?
Not really, not really. It really depends on the start that we can see on the T1, so let's see.
Let's see indeed. Alex Ryman going from, what is that, 5th place on the grid, 4th place his teammate Teo Elenas. And a driver that I definitely wanted to talk to is Jelte Hofner. Normally we chat to him in the lunch break. He was busy getting himself ready for the MDM racing team. And also, part of the reason I wanted to chat to him is to find out, I reckon your pace is better than you showed in qualifying based on what's happened in practice. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think so too. In the free practice, I had a little moment which gave me a 5-minute penalty in the qualifying. And I had to stand still for quite long because of that. So I could only use 1 new set of tires at the end. It started raining a little bit in my fastest laps, so that was not optimal, but I'm sure that we can find a good rhythm going into this race.
Now, part of the reason I wanted to chat to you is because at one of the other rounds, I can't remember, was it Estoril? When I noticed, if you want to come around this side, I don't know if you can see it over my right shoulder here, camera operator Luke. If you come over here, we've got on the air vent there, we had Toofed, whereas now we have How You Coming Fast?
Yeah. My mechanic always needs to write some inspiration to me. And this is like a meme from the UK, so I like this one. And I'm just using that motivation to push to the front.
Yeah. How are you coming fast? Anyway, congratulations on a new, I don't know, what would you say? encouragement from the team there. Great to see that there's good camaraderie in the MDM racing team. 69 David Giwok, we spoke to in the lunch break, so I'm going to move on and then move further down and grab a word with a new driver to the championship this season. A driver that's got a lot of experience in Porsches, raced in the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup last year with the Almeras team, and also I believe did some racing in Germany as well. Frank Porte Ruiz. Frank, on the grid, joining us here at Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. I think you can make progress in this one.
Yeah, I'm just the first qualifying of the year after a long break, so feeling confident to just look forward.
Yeah, only first qualifying the year P8, which doesn't sound great, but when you see how close it is, I think if you'd gained 2/10, you could have been up on the first couple of rows. So very, very tight in this midfield.
Yeah, it is, but still they made it better than me, so it is what it is.
But you've got the race to come. What can you do to make progress in this one?
Well, I'm aiming mainly in a really good start, because afterwards I think it will be like a train unless the group in front start battling.
And tyre management is going to be something that plays a big role, I think. Front left, especially around here, is vulnerable, isn't it?
I feel confident with what I tried yesterday. I'm fine towards tire management, so we'll see.
You've got some experience in these cars. We'll have to use that to push us way through. Frank, easy to spot in the Hideka Racing, bright, luminous yellow car there. We next up have the 111 Nikola Milkovic, who is with Spark Racing, with Est1 Racing as well. Nikola, a driver that we've seen, he's been with us all season this year. An unfortunate end to the weekend last time out. Didn't get a huge amount of racing. Car's fixed. You're ready to go?
Car is not fixed, car is changed, so the team changed body shell in the time between these two races, so big thanks to my team because they're working all night to change the body shell so we can be here.
And pace was good. I mean, it's really, really close in qualifying. We've said it a lot, but very, very close indeed. You know, in ninth place, but if you'd have gained 2/10, you could have been up right at the front. So very, very close.
I know we could be in the first row if we don't have a traffic in our second stint on the new tire. So that's the only shame. But we have a good race pace, and I'm sure that we will improve through the race.
Look forward to seeing that. Nikola Milkovic, the Serbian driver, going from ninth place for the Spark Racing with Est1 Racing team. Keep an eye out for Nikola Milkovic. Great livery on that, showing his Serbian heritage with the livery there. 31, Sebastian Freimuth, a driver that's very experienced in these cars, has been with us in previous seasons, partial season in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe this year. Very, very quick in testing. And I know I said it a lot, but another driver that I think potentially didn't quite show the pace that they actually have in qualifying, has been on average higher, well inside the top 10. And then Joe Warhurst. Everyone else jump in and have a quick word, Joe? Sorry to interrupt you right as you were getting ready. I didn't realise quite how close we were ahead of the race. You needed to get your helmet on. But now we're just a few moments ahead of the race. We've seen you in this championship before, just doing the last round here. Tell us about your thoughts. What are you thinking about in the head of this race?
Yeah, I mean, obviously didn't do the best job in qualifying. Car felt really good. I just didn't put all the sectors together. It's a really new experience for me driving with ABS. Completely different driving style and brake technique to when you don't have ABS. So trying to get out of bad habits really, and really push the entries a little bit more. I did it this morning in free practice. I think we were the quickest guy with no new tyres. But yeah, I just want to keep working on myself. I'm learning so much already. Last year I had a bit of a roll here, so I try not to do that again. And yeah, just go forwards.
Absolutely, yeah, the ABS is a big thing. Is this your first race of this season?
Yeah, first race of the year. This is well, Thursday was the first time I've been in the car since October last year, so quite a bit of a break as well.
Just dusting the rust off.
Yeah, exactly.
Not too bad to be so close as you are. So we'll keep an eye on how you get on, and that leaves us, I think, time to get maybe one more. Let's have a quick word. We've only got 1 more minute before I need to leave the grid. So we'll grab a word with Nick Ho, who's rejoining us this weekend. Nick, I know we haven't got long. I reckon that your pace is better than where you qualified. What do you reckon is going to be important in this race to make progress?
I think it's really important to follow the cars in front and take advantage of mistakes being made. Yes, for sure.
Absolutely. Nick Ho there, a highest seeded returning driver, Team GP Elite. That's Nick Ho's going from 13th place. We've got a pretty stacked grid, 19 cars this time. I'll hand back to Brian to talk us through the start of what is set to be a very competitive, very entertaining round 7 of the Sport Division.
Thank you very much, Piers. A very, very interesting grid walk. Right then, All qualifying is done for 2026. It's now down to the racing. 2 races left of what has been, in my opinion, the best season ever of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. The 4th season of this fantastic championship. Milan Marchak with one hand on the trophy, but drivers with nothing to lose up ahead of him. Matheus Ferreira comes from Brazil. Gianluca Tucciaroglu from Germany, both incredibly quick in quali this morning. Tio Ellenis alongside Milan Marchak, a driver who has so much experience, a one-time Formula One test pilot. Then you've got Alex Ryman, Jelte Hofner, 2 drivers who do not back off for anybody. This is set fair to be a real grandstand finish to the season. It was less than a second separating the top 11 cars on the grid. It's incredibly close. We've also got one eye on the rookie championship. Henry Wheeler is on the rookie pole. He's not in the rookie title hunt, but Jesse Polderdijk and Levin Gelf in the rookie championship are just 9 points apart from each other, with the advantage Jesse Polderdijk at the moment. So we've got to keep one eye on them. They are starting 14th, 15th and 16th on the grid. It really is all to pray for and play for. There'll be some people praying on the grid right now, I'll tell you that for nothing. But 2 races, 1 hour of racing remain in this season for the sport division. The first half commencing on the formation lap now. The rain has gone away for the time being. The skies are leaden, so the important formation lap, the time to generate the heat in the tyres and in the brakes so that we are ready the next time we approach turn 1 at racing speed at this circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. That is 4.657 kilometers around, 14 turns, 8 to the right and 6 to the left, with Matheus Ferreira, the man they could not reach in qualifying. Gianluca Tucciaroglu came so close. Then championship elect Milan Marchak has Tio Ellenis for company. Alex Ryman and Jelte Hofner on row 3 ahead of David Duoc and Frank Porte, who has to keep an eye on both of them from the 4th row. On the 5th row, Nikola Milkovic and Sebastian Freimuth, Joe Warhurst and Max Mutschlechner. Then it's Nick Ho and Henry Wheeler, Jesse Polderdijk and Levin Gelf, all the rookies bunched up together then. That's 15th and 16th on the grid. 17th, Luciano Martinez, Sebastian Schmidt, and then Nick Hunter bringing up the rear. Both Schmidt and Hunter in the Pro-Am category. So much quality up and down this field of cars. This is going to be sensational. You get the feeling, listening to Matheus Ferreira, he's put it on pole position for the first time. He's not going to let go of that in a hurry. When he was talking to peers on the grid, he had a steely determination about him. Gianluca Tucciaroglu always entertains, and in the Team 75 car, looking like he has really stepped up a level over the winter period. So that's going to be an interesting front row. It's a 579 metre run from the start-finish line into turn 1. So a little over half a kilometre from lights out into turn 1. It's also quite quick into turn 1. So it's a second gear corner, 110 kilometres an hour during the race, but it's a quick right, then a sweeping left, and then a long turn 3. So those first few corners going to be very interesting. And remember, track limits, well, I can see dust rising up into the air already. Track limits are being closely monitored to remind you, if a driver touches the gravel on the exit of turn 5, 13 or 14, they will receive an instant 5-second time penalty. There's the great and good of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. There's Esme on the right hand side, who does an awful lot in the organisation. Everybody in the team here at Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe do a fantastic job getting these cars organised. So bunch of drivers organised. Takes a bit of doing, I tell you, and the commentators. Right, enough of the chats. The formation lap is done. The tension is palpable. The green flag shines, rises. The 5 red lights are on. And in just a moment, 5 red lights off. We are go for the round 7 Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And it's a really good start from Gianluca Tucciaroglu, Mathieu Ferreira, but look at Milan Marchak, Jota Hofner, 3 abreast into turn 1, advantage Milan Marchak just, but no, Tucciaroglu coming back around the outside. We got one of the S Racing cars, I think it's Theo Elenos, who's gone wide into the corner. Gianluca Tucciaroglu with the car in front on that first turn. What a start from him. Pole sitter Mathieu Ferreira down to 3rd place. Milan Marchak from the 2nd row up into 2nd place. And also up there, Frank Porte, who is up into 4th place. What a start for him in the number 22 car. So now we settle down a bit. Alex Ryman, there's Nikola Milkovic as well with that car that they've worked so hard to rebuild after the last round. David Duoc in there fighting. It looks like Joe Warhurst has made a really good start as well. So Joe Warhurst also up with the front running cars. So what a start to the race. The opening lap, 30 minutes plus 1 lap of racing here. Short, sharp, extreme power in Porsche's Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. The cars fanning out down the straight. Here we come once again. There's Frank Porte, who is in the Hideka racing car. That's a very wide line for David Duoc in the background. So we come round to complete the first lap. What a lively lap that has been. And still the cars keep coming in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And we've lost David Duoc by the looks of things. He may have damage. We saw the cars slowing to peel off maybe into the pit lane. That's a real shame. So out across the line we come. It's Gianluca Tucciaroglu who leads the way. The start is under investigation. Jota Hofner, Theo Elenos also under investigation. It's Tucciaroglu from Milan Marchak, Mathieu Ferreira in 3rd. Frank Porte, who is great start from him, up to 4th, ahead of Nikola Milkovic. Alex Ryman, Joe Warhurst up to 7th place as well. Sebastian Freimuth, Nick Ho. We can see the 69 car of David Duoc peeling off into the pits. Looks like he's got damage to the right front. So he'll come into the pit box. But any chance of any sort of podium is over. In the rookies, Jesse Polderdijk jumps to the lead of the rookies. So a bad start for Henry Wheeler. He's down to 3rd in the rookies. Levin Gelf up to 2nd in the rookie fight. So Jesse Polderdijk in 11th overall, but leading the way for the rookies. Levin Gelf in 2nd place in that. So that would extend the championship lead for the rookies if things remain as they are now. That race is going to go all the way to the final round. At the moment, if the race finishes as it is now, Milan Marchak would be the Sport Division champion. As we see Alex Ryman now putting the pressure on Nikola Milkovic. It's the 28 versus the treble 1 car. The car's up to turn 13 at the moment, and then round to turn 14. We ride on board with Joe Warhurst. He can see the leading cars just in front of him. It was a great start from Joe. He's made up a load of positions, but now needs to look after the car, look after the tyres, and bring it home. Out onto the pit straight we come once again. Joe Warhurst, not interested in points. He's not in any championship hunt. He wants the glory. He wants the practice as he gets ready for his season in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany. We've had a couple of disallowed laps. Jesse Polderdijk and Gianluca Tucciaroglu. They've had laps disallowed, so that means they've been flagged up for track limits. It's up on turn 8. So not one of the corners where they would get the instant 5-second time penalty, but track limits, the issue once again. They are being watched. That's Jota Hofner, Jesse Polderdijk and Gianluca Tucciaroglu, all being investigated for track limits. Also, Jota Hofner and Theo Elenos, an incident between them on turn 1 under investigation by our race directors. You can see from your graphic that Jesse Polderdijk is the leading rookie as denoted by the red box around his number. You can see on your screen that Joe Warhurst is turning the heat up on Alex Ryman. Joe Warhurst. He mentioned it briefly on the grid, managed to get one of these things upside down this time last year. Probably be happy if we didn't keep mentioning that, but he's had a season in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany, and it really has stepped up his game over the last 12 months. Another who's really come on in leaps and bounds is the driver we are on board with now, Frank Porte-Huis, in the number 22 car, challenged for the rookie championship in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux all season long, had 6 rookie wins, didn't quite make it to the top of the rookie standings in the end, came home in second place, but has proven to be incredibly quick. Incredibly quick is what Gianluca Tucciaroglu is, a 143.867. He's opened up a gap of just under 1.5 seconds over championship leader Milan Marchak. If the race finished now, Milan Marchak would be the Sport Division champion. On board with Joe Warhurst once again, looking at the back of Alex Ryman. So it's a fairly short, sharp race, but really important that the drivers look after the car and look after the tyres. These tyres need to go the full 30 minutes. They may well have done qualifying on them as well. You take too much out of it too early on, you'll have nothing left with at the end. Right, Hofner now with the fastest lap. So Jelte Hofner, he's down in 18th place. So whatever was happening on that opening lap, Jelte Hofner has dropped to last place of the cars that are running, but he's the quickest of anybody on the circuit. So that is the incident that is under investigation. The other car, the 27 of Tio Elenas, down in 16th place. So they had an issue on the first corner of this race and are now both towards the back of the pack. Gianluca Tucciaroglu continues to lead the way by 1.5 seconds. Sebastian Schmidt, the next to lose a lap for track limits. It is just a disallowed lap. If he gets, I think, 3 of those, then it would possibly result in a penalty. Now look at this, the battle for second place. Milan Marchak, the driver who's used to just disappearing at the front, goes wide out of turn 14 onto the gravel. That may well give him a time penalty as well, because Matheus Ferreira is through into second place. But the race directors are going to look at that. Marchak will try and come back, but a disastrous exit from turn 14. So Milan Marchak drops down into third place, may well get another penalty. Frank Porte-Huis is some 3 seconds back from him, so at the moment, no immediate threat from behind, but is the immediate threat going to come from the race director? Gianluca Tucciaroglu is clear at the front. Alex Ryman, Sebastian Freimut and Jelte Hofner all with disallowed laps last time around. Tucciaroglu opens the gap to 2.2 seconds. Matheus Ferreira in that second place. He started on pole position. He got beaten out of the traps by Gianluca Tucciaroglu. We had them running 3 abreast into turn 1. It was advantage Tucciaroglu. The driver in the number 66 car for Team 75 Motorsport has really stepped up a gear behind the wheel of that number 66 car. Nikola Milkovic being challenged by Alex Ryman. This is for 5th place. So Milkovic with a car that has been heavily rebuilt after that accident last weekend. And now Alex Ryman, a driver, another one who has stepped up a gear over the winter, challenging. But behind Ryman, Joe Warhurst sees the opportunity to take not just 1, but 2 cars. But behind him, Sebastian Freimut as well. Warhurst and Freimut have spent many laps fighting each other last year in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany. So Joe Warhurst will be aware of the threat from behind. Nick Ho has also had a good start to the race. He's up to 9th place. Max Mutschlechner rounds out the top 10. Then it's the leading rookie right now down towards turn 1. Are we going to see a challenge from Joe Warhurst? Are we going to see a challenge from Sebastian Freimut? Warhurst has a look to the outside, under braking to the outside of Alex Ryman. Is he going to leave him vulnerable to Freimut? He drops back in behind. So, as you were, but you can see Joe Warhurst is impatient in the target competition car as he tries to find a route past Alex Ryman. Up ahead of them is Nikola Milkovic. Look how eager Joe Warhurst is. He ducks to the inside, but for a few moments, then ducks back behind. This is a fight that could go all the way here. Nikola Milkovic holding on to that 5th place, looking to be a little bit vulnerable at the moment. the track limits that were issued to Milan Marchak on turn 14. No action is being taken, and Marchak is back past Matusfa. Oh, that's the replay. I beg your pardon. So that is the replay. No action is being taken. As you were, sit down. No action being taken. So the race directors have decided that that was such a genuine mistake. He gained no advantage. So no further action being taken on that. So Matusfa Ferreira is still in second place. Calm yourself. Milan Marchak in third. Frank Portehuis, Nikola Milkovic, Alex Ryman. But how long will it remain like that? Milkovic in that fifth place, dropping back from Frank Portehuis. You don't need to see a stopwatch to tell you that Alex Ryman is close. Now, who's that that's gone spinning off into the gravel trap? I can't see who that is at the moment. So we've lost a car into the gravel trap. I'll let you know who that is in a few moments. Out along towards turn 1 we come. It's up at turn 12, and it is Luciano Martinez that we lost. So Martinez pointing in the wrong direction. We've got a yellow up at turn 12. If he can't get it moving, this is going to bring out, at the very least, a full course yellow, maybe even a safety car. So we've got our eyes on the number 12 car. Can he get it moving? Now, Milkovic goes very wide, and that is a space gain for Alex Ryman. Ryman up to fifth place. Full course yellow is out. The cars now requested to drop their speed to 80 kilometers an hour. No heavy braking, decelerating to that 80 kilometers an hour, and of course, strictly no overtaking. So the caution comes out on this round 7 of 8 rounds in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. On board with Joe Warhurst, his brain's thinking, I could just sneak past those. Would anybody notice? Yes, they would. He's got Nikola Milkovic up ahead of him in 6th place. Alex Ryman got the job done before the full course yellow came out. So up into that 5th place in the rookie race. Jesse Polderdijk leads the way. Wheeler has found a route past Levin Gelf. So if things remain as they are now, looking at the points situation, it would still go to the next round. So still plenty to play for here, but in the overall championship, Milan Marchak will be thinking about a championship, the potential that in 17 and a half minutes he could be crowned the Sport Division champion. The number 12 car pulled from the gravel and to safety, and in a few moments the displays on the drivers' dashboards will give them a countdown. They'll have a 10-second warning when the full course yellow is going to finish. The Genioma system on the dashboard of the car, giving them all the information they need. That's a great perspective. Milan Marchak looking poised and ready to go. So Marchak currently in 3rd place. This will be an opportunity to potentially jump in front of Matusfa Ferreira if he can anticipate this start well. The gap between 1st and 2nd has gone to 4.436 as the crowd look on from above the garages. Now the gaps do open and close because of the different rate of acceleration and deceleration by the drivers. So we do get a slight variation in the gaps, but at the moment, Gianluca Tucciaroglu with a 4.4 second lead. Of course, the stewards will look at it, and if he is seen to have been speeding under the full course yellow, that would be a disaster, but I have no indication of that. The incident between 29 and 12 is under investigation, so it was Jesse Polderdijk who potentially got together with Luciano Martinez to bring out this full course yellow. If things remain as they are now, there would be an 18-point gap between Polderdijk and Levin Gelf in the rookie championship. So it really would be one hand on the trophy for Polderdijk. So the cars continue to circulate under full course yellow, but I think that is going to be over in just a few moments. Right, indication it's about to go green. How well are the drivers going to anticipate the restart of this race? We are about to find out. Their eyes will be fixed to the dashboard. Go! We are racing again. Gianluca Tucciaroglu leads Maciej Ferreira, Milan Marchak, Frank Portehuis now has Nikola Milkovic, Alex Ryman breathing down his neck. Joe Warhurst has Sebastian Freimuth making a move to the inside. Warhurst not really putting up too much of a battle into turn 5. So loses a position to Sebastian Freimuth. Now the 31 car up that position into 7th place. Down to 8th place goes Joe Warhurst. The pressure is on Frank Portehuis. Nikola Milkovic has Alex Ryman looking very eager indeed, tracking every move of the treble 1 car, has a little look to the inside, ducks back in line. Sebastian Freimuth will be thinking about an opportunity in front of him. To the inside goes Alex Ryman. Does he make it stick? We're on board with Joe Warhurst once again. Ryman does make it stick. So Ryman up to 5th place. Nikola Milkovic shuffled down to 6th and now into the clutches of Sebastian Freimuth. Joe Warhurst just a little bit back from this battle at the moment. They are well ahead of Nick Ho in that 9th place. Tucciaroglu's lead down to 2.7 on the restart. So out across the line, it's very much as it was when the full course yellow came out. I see no indications of any penalties at all at the moment into turn 1. Milkovic has a little look to the outside of Ryman, just trying to distract him. A warning for track limits has been given to Alex Ryman on turn 10. He's been told you must respect track limits. 13 3/4 minutes remaining of this race. On board with Joe Warhurst in the target competition car. Once again, falling back a little bit from the queue that is led by Frank Portehuis, Alex Ryman, Nikola Milkovic and Sebastian Freimuth. There is Frank Portehuis in the Hadeka Racing colours. Alex Ryman, the driver who really has found something over the winter period for Est1, both he and his teammates. Our leading rookie, Jesse Polderdijk, Henry Wheeler second in the rookies. Our leading Pro-Am driver is Sebastian Schmidt in the 87 car with Nick Hunter second in the Pro-Ams. The snake of cars continues towards turn 7. Frank Portehuis now feels the pressure of the Estonian Alex Ryman. Ryman drops back behind at the moment. Putting the pressure on. Try to force the car in front into a mistake. Out towards turn 14 they will come. 4th gear, 165 kilometers an hour. Then full beans out along past the pits. Up to speeds of 265 kilometers an hour in 6th gear as they head towards turn 1. Then the heavy braking as they drop into 2nd gear, about 110 kilometers an hour around turn 1. Sebastian Freimuth tries to sell the dummy to Nikola Milkovic and makes it stick. Milkovic with a gap on the inside. Sebastian Freimuth comes through, and now it is Nikola Milkovic trying to fight back. It's too little too late because he's now into the clutches of Joe Warhurst. So now Nikola Milkovic feeling the number 17 car on his back bumper. Sebastian Freimuth has broken clear. In the background, Nick Ho is rushing to join this battle. Now Joe Warhurst goes to the inside of Nikola Milkovic. He has the line, but Milkovic tries to come back around the outside. He doesn't have the grip or the pace, and it's advantage Joe Warhurst who moves up into that 7th place. Still, Frank Portehuis holds off Alex Ryman for how much longer? A track limit warning is given to Nikola Milkovic for turn 10. Frank Portehuis still in that 4th place, but Alex Ryman looking the quicker of the two. The last lap times, it was Alex Ryman who was the quicker of the two, but of course he needs to get past Frank Portehuis. You get the feeling that if he can, he would be able to break clear a little. But at the moment, he's locked in behind and on board with Frank Portehuis. The picture on the right-hand side, you can see Frank has a nice open track in front of him, but he certainly doesn't have that luxury behind him. They're queuing up, going as wide as they dare out of turn 10 in towards 11, 12, 13 and 14. Frank Portehuis crosses the line once again. The gap between 1st and 2nd, 2.5 seconds between Tucciaroglu and Maciej Ferreira. They've left Milan Marchak a long way back, some 3.5 seconds, but Marchak finishing on the podium would just be the icing on the cake because he is 10.25 minutes away from a championship win, a first ever championship in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And then behind them, this fight, the queue gets longer. It's Frank Portehuis who's at the front of it, Alex Ryman, Sebastian Freimer, who's looking very quick indeed. Then it's Joe Warhurst, Nikola Milkovic, and now Nick Ho has joined the back of that snake of cars. This one is going to run all the way to the flag. Freimer of the four, for my money, now looking the quickest. Starting to pressurise Alex Ryman. That will be something of a gift for Frank Portehuis because Ryman now having to defend. A track limit warning being issued to Max Mutschlechner. Another car going wide, kicking up the dust. Freimer has a look to the outside of the 28 car, then ducks back to the inside. Sebastian Freimer has been on the scene for a very long time of fixtures and fittings of Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany. And now Joe Warhurst has gathered it all up. Has he been saving the tyres? Has he been cooling it down? Because suddenly Joe Warhurst in 7th place is pressuring Sebastian Freimer. How quickly things change in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Freimer needs to get the job done quickly if he's going to attack Alex Ryman out towards turn 1. He's tucked up behind, picking up a slipstream. Will he duck to the side going into turn 1? He ducks to the outside. Ryman covering off the racing line, looks to have it covered into turn 1. Warhurst in the background, ready to pounce if these two cars get together. Frank Portehuis is able to break clear because Ryman is now having to defend instead of attack. On board once again with Joe Warhurst. He can see it all unfolding in front of him, but time's starting to run out. 8 minutes and 15 seconds remain of this, the penultimate race of the season. Tucharoglu looks to be comfortably in front. Matheus Ferreira in 2nd place. A 5-second time penalty to car 12 for a jump start and 29 for a full course yellow infringement. So Luciano Martinez, who's out of the race anyway, has a time penalty, but the 29 car of Jesse Polerdijk has a full course yellow infringement noted, so no time penalty, but has been noted for potentially an infringement under the full course yellow. So that could have an effect on the battle for the Rookie Championship. We continue to focus on the battle for 4th. It's in the hands of Frank Portehuis at the moment. Ryman is there. Freimuth now having dropped back a little. Is it his turn to allow things to cool down before one last attack? Joe Warhurst sees the opportunity, closes back in on Freimuth. There's Frank Portehuis out of 14, out along the pit straight once again. They get a slipstream effect as they run past the pits. And there Joe Warhurst, focused, learning the car, a new team for 2026 as he prepares for Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany. The driver up ahead of him, who he may well be racing all season long, Sebastian Freimuth. Alex Ryman up ahead of him, the driver who has been part of Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux for the last couple of years. Positions as you were at the moment. The gap between 1st and 2nd is down a little. Tucharoglu leads by 1.938. Levin Gelf putting a challenge onto Sebastian Schmidt. So this is for 15th place. Gelf, who's in the Rookie Championship hunt. It won't affect his rookie points, but it would allow him to maybe get a bit closer to Henry Wheeler, who is in the rookie race. So he challenges Schmidt. Schmidt not in a championship hunt, racing here to just enjoy his time in the A-Works by Katana Tools car. And all of that allows Nick Hunter to close in. Nick Hunter, who we saw last week in the club division. The mysterious Nick Hunter. Nobody knows his identity. It's not Max Verstappen, okay? But he is looking very rapid in his first ever Sport Division race. Nick Hunter lining up Levin Gelf in front of him. So Schmidt holding on to that 15th place. Up ahead is Henry Wheeler, well clear of this battle, but Levin Gelf would like to get past the 87 car without letting Hunter through. The Hunter after Levin Gelf at the moment. Gelf taking a nice tight line through the corner, getting up close and personal with Sebastian Schmidt. Schmidt just positioning the car perfectly. And now out towards 13 and 14 once again. And onto the pit straight they will come. Will this be an opportunity for Levin Gelf to make the challenge in towards turn 1? There's Jelte Hofner working his way from the very back of the pack. He has the fastest lap of the race. He's passed Jesse Polderdijk into turn 1. Gelf has the inside line under braking, but Schmidt slams the door in his face. Hunter not close enough to take advantage. And Levin Gelf now has a 5-second time penalty for track limits. So the 144 car of Levin Gelf is fighting for position on the track, but a 5-second time penalty is going to put him behind the Hunter car. So track limits on turn 14, a 5-second time penalty awarded to Levin Gelf in the 144 car. So we've got 2 5-second time penalties. We've got Gelf and we've got Alex Ryman in the number 28 car, both with 5-second time penalties for exceeding track limits. So Alex Ryman in that 5th place is going to be shuffled back down the pack once all is done and dusted. 3 3/4 minutes remaining of the penultimate round of the season. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. Gianluca Tucciaroglu. Maciej Ferreira has pegged it back to 1.614, but time now starting to run out. Milan Marchak not showing the kind of pace he has done on the last few weekends, but he is less than 3.5 minutes away from a championship win. Frank Portehuis in that 4th place has been fending off Alex Ryman, Sebastian Freimuth, Joe Warhurst, Nikola Milkovic and Nick Ho all race long. Sebastian Schmidt still holding on to that 15th place. Levin Gelf in the 16th with that 5-second time penalty hanging over him. Schmidt, who's leading the way in the Pro-Am race. His main Pro-Am challenger behind in the 912 car. Once again, Gelf has a little look. If Hunter could get up with him, he would be able to challenge for a win in the Pro-Ams. This fight rages on. Joe Warhurst up close to Sebastian Freimuth. Alex Ryman there as well. Frank Portehuis seems to have fended off all the attacks from behind. Warning flag has been shown to Sebastian Freimuth for track limits. So another driver under observation by our race directors. Joe Warhurst putting the pressure on, maybe trying to encourage him to use up a little bit more of those track limits. Warhurst in a solid 7th place, having started in 11th. Has been very much a contender for a top 4 place all race long. Hofner with that fastest lap in 12th place, but time starting to run out. 2 minutes remaining, plus 1 lap. We look down at 6th place, Sebastian Freimuth once again. Here comes Frank Portehuis in 4th place, then a gap back to Alex Ryman, then Freimuth, then Joe Warhurst, then a gap back to Nikola Milkovic, then Nick Ho in there as well. 1.5 minutes of timed racing remaining. When the clock strikes 0, it'll be what remains of the lap the leader is on, and then one more before we see the penultimate checkered flag of the season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Tucciaroglu, another 2 seconds gone between himself and Maciej Ferreira, but he won't be worried about that. 1.4 seconds, more than enough, as long as he doesn't make any mistakes, doesn't pick up any penalties. Another track limits warning has been given to Alex Ryman. Remember, Ryman already with that 5-second time penalty for exceeding track limits, so that is going to promote certainly Freimuth, Warhurst, Milkovic and Ho up ahead of him in the final standings. And it gives Frank Portehuis breathing space in that 4th place. There's Alex Ryman in the blue car. The silver Sebastian Freimuth has been monstering him for the last few laps. 21 seconds remaining of timed racing. Tucharoglu crosses the line now, so there'll be 2 more laps remaining of round 7 Sport Division for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. You can see how hard Alex Ryman is pushing, and you can see how the track limits could be an issue at the end of this race. So many warnings flashing up on the screen. 4 drivers exceeding track limits. Tio Elenas, Mathieu Ferreira, Tucharoglu, Freimuth, Ryman, Ferreira again, Henry Wheeler, all in the last few laps having picked up warnings for track limits. We're on board with Joe Warhurst once again in that 7th place. A last attempt to try and get past Alex Ryman for Sebastian Freimuth. There, Gianluca Tucharoglu's team look on. Team 75 Motorsport. He's in the car that was being run for Marco Giltrap for this season so far. Giltrap now concentrating on Porsche Carrera Cup Asia. Hands the car over to Gianluca Tucharoglu, who will race it for the rest of this year in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany. Tucharoglu's up at turn 11 at the moment and will be shortly starting his final lap of the race. The gap between himself and Mathieu Ferreira down to 0.8 of a second. Ferreira is not giving up on this one, is he? He's going to keep the pressure on all the way to the flag. That's exactly what Joe Warhurst is doing on Sebastian Freimuth as well. So out along the pit straight comes our race leader to start his final lap of the race. Mathieu Ferreira is now a little over half a second behind, so maybe are we going to see a last lap challenge from Mathieu Ferreira? He was looking supremely confident when Piers spoke to him on the grid. Just wanted to get that win under his belt, but Tucharoglu beat him on that opening lap. Was quick out of the blocks, got the car in front, and has stayed there for the rest of the race. But we are now less than 4 kilometers away from the checkered flag. Has Mathieu Ferreira got anything else up his sleeve to get past Gianluca Tucharoglu? Milan Marchak is some 8 seconds behind, but he's not worried because he is less than a lap away from a championship win. Our focus on the race leaders in the closing stages of this race, up to turn 7, once again round to turn 8, and then to the right-hander, which will come next, which is turn 9. Tucharoglu looks to have this under control at the moment into the final sector of the lap in just a few moments. Sector 3 is all that remains between now and a checkered flag win for Gianluca Tucharoglu, but Ferreira is putting the pressure on. Tucharoglu's going to be tested here with his concentration, holding it all together, not looking at the rear view mirror. He's up into turn 12, around into turn 13 at the moment. We've got a yellow flag at turn 2, but our focus here is on our race leader, soon to become a race winner, because Gianluca Tucharoglu now heads into 13, out to 14. He will see the checkered flag in front of him. It's going to be a race win for Gianluca Tucharoglu, second for Mathieu Ferreira. But now Milan Marchak in 3rd place will see the checkered flag as well. It will be a championship win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division for Milan Marchak. We look at him on board, and as is always the way with Milan Marchak, doesn't show emotion, doesn't show any kind of excitement at all, as chilled as they come. But Milan Marchak secures the championship with that 3rd place. Frank Portehuis holds on to 4th place despite all the pressure from Sebastian Freimuth, and Joe Warhurst up to 6th place. Remember that Alex Ryman gets that 5-second time penalty, which shuffles him all the way down to 11th place. So a first win for Gianluca Tucharoglu, a first championship for Milan Marchak. The number 96 car that has been looking so strong all season long. This was the first race he's not started from pole position this year. And in the rookie race, It was Henry Wheeler who got back in front of Jesse Polderdijk to take the win in the rookies. So all very much subject to confirmation. It's Tucharoglu with the win, Ferreira second, Marchak with the championship, Portehuis in fourth ahead of Sebastian Freimuth, Joe Warhurst up to sixth, Nikola Milkovic in seventh ahead of Nick Ho, Max Muchlechner, Theo Elenas and Alex Ryman with that 5-second time penalty shuffled down to 11th ahead of Jelta Hofner. Then the winner in the rookies, Henry Wheeler, continues his clean sheet ahead of Jesse Polderdijk. And then in 15th place, Sebastian Schmidt and Nick Hunter, and Levin Gelf also with a penalty down to 17th place. And of course, we lost Luciano Martinez and David Duoc in the early stages of the race. It means that the rookie championship certainly continues all the way to the end. There's 13 points between Jesse Polderdijk and Levin Gelf now in the rookie championship. So that one will go all the way to the end of round 8. But we have an overall champion. You wouldn't believe he's just won a championship, would you? He looks calm and collected. I've said it before, I say it again. When I've interviewed him after race wins in the past, he just shrugs his shoulders and goes, yeah, well, that's what I'm here for. That's why I came. Gianluca Tucharoglu will be delighted. What a start to his career in Team 75 Motorsport. We saw him in the A-Works car last year. He was in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany, and now he jumps from the car. All of his cars up until now have had pink on them on account of the fact that Gianluca Tucharoglu had the choice to make a few years ago. Was he going to become a professional racing driver or a professional footballer? He chose motorsport. He gave up the football, but as a tribute to the fact that he used to be the goalkeeper, he has said he would always have pink on his car, and that's why he's got pink on his overalls. It is a shout back to what could have been a career in professional football. We're so pleased he chose motorsport because he is a race winner, and now Milan Marchak emerges from his car. All in a day's work, he is a champion in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. He adds that to his roll of honour as the rookie champion of Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux from last year. And who knows what the future holds, because Milan Marchak is on the scene. He is the steamroller that is going to take a bit of stopping, and he's secured the championship with one race to spare. So Milan Marchak from the car, helmet off, no wild celebrations. He'll probably go out the back and have a big shout. But at the moment, job done. His focus will already be on the next round. There is your new champion in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. No emotion at all. Lars Plato, the series organizer, gives him his Michelin hat. And he goes, yeah, fine, I won it. That's why I'm here. So good job, Milan Marchak. You can smile now if you want, honest. He's got the podium to come yet. And there, Piers Pryor is stood alongside him. Let's see if you can get him to celebrate, Piers.
Yeah, there's a lot of people wanting Milan's attention right now, but I'm going to butt in because Milan, 49 weeks ago, you had your first car race in this championship. 49 weeks later, here you are as champion in 2026 Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. That must feel pretty good.
Yeah, it feels very good. I'm very happy. I'm very happy for the team, for my parents, the help they did from the beginning, and I have no words.
What a journey you've been on, over the last year or so, to go from learning everything about car racing, about Porsches, to then working with the team. Of course, a lot of work going on behind the scenes to then come here now. Talk to us a little bit about that last year.
Yeah, last year was all about learning and preparing for this season, and this is also a preparation for my main season. So overall, very happy with the progress we've made these one year and few months. So yeah, very happy.
Is there anyone you'd like to thank specifically for all that's gone on the last year?
Yeah, I want to thank of course my parents, my family, Red Ant Racing. The sponsors, they helped me through the year and this year, and also where I began karting, DFK, magic.
Amazing. Congratulations, Milan. We'll let you go and celebrate with the team, your friends and family. At third place today, but champion this season. Congratulations.
We have a second race tomorrow.
We have a second race later on, so maybe you'll win that one. Who knows? Maybe you'll end this season with a win. Right, let's grab a word with our race winner, Gianluca Tucciaroglu. Oh, Jean's found me. Come this side, mate. Come this side. You're always hiding. Always hiding. Jean, what a race, man. What a race.
Yeah, it was crazy. Good start off the line. Yeah, just good car. Tires were really tricky at the end, so I was really on the edge. So I say the GP car come a bit closer, but yeah.
You said you were going to be punching the first couple of laps. You went down the inside at turn 1. Then on the inside as well, 3 wide, we saw it down to turn 1, but you came out on top.
Yeah, for sure. I saw Milan was also in the inside, so I couldn't turn in quite early. So I had to take the escape route, but worked really well. And from there on, yes, more or less start to finish win. Really happy. First race this year. First win this year, so first race with Team 75 as well, first win with Team 75, so really huge thanks to the team. The car really was on nails today, they gave me a rocket today, and now we have a race 2, we start from P3 and want to do the same again.
Same again, Jenny's socks and shoes combination clearly worked.
Yeah, for sure I think she has to wear it the whole season now.
Amazing, right, and second place driver, the driver that started on pole position, unfortunately couldn't quite hold on to it. Matthias. Oh, wait, do you know what? We'll chat to Matthias later. He's going from pole position. Let's grab a word with our rookie winner. Actually, just quickly. Matthias, just a quick one because I know we've got the podium in a moment's time. Pace was good at the end, but unfortunately the start was the undoing.
Yeah, as I said in the grid, I really tried to focus on the start, but they managed to get a really good start. And I think the car was like not really strong in the first laps, but I really could keep the pace in the end. I catch him really a lot in the end, so I'm really happy with the pace, with the car. I think there's some just small points that I can like fix myself, like the start and the first laps. So yeah, but I'm really happy with the result.
Congratulations. Second place is a good result. Henry Wheeler, our rookie winner, I think has already gone to the podium. So I'll hand over to Brian to go through some highlights of another brilliant race here in round 7.
Okay, thank you, Piers. I'm afraid we've got some news that is not going to impress Gianluca Tucciaroglu, and that is that he has picked up a penalty. And I think the news, we couldn't get it down to Piers in time for the interviews. Gianluca Tucciaroglu has picked up a 5-second time penalty and is thus shuffled down into second place. Matheus Ferreira will become the race winner. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from what has turned out to be a fairly controversial round 7 for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Look at this start. A pole sitter, Matheus Ferreira, thought it was all gone. What a move from Gianluca Tucciaroglu round the outside, but the race directors have decided he exceeded track limits. Milan Marchak, with maybe a championship in the back of his mind, had Matheus Ferreira breathing down his neck. He went very wide there, did not gain any advantage. Well, you could see that because that shuffled him down into third place. Great start from Frank Portehuis up into fourth place from his starting position. A lot of fighting going on, as is always the way. This was further down through the pack, and it was the spinning Luciano Martinez that brought out a full course yellow. When we got going again, Sebastian Freimut was the man on a mission. He found his way past Nikola Milkovic to start off with, and then set about the remaining cars. There at the back of the pack, Jelte Hofner, after a traumatic start to the race, was fighting his way back up from the very rear of the grid. And the 88 car of Henry Wheeler going wheel to wheel with rookie rival Jesse Polderdijk in the background. The other of the rookies, Levin Gelf, also in the championship hunt, although Wheeler wasn't. So Levin Gelf had picked up a penalty himself, but a great fight with Sebastian Schmitz that went on for many laps. And Levin Gelf, though, was eventually going to be classified quite a lot further back as a result of that penalty. Sebastian Schmidt making a very good debut. There was Jesse Polderdijk and Henry Wheeler. They were fighting for the win of the rookie race, and it would eventually go the way of the red, black and white 88 car, making it a clean sheet of paper for Henry Wheeler. He started 3 races and he's won the rookie race in all of them. At the front, Matheus Ferreira was keeping the pressure on Gianluca Tucciaroglu all the way to the checkered flag. He thought it was all gone, but as we've already discovered, after the checkered flag, the stewards have awarded that 5-second time penalty to Gianluca Tucciaroglu, which means that he is now in second place. So as the drivers there now just wait in the cool-down area, getting ready for their podium. There's Matheus Ferreira on the right-hand side in the orange and white, just shaking hands with Jesse Polderdyk. Right, let's head back down to Piers, who's waiting on the podium.
Thank you very much, Brian. Yes, and we're going to start with our rookie classification. Third place was Levin Gelf. Second place was Jesse Polderdyk. And our winner in the end was Henry Wheeler. Congratulations to the A-Works team with Katana Tools. Henry Wheeler taking the victory there. His second, good result for him in only his second race weekend in the championship. The national anthem of the United States of America to play now. Congratulations to our top three in the rookie classification. Now, by series organiser Lars Plato, third place, Levin Gelf for Ziebach Motorsport, second place, Jesse Polderdyk for Red Ant Racing, and our winner, Henry Wheeler, A-Works by Katana Tools. Henry will be very quickly leaving the podium as he's about to join our club division race. But an opportunity for a photo before we do that. Our top three in the rookies. Congratulations to those. Henry Wheeler, again, taking that victory. Next up, we have the overall classification, and that will be from the racer. A slight change to what was advertised as they came over the line, unfortunately, due to a post-race penalty. But no change for our driver in third place. The man of the year, the man that's taken 6 pole positions this season, our champion, the number 96, from the Netherlands, Milan Marchak. Second place was the driver that led over the line, but unfortunately a post-race penalty dropped him down 1 position for the Team 75 Motorsport, the German Gianluca Tucciaroglu. The pole position driver, the driver that's joined Team GP Elite this season, the 127 from Brazil, was our eventual winner, Matheus Ferreira. Congratulations, Matheus. And we will now have the Brazilian national anthem to celebrate this win. Brazilian. Oh, and Pro-Am, sorry, my mistake. Forgot the Pro-Am. Of course, our Pro-Am winner as well, Sebastian Schmidt. Sorry, everyone. That's my mistake. Sebastian Schmidt as well. Let's not forget Sebastian. A great race from him to win the Pro-Ams for the Katana Tools with A-Works team. And now the Brazilian national anthem for Matheus. Congratulations to our top 3 in the overall classification and winner, of course, in the Pro-Am classification. Our trophies being handed out by series organiser Lars Plato once again. Third place, our champion Milan Marchak, his trophy cabinet filling up very rapidly. Gianluca Tucciaroglu, who's set for a successful season, if anything like this race is to go by. And our winner, Matheus Ferreira, fastest in qualifying, eventually getting the win, keeping it clean. And of course, Sebastian Schmidt joining us for the first time this weekend. And all 4 of them stand on the top step of the podium to get the photo opportunity, mark this moment in history. A lot of smiles on that face. Matheus Ferreira, his first win. Milan Marchak, our champion. Gianluca Tucciaroglu, his first race with this team, his first podium this season in his first race of this year. A good season ahead for all of them. And Sebastian Schmidt, of course, as well. His first time in the championship. Sorry, Sebastian, I didn't mean to forget you, of course. Okay. It's okay. We'll remember you next time when you win later on. No worries, no worries. Well, that's it. That's the sport division, John. Round 7 of club division coming up next.
Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division next up on track for their penultimate race of the season. Just circling back to the Sport Division, what a race that was. And we said at the start of the day that we figured track limits were going to play a significant part in proceedings, and that's exactly what has occurred. And the club drivers will be very aware of that races can be won and lost in the steward's office. With the club division, well, we may well be crowning another champion in the Michelin Cup. It's between Javier Ripoll Jr. and Joel Monegro, with Monegro leading by 33 points. There are 50 points left on the table today, 25 of them in this race. In the overall championship, Joel Monegro leads Javier Ripoll Jr. by 67 points. And in the overall championship, there are 100 points on the table and 50 in this race. Daniel Lewis is still in the hunt as well. As a GT4 driver, he picks up the points in both the overall and the GT4 championship. He is 74 points adrift of Monegro and Javier Ripoll Jr. So it's going to take a fairly monumental effort from Javier Ripoll Jr. to take this championship, but as we've seen already, anything can happen and often does in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2026. It is the fourth season of this championship, and this is the closing weekend, rounds 7 and 8. At Portimao, we kicked off and Joel Monegro won back-to-back wins there. We also went to Estoril, where Monegro did back-to-back wins there as well. But it was last weekend, this time last week in Valencia, where he got a 5th place in the first race. In the second race, Javier Ripoll Jr. did absolutely everything he could. He threw everything at trying to wind in Joel Monegro to catch him and almost made it stick, but got it all wrong on the very last lap, the very last corner, and went off into the barriers. But was a very entertaining race, and it just summarizes what a great season we've had as we look at the very pretty looking safety car. We've seen that all race long. Had me confused to start off with. I thought it was in the actual race with the number on the door. Yeah, I quite fancy one of those in the driveway one day. It would be very nice, wouldn't it? Beautiful bit of kit. Porsche, who do a phenomenal job and promote racing around the world, all part of the Porsche pyramid. A lot of drivers come into Porsche Experience Center events where they learn to drive, they learn precision, they learn performance, they discover how to warm tires, how to accelerate, decelerate, how to drive. Then we have the track experience in the Porsche pyramid, where we have the race academies like Rennsport, we have mentoring, we have the GT track days, and then we move to the One Make series, which is where we are here. The likes of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany, Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, and Porsche Mobile One Super Cup. I was looking at the stats for some of these, and certainly from the perspective of Porsche Carrera Cup Germany has a reach of 2.4 billion households around the world. That is how many people love Porsche racing. I know a lot of people are watching Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. I know a lot of people watch us online as well on the Alpha live stream, on the YouTube stream, and I know a lot of people are commenting and cheering on, and we really value you watching us. So a big shout out while we have a pause in proceedings to all those people on the YouTube streams and around the world who are watching and cheering on. We hope you have enjoyed this season. We've loved having you along. We love your enthusiasm. I know we have people watching around the world, even well, certainly there's fans in Canada and Australia, and China has coverage. So really, really good to have you along, and I hope you've enjoyed the racing, and I hope you'll be back for season 5. I hope there'll be a season 5 in 2027. Above the One Make series, after Porsche Sprint Challenge and Porsche Carrera Cup, we move into GT Sport, the international stuff. And then above that, it's the factory racing. We've got Formula E. We've seen Porsche doing so much in the Daytona 24, Le Mans. Of course, Porsche, the most successful team in the history of Le Mans. And of course, it's a Porsche that won the DTM championship in the hands of Ian Guven last year, and that was a fantastic end of season as well. So yeah, it's been really, really good to see the Porsche pyramid, see drivers coming through that pyramid. This is all part of it. And here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, where the drivers are getting themselves up to speed, for many of them it's about getting track time. It's about getting that mileage in, as we now ride on board with, I believe that's Joel Monegro coming out, getting ready to come to the grid. But the drivers here who use this time over the winter to get up to speed, challenge themselves, and it makes a difference. We've seen it over the last few seasons of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We've seen drivers who have started off in this series, and then when their main series have started, often in March, April, they hit the ground running. They're up to speed. They are warmed up. They're ready to go. And it is an advantage. And it's a real plus. And we certainly encourage drivers to look at the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe as a warm-up for their season. Certainly next year, it really does give a leg up. They say summer wins are made in the winter. And when you arrive at the first event of your chosen championship and you've already had races under your belt, you're already up to speed, you've got used to that year's car, then you have that advantage over those competitors who have had a long, hard winter sitting in front of the telly. And we certainly, the drivers at the front of the field this year, we know they're going to feature in their various championships, and we've seen it last year. We saw Flint Schuring winning in the overall championship last year. He went on to win the rookie championship in Porsche Mobile 1 Super Cup and was a real player in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany right until the checkered flag. I look at the likes of Milan Marchak and Mathieu Ferreira, and I'm so excited about what's coming up for them. And of course, we've seen Marco Giltrap, we see Joe Warhurst, and Mathieu Ferreira. All these drivers, they are the ones that are going to be making the headlines in a couple of years' time. They're the ones we'll be watching in DTM, in World Endurance, in all the other categories, in Formula E. Really, really exciting to see these young talents coming through the ranks. Right, talking of another talent on the ranks, on the grid at the moment. Let's head back down to Piers Prior.
Brian, you flatter. You absolutely do. No talent around here, unfortunately, apart from the drivers on the grid. And with most talent qualifying, Javier Ripoll Jr., our double pole sitter, the man that took his first win in this championship just 1 week ago. He's been trying for so long. 2025 saw a season full of thirds. 2026, up until then, was a season full of seconds. So I'm going to jump on in. Yes. Javier, an opportunity, pole position. You've got the rolling start, so a little bit less jeopardy than potentially a standing start. How are you feeling right now?
Well, ready to the race. Hopefully we can keep it and we can get a gap, and then stay first the whole race. That's the idea. We need to wait for the guys in the back to start fighting to see if we can make some gap, and that's it.
It's simple when you put it like that. Get out in front, stay there.
Well, it's a big advantage being in first position on the inside, so let's see if we can manage to keep it.
Let's see indeed, Javier Ripoll Jr. for S1 Racing going from the inside of the first row. A reminder, this is a rolling start. We've just seen the sport division. Pole was on the left, 1x1 stagger. This is a 2x2 rolling start. The outside of the front row, second position, Bert de Hoos, as I'm told that's how you pronounce it. That's my best go at the Dutch pronunciation. Bert, front row. Javier alongside you. Clean run down towards turn one. What are you expecting this race to go like?
What I'm expecting, it will be a rough run in the first corner, but then I hope I'll be the first in the corner and run away.
Have you had any experience racing at this circuit before?
Sorry, once again?
Do you have experience racing at this circuit before?
Yeah, I did 2 times 24-hour race in the GT3 and 4 times in the TCR.
So quite a lot of laps around this circuit.
Yeah,
You know which way it goes.
I know the track. Only the chicane is out now, but yeah, let's see what happens. But I hope on a good result, of course.
Yeah, of course. You've got to get on with it in this one. 30 minutes plus a lap, not 24 hours though.
Yeah, but it is now pushing. The point for me is now to heat up the tires early, and then I can throw away. And that is the key of the race, I think.
Amazing. Bert, congratulations on a good qualifying session. Good luck in the race. Very easy to spot in the ID colours. Bright yellow, bright green, outside of row number 1. Our champion-elect, the man who has it all in his hands. He could be champion at the end of this race if he only makes up 1 or 2 positions. Can I jump in and grab a word with Joel? Joel, I was just saying where you couldn't hear me, it's in your hands. You can take the championship in this race. No matter what anyone else does, if you move at least 1 place forwards, we reckon you're champion.
Well, I have 2 hands, so I get 2 shots at it.
Well, you do quite literally have 2 shots at it. Although, won't be easy. The 2 drivers ahead of you, very, very quick in qualifying. Haven't seen the domination this weekend from you that we've seen at many other rounds. But can you do it in the race?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
What's going to be the secret to doing it in the race? What do you think is going to be critical?
You'll find out.
You always keep your cards close to your chest. Maybe that's why he's been so successful this season. Joel Monegro for track experience by Manthey. He's going from 3rd place inside of row 2. And Tarek Fahmy, the driver that we spoke to in the lunch break, a new driver to this championship. Not much racing experience, only a year or so. Tarek, it's a very vibrant outside of the grid, isn't it? These front 2 rows. How are you feeling on the grid now? I said I'd speak to you on the grid because you were looking very relaxed at lunchtime. It's crunch time now.
Yeah, definitely a bit more nerves, but I'm still relaxed. You know, I'm here to learn. It's first race in this championship, so there's a lot of great talent around me, so a lot to learn from them as well. No expectations, just do my best, try to have fun out there.
That sounds like a great outlook. I very much enjoy that. What things are you going to be concentrating on in this race?
Just trying to be consistent on the race pace, trying to be on the pace as quickly as possible, manage the tires. This is a track with a lot of degradation, so just manage the tires throughout the stint and hope for the best.
Hope for the best. Plan for the worst, hope for the best. Good luck, Tarek. Tarek, a new driver to this championship, new driver to racing in terms of overall experience. Tarek only with a year or so. A driver that we saw up and down the grid, Dean Bird, and we collared him in the lunch break. He probably doesn't want to chat to me, but I'm going to chat to him anyway. You're trapped in there, mate. You can't escape this time. Dean Bird and Dean, much higher up the grid this weekend. Yeah. Potentially, not as high potentially as maybe even should have been. So forwards, I suppose, is the goal.
Scruffy qualifying, and I'm still P5, so I'm confident we can mix the place up.
Well, scruffy qualifying, but you look very smart. The car looks very smart. So we'll see how it goes. What's your outlook in this one? Is it going to be come to you at the start, the end? What are you thinking?
I like to get it going quite early on, so make as many places up as I can, and yeah, go from there. P3 hopefully onwards.
We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. At least we know your plan. Dean Burden there from inside of row number 3, and alongside him the Juan of Krista and Andero. Krista is a driver that I have actually had a chance to chat to. Krista, nice to meet you. Is English okay?
English is fine.
English is great because I don't speak.
I expect you don't speak Swedish.
Sorry, say again.
I expect that you don't speak Swedish.
I don't speak anything other than English, as unfortunately, I wish I did, but here we are. Krista, pace very good in qualifying, a good introduction to the championship. How are you finding it so far?
I had a lot of traffic during qualifying. I expected better. I did a very good free practice, but I thought I would be in a higher position in the qualifying race.
So your race pace should be good then?
I'm starting on new tires, so I hopefully will have a good race pace, yes.
We did see that actually. You were the only driver that didn't do a double, as far as we're aware, didn't do a double run in qualifying. Was that tactical?
Yes, that was the tactic. But if it was good or bad, it's hard to say because I had a lot of traffic, as I said, in the qualifying. So we'll see how it goes. I will go out on good tires.
I suppose we'll find out if it was good or bad during this race. Good luck.
Thank you.
Krista Andero going from 6th place. Only one run in qualifying. So, you know, had less opportunity to put a lap down. Potentially why he's a bit further down than he was in practice. He was actually fastest, if my memory serves me correct, in the final practice ahead of this race. Peter Zander in the 199 K Kramer racing car is going to go from the inside, number 7. Can I grab a quick one, Peter? Peter, I quite enjoy the fact your car's on air jacks. All the other cars have to kneel on the ground. But how are you feeling ahead of this race?
I have a good feeling. I have a good qualifying. The car is perfect. I need I think I must have a little bit luck for the race, but the rest we see after the race.
You've done everything. Luck, I can't guarantee if it will go your way, but hopefully it does.
Okay, yes. We look.
Do you want me to flip a coin for you, or I don't know, rub a four-leaf clover, give you some extra luck?
I don't understand you, sorry.
I was just trying to think if there's anything I could do to give you some luck.
Yeah, all my family wish me luck, and my friends.
Who's watching you at home? Do you want to say hello to anyone?
Hello home.
Who's watching?
Drückt mir die Daumen. Vielen Dank für euch, fürs Zuschauen.
Well, there you go. Hopefully they'll bring you some luck from home. Lots of support, of course, on this broadcast. A driver, Levent Turkman, on the outside. I think he's in 8th place. Yes, he is. MDM Motorsport. Levent has been up there this season. Very, very strong results at times in the 77. He's had a number of top fives. Levent, used to seeing you a little higher than this. We're used to seeing you a little higher up the grid than this, but it's especially competitive this weekend.
Yeah, had a bit unfortunate quali this morning. I had a spin and couldn't get my mindset where it had to be. So I hope from now on it will be okay and I will show you a nice podium.
You've got a steely determination in your eyes. I can see it.
Yeah, but it's a difficult track, you know. I find it difficult to find my flow in here. But, you know, at race pace, the best in me comes up. So who knows?
Who knows? What makes it so tricky around here?
Quick, especially quick quarters, you know, like in Valencia, but the speed is higher. And I think especially turn 1 and 12 are buggering me. So I hope to get them straight now.
Okay, good luck in the race there. Apologies for the colourful language there from Levent. He's just, you know, he's getting himself revved up ahead of the race. I think that's about all we've got time for now. Great to hear from the drivers ahead of the race. Looking forward to what is probably going to be the most competitive race we've had this season so far in the club division. I'm going to hand back to Brian Oliver to talk us through the start of this round 7.
Thank you so much, Piers. That's another €5 in the swear box. Thank you very much. That could go with Jelter Hoffner's loan. Right, okay, brilliant stuff. The grid is starting to clear. You can't say we don't have any characters in these cars, can you? There's Alexander Dobic, poised and ready for action, down in 9th place at the moment. So he'll be wanting to move forwards from there. 9th has been his worst finish of the season so far. Of course, he's had 3 podiums, a couple of second places in Valencia last time out, and a 3rd place in Estoril. So he'll be quite keen to make up ground from that starting position. But it's so good to see these cars all lined up. Olivier Bertels for Belgium Racing. Piers was saying wouldn't be my choice of number. It stands out, doesn't it? So Olivier for Belgium Racing. You could see him just looking ahead, contemplating what is to come. The drivers all just psyching themselves up, getting themselves in the zone. The last thing they want is a camera in their face. Thumbs up, thank you very much. Hans Frisch for A-Works by Katana Tools, comes from Germany. And he has been a very welcome addition. 4th place has been his best result of the season so far. Somebody we haven't really mentioned, Makoto Haga from Japan for Team GP Elite. Has a GT racing career spanning many series, mainly Japan Cup series, but really welcome here on the grid, and a thumbs up from Makoto Haga. Great to have him here. And there is the 221 of Eric Santos, a driver who started on pole position on the first weekend. That'll feel like a little way away on this. He's 14th in this race, so the pole position in Portimao will feel like a bit of a distant memory, but he can do an awful lot from there. Some would say the pressure is off a little bit when you're further back down the pack, and you can just pick off the cars one by one. I make it sound so easy, don't I? So he can see all those cars in front of him between him and a podium. The grid now starting to clear as we look at the B driver, Tarek Fahmy, in the 42 car as well. And there we wait on board with Joel Monegro. I would say champion-elect. It's going to take something of a sensation for Javier Ripoll Jr. to steal this one away. That's a polite hand signal. He knows that we are watching him. He can see us on the screens, and he knows that we are very excited to ride on board with him. But it's not all over until it's over. And Javier Ripoll Jr. can still do this. In the Michelin Cup, he is 33 points behind with 50 points on the table. In the overall standings, he is 67 points behind with 100 points on the table. So it's all doable. The points are not paid out until they cross the finish line, and Joel Monegro will be mindful of that. We're also there with Dean Burden, who, for my money, gets entertainer of the day in Valencia, and possibly again already today. He said it was a scrappy qualifying session, and he still managed to drag it up to 5th place. I would have a wager on him possibly looking at a podium. The really impressive surprise of the day, Bert de Hoos. You can see him just up there in that green and yellow car on the left-hand side. He has been so rapid in the ID Racing car for Iris Dor, and of course, as already mentioned, the father of Emilie de Hoos, who we saw in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany last year. Dad saying, step aside, let me show you how it's done. Unlike the sport division, this will be a rolling start. So that's why the cars are not staggered on the grid. They will have a formation lap. They will be given the instruction to grid up on the latter part of that formation lap. The drivers are requested to pass through their grid boxes. You can see the white boxes painted on the track. They're not meant to break rank until they cross that big white start-finish line. The stewards don't like it if they fan out too early. And we have in the past seen races won and lost for breaking rank too early. And that's quite an important thing to take into consideration with rolling starts. So the formation lap now about to commence, that critical time to once again get the heat into the tyres and into the brakes. I don't think there's any rain in the air at the moment. Long may it stay that way. Although, as already mentioned, the GT4 runners would like it to chuck it down, because that is the great leveller. At the moment is Javier Ripoll Jr. on pole position, Bert de Hoos alongside Joel Monegro. The championship leader has Tarek Fahmy for company. Dean Burden from the UK has Krista Andero alongside him. Then it's Peter Sander and the very entertaining Levent Turpman. We won't tell you what he said about what he's going to do during the race. Alexander Dobic, Marcus Gratian are next up with Hans Frisch, Olivier Bertels. Makoto Haga, all the way from Japan, has Eric Santos for company. Then Jan Klingenberg and Kasper Hockerboom, a little bit disappointed with his qualifying. Daniel Lewis, the leading GT4 car, has Ernst Inderbitzen alongside him. Then it's Henry Wheeler, double duties, has Guido Schmidt for company. Anthony Vince, I believe, is a non-starter after an accident in practice this morning. Henry Wheeler, who we saw in Sport Division just now, he's going to have arms like Popeye by the time he finishes today, isn't he? Doing double duties, taking part in every single race. This one, it will be his 5th start, which should give him the 5 starts he needs for his international race license. I'm very excited to see what the young American driver will do from here. He has been very impressive indeed on the 4 races we've seen so far. As we ride on board with Joel Monegro, as laid back as it gets, keeps his cards close to his chest. We did try to prize information out of him, didn't we? And he's having none of it. Well, the first trick, get the heat in the tyres, and he's weaving as vigorously as the rest of them, generating heat into those Michelin slick tyres, the rest of the field behind. And they head up towards turn 10 now, and the instruction now being given for them to pull up side by side. As the series organizer looking on the big screen, you're on telly. Yeah, all right, yeah. Ooh, if you shouldn't be here, then hide. Thumbs up from all of them, and we say welcome along to Barcelona. We hope you are having a fabulous day in the Spanish sunshine. Yes, the sun is shining as we get ready to commence round 7 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. The penultimate race of the season. The cars looking majestic under the Spanish blue skies. The rain has gone away, and Javier Ripoll Jr. is looking to make amends for the last race in Valencia. But Bert de Hoos, what can he do from that outside front row? He has been looking like a man possessed ever since he turned a wheel for the first time here in Barcelona. Are you ready for this? Let's get ready to go racing. Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe, Club Division, coming out of turn 14, and we are go. Out along the pit straight they come, side by side, looking fantastic. Javier Ripoll Jr. with that nose in front as they head down towards turn 1. What is Bert de Hoos going to do? On the outside, keep an eye on Tarek Fakmi, making it 3 abreast for second place. Ripoll Jr. with the nose in front. Monegro just behind him on the inside. But the 42 car tries to sweep round the outside. Now Bert de Hoos coming back after what looked like a difficult turn 1. There are cars going left, right and centre. There's 2 into the barrier. This is going to surely bring out a caution. That looks like Alexander Dobik may have been one of the cars in there. Everybody continuing at the moment. If they can't get going, we will see some kind of caution. Not a great start for Bert de Hoos. We saw him going very wide, struggling to keep it on the track. No such problems for Javier Ripoll Jr. Joel Monegro in that second place. What a start from Dean Burden. Up into third place. We've got a yellow flag at turn 2 at the moment for the incident that we saw. Bert de Hoos coming back on the inside. Still no sign. Right, treble 2 as well. Jan Klingenberg stranded in the gravel. And I think we are surely going to see some kind of caution here, because I don't think that's going anywhere anytime soon. Having said that, he does spin it around, but we are going full course yellow. So that was separate to the initial incident that we saw. So on board with Dean Burden at the moment. Full course yellow is out. Cars instructed to reduce their speed to 80 kilometers an hour. You don't stand on the brakes, you just lift off the accelerator and drift back down to 80 kilometers an hour, trying to maintain the gaps they had. So we got a bit of work to be done just to clear the track up, but a lively opening lap of the race, the penultimate race of the season for Club Division. And there is Peter Sander. We saw him into the barriers. I thought Alexander Dobik looked like one of them. I might have been wrong there, though. They haven't crossed the timing beam yet, so I don't see the order of any cars. Always hard to tell from a distance who is what and where. Certainly, the cars at the front, no issues there. It was Ernst Inderbitzen, who was noted as being involved with Peter Sander. Looking to see whether there's any other indication. So it wasn't Dobik. So as you were, Dobik fans, it's not like me to make you panic, is it? So we're all good. And no other cars apart from the treble 2 of Jan Klingenberg that have issues. So 3 cars with those issues. So to summarise, on the full course yellow, Javier Ripoll Jr. leads the way. Joel Monegro in second. If the race finishes now, Monegro will be the champion. Dean Burden up into third place. A podium would be very deserved. He's looked like a race winner from the moment he stepped on track last weekend and indeed this weekend, but for some bad luck and wild rides. But now could potentially be in a position to win this race. He will be aware that Javier Ripoll Jr. and Joel Monegro have a championship to think of. He doesn't. He would like the biggest trophy available. He's probably got space in his suitcase and would love to take that back to the UK with him. So he will probably be more willing to get the elbows out than the 2 cars in front of him, and he will be aware of that as he is in that third place. Tarek Fakmi in fourth place, also looking good. Right, we're green again. So we're back to racing. Who's anticipated it well? Well, Burden's anticipated it reasonably well. There is second and first just ahead of him. They're well clear of Tarek Fakmi, who has not anticipated the start. Olivier Bertels in the treble 9 car. He's done a great start. He started down in 12th and he's up to 5th place. Bert de Hoos started on the front row. He's got a lot of work to do to get back up into a podium position. But Olivier Bertels, what a great start from him. And now Bertels starts to put the challenge onto Tarek Fakmi. So Bertels, man on a mission, the 999 car, sweeping around the outside, but he can't get it slowed down, or he can just. And now he has the position signed and sealed. So Fakmi is going to have Bert de Hoos breathing down his trumpet in a few seconds. as Bertels already puts space between himself and the 5th place car. So Bertels may well be up with the lead trio before too long. We've got 25 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this race, so plenty of time. Now Bert de Hoos lining up the 42 car of Tarek Fahmy in towards turn 1. We heard from Fahmy in the lunch break, very much new to this. There's Dobic, very much in this race, very much going wheel to wheel with Marcus Gratian. So Gratian in 7th place, soon to be 8th place, with Alexander Dobic trying to work his way past. In fact, Gratian has managed to hold on to that 7th place, so good job there. But Dobic certainly putting the pressure on as he tries to move up from that 8th place. Tarek Fahmy in 5th place, Bert de Hoos just behind. And look how quickly Olivier Bertels has broken clear of them. Now look behind that, Levin Turkman, Alexander Dobic. Also in there is the 83 car, Makoto Haga and Christopher Andero. So that's quite a scrap that's going on. That is for 7th place. At the moment, Levin Turkman is the one who's leading that battle. We've got a yellow flag at turn 3. The 718 car, I believe, of Marcus Gratian may have come to grief up on turn 3. So Marcus Gratian, he's just started moving again, so maybe it was somebody else. But we've got a yellow up at turn 3. We'll try and find out who that is while we focus on this battle. There's lots of it going on, and we are full course yellow once again. I think Bert de Hoos will know he's going to kick that place back. He'd just done his dive bomb just as the full course yellow came out. Has had to give that place back to Tarek Fahmy, and I think that was a very wise decision. So, full course yellow once again, an incident up at turn 3. But I'm not entirely sure who or what has caused that incident at the moment. Might be Hans Frisch. No, don't think it's him. I'm just looking to see who's moving and who isn't. Javier Ripoll Jr., certainly the race leader and with the fastest lap. Joel Monegro only needs to finish in 2nd place. There we go. It's the Molnar car of Marcus Gratian. So was Marcus Gratian, Portuguese driver. And my thanks to Burkhard Bechtel, who gave me some info on him. He was from Porsche Sports Cup Suisse. He was P6 in the 992.1 in the Manthey track experience car, along with Joel Monegro. He's also got LMP3 experience. So not ending well here, though. He's looks like he's in the barrier and out of this race. Certainly he's brought out the full course yellow. Dean Burden in that 3rd place can see the top step of the podium potentially. 2 cars ahead of him. How feisty is he going to get trying to get past Monegro and Ripoll Jr.? I have to say, the speed that Bertels was pulling on that last lap, he may well want to get Monegro behind him, because Bertels certainly looked very, very quick. We'll see how that shakes out. There is Bertels just in the background. That's your lead trio. And Burden ready. You just know his foot is poised over the accelerator, and as soon as that green comes out, we'll look to make the jump on Joel Monegro, knowing that Monegro needs to finish this race to get his championship put to bed. So there's Burden having a look to the outside, make sure Monegro knows he's there, and on board with Burden on the right hand side. I'm just waiting to see any indication we're going to go green. It's all very sudden. The drivers need to be on their toes. There's no just slacking out and waiting for it to come to you, because when we go green, they get at most 10 seconds warning, and then they've got to be on it. Races are so often won and lost on the restart after a full course yellow. We're approaching the 1/3 point of this race. It's been a little bit interrupted so far. More full course yellows than green flag racing is what it feels like, but we've still got 2/3 of it to come, and we've got potentially a championship to be decided. 1, 2, 3. What a great sight is that? The podium finishes at the moment, but what order? Are they all going to be there when the checkered flag falls? We got 20.5 minutes to find out as we get ready to go back to green flag racing. Not quite yet, still clearing the track. And you can just see Dean Birding is itching to get on it, isn't he? Javier Ripoll Jr. would be quite happy just to leave things as they are, because that would be a race win. Right, full course yellow is about to finish. Are you ready for this? We're on board with Dean Birding. Is he going to anticipate this well? In the next few seconds, we are about to get back to green flag. We are go. Here we go there. Birding has anticipated it well. He's on to Monegro. Monegro a little bit slow out of the blocks. Ripoll has also pulled away, so Monegro disadvantaged a little bit. Out along the pit straight they come, in towards turn one. Birding picking up his slipstream. Looks to the left, looks to the right. Is he going to make a challenge? Back to the outside again, in towards turn one. Monegro clearly driving with one eye on the mirror. Into turn one they come. Monegro in that second place. Dean Birding in third place. They're well clear of Olivier Bertels at the moment. But Bertels may well be making inroads into this trio. On board once again with Dean Birding. You can see how hard he is pushing. We know how hard he pushes. Now has a little peek to the inside of Monegro. Sees the opportunity of moving up a step on the podium. Monegro goes deep into the corner. The driver who has won all bar one of the races so far this season, being challenged for that second place. Javier Ripoll Jr., the only other driver to have won this season in the club division, leading the way, wants to make it a second win ever in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Monegro suddenly having to defend like mad. A gift for Javier Ripoll Jr. as he's able to break clear at the front to over a second. Now Dean Birding needs to get the job done. He needs to get it done quickly. He has a little look once again at Joel Monegro. They're up into turn 10, round to turn 11. Now into 12. He'll want to be as close as possible into 12, 13 and 14. Get a good exit at a turn 14, and he may well be in a position to challenge Joel Monegro out along the pit straight and into turn one. Not as close as he'd like to be, I don't think. Monegro giving it everything. Birding has to be careful to keep it within track limits. Right, out of 14 they come onto the pit straight. This is the opportunity for Birding. Is he close enough? Doesn't look like it. Monegro stretches his legs just a little. Meanwhile, Javier Ripoll Jr. records the fastest lap. Birding has a look to the inside into turn one. Is he going to break late? Is he trying to sell the dummy? Monegro has him covered off at the moment into turn one. Once again, round to turn two, they will come. So, things remaining as they were at the moment, but still plenty more to come. 17.5 minutes plus one lap of this race remaining. So that's the battle for second place. Joel Monegro, championship leader. If the race finishes now, he will be champion. Javier Ripoll Jr. can only lead, can only do all that he can from the front and hope for the best from behind. He will be willing, Dean Birding, to try and get past the 224 car and take the championship to the next round, the last race of the day later on. Now Dean Birding doesn't need much willing, does he? He's to the inside of Joel Monegro, has a nose in front briefly. Monegro with the late break into the corner. Holds on to that second place. Again, Dean Birding, never say die, never give up. Looks to one side, looks to the other, monstering the 224 car. Tucks back to the inside. Dean Birding giving it all that he has at the moment. Bertels is still well behind, so at the moment, you can see how hard Dean Birding is pushing into the corner. The back end struggling with adhesion. As he turns in, you can see the back end just sliding into turn 13. And around to 14, they come back out onto the pit straight. Birding looks to have dropped back a little on that lap. Not going to be in a position to challenge into turn one this time around. Ripoll Jr. continues to record fastest laps, 2.3 seconds clear of this fight now. Olivier Bertels behind them, 3.1 seconds back from this battle. Then we have Bert de Hoos moving his way back forwards, further back. More challenges going on from Krista Andero, running alongside with Makoto Haga. Andero to the inside. That was for 9th place. Haga has it covered off. So Haga in 9th place at the moment, but Krista Andero trying to move his way up from that 10th place. Our leading GT4 car, Daniel Lewis, sterling job, up into 13th place. Henry Wheeler in 14th place and second in the GT4s. reaching the halfway point of the race. There's Levent Turkman in 6th place. Tarek Fahmy, Alexander Dobic, all running nose to tail. Bert de Hoos has broken clear in that 5th place, sets about after Olivier Bertels. Full course yellow infringement noted. Well, that's an ominous sign to appear on the timing screen, isn't it? Doesn't say who, but we have a potential infringement under full course yellow that is under investigation. We'll keep one eye on that. Tarek Fahmy will keep one eye on his rearview mirror because Alexander Dobic is about to appear in his side mirror as well. He's challenged to one side, he ducks to the inside. Dobic still behind, now tries to go the long way round. Late braking into the corner, back on the power. Fahmy has him covered at the moment, but that 7th place looking more and more under threat into turn 13 and then round to 14 once again. And surely Dobic is going to make a challenge now out along the pit straight towards turn 1. It's Alexander Dobic versus Tarek Fahmy into turn 1. Advantage Fahmy in 7th at the moment, but now Dobic looks to the inside. Is he selling the dummy? No, he's not. He's late braking into the corner. The 42 car has the momentum round the outside, but now Dobic carrying the speed through the corner, pulls alongside Fahmy, just about clawing onto that position. 7th place at the moment. Turkman well clear of them up ahead. Still Fahmy holds on to 7th. Dobic's going to have to do it all again. The very pretty purple car, the 42, Tarek Fahmy, the driver from Egypt for B Drive. Holding off the 33 car, Alexander Dobic from Ukraine for Hadeka Racing. In fact, Alexander Dobic, not just from Hadeka Racing, he is the owner of Hadeka Racing. He's seen the sister car with Frank Porter, who was at the wheel in the previous race, and now he races a car himself. A 5-second time penalty has been awarded to car 30 for track limits. That's Guido Schmidt, who's down in 17th at the moment. So Guido Schmidt with a 5-second time penalty for exceeding track limits on turn 14. Everybody else running clean at the moment. Makoto Haga has had a disallowed lap, but no other penalty has been allowed. Right, first, second, third, running absolutely nose to tail out past the pits. Monegro has closed in on our race leader. We're on board with Dean Burden once again looking in towards turn 1. The brakes come on the Joel Monegro car. He's in that 3rd place at the moment, but just one little mistake and all of this could change in an instant. Dean Burden looks to have the pace. Can he do anything about it? He is now the quickest man on the track. Dean Burden with a 1:46.555 in 3rd place, but the fastest man on the track. Monegro has closed in on Javier Ripoll Jr. The first 3 all compressing at the front of the field. 1, 2, 3, nothing between them now. Burden putting the pressure on from behind. Javier Ripoll Jr. now feeling the might of Joel Monegro. Monegro, who tends to bide his time, wait for his moment. Ripoll Jr. needs to keep it focused, not make mistakes. Monegro knows if he makes a move on Javier Ripoll Jr. and it doesn't stick, Burden will take both of them. Burden is impatient. He looks to the outside, into the corner, ducks back behind the 224 car. In the background, Olivier Bertels has them in sight, but not close enough to get involved. Bertels once again late under braking into turn 10 and 12, and then round to 13. And then it'll be out onto the pit straight once again. We're on board with Dean Burden. We hear the whine of the transmission. And then onto the power. And it's full beans now out along the straight. Up to 265 kilometers an hour in 6th gear before the braking of turn 1. The 2nd gear corner. Ripoll Jr. has responded, opened up a bit of a gap, just under 8 tenths, but Burden is still the fastest man on the track. A warning flag has been shown to Alexander Dobic for a potential full course yellow infringement. So that might be something that could come back to haunt him when this race is done and dusted. No issues over the first three at the moment. No warnings hanging over any of them that I can see. Javier Ripoll Jr. started on pole position. It was his 4th pole position of the year. Looking for his 2nd win of the year. His main championship rival, Joel Monegro, just needs to finish where he is now to take the championship with 1 round to spare. But have you ever heard of a racing driver who is prepared to back off and just come home in 2nd? He wants the win. He wants to take the championship by winning this race. Ripoll Jr. will be getting tired. Will be focused on the road ahead, trying not to be distracted by those flashing lights from the 224 car behind. Monegro taking a tighter line through the corner. What has Dean Burden got up his sleeve? Has he still got some energy in those tyres? Ripoll Jr. goes deep into the corner. That's what Monegro was trying to make him do, trying to make him miss a braking point. Suddenly Monegro is looking more menacing than ever on Javier Ripoll Jr. Burden needs to be closer so that he can pounce if these 2 cars are running side by side. Ripoll Jr. gathers it all up again. The S1 racing car heads past the pits into turn 1 with less than 9 minutes remaining. Can Ripoll Jr. hold on for another 9 minutes? Can Dean Burden do anything about Joel Monegro? Meanwhile, Bert de Hoos coming back after a difficult opening lap. The fastest man on the track in 5th place, tracking down Olivier Bertels. The gap between de Hoos and Bertels is 2.7 seconds, so still plenty to come there. Burden almost with a nose alongside Monegro. Less than 8.5 minutes remaining. Now Monegro onto Javier Ripoll Jr. This is brilliant stuff. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. If any one of these drivers makes a mistake, it will be all over. Ripoll Jr. goes deep into the corner. Monegro now running side by side. Burden not close enough to take advantage of this. Monegro with a nose in front, but Ripoll Jr. coming back now. Here comes Dean Burden as well. 1st and 2nd running side by side. We almost go 3 abreast. Dean Burden is there as well. Monegro with a nose back in front. Ripoll Jr. fighting with all he has, but now Dean Burden getting involved as well. Dean Burden alongside Javier Ripoll Jr. The 2 cars side by side for 2nd place. Burden tries to take both of them, goes deep into the corner, drops back into 3rd place, and now Monegro in the lead. Meanwhile, Bert de Hoos is closing in on all of them, but our new race leader, Joel Monegro, Javier Ripoll Jr. drops back into 2nd place. Dean Burden made such a good attempt, but was unable to move forward from that 3rd place. What a spectacular battle between these 3 drivers. Respect given, space given. A wonderful battle. At the moment, Monegro now leads the way. He is just over 7 minutes away from a title, from a championship win. Now Javier Ripoll Jr. to the inside into turn 1 under braking. Can he get it slowed down? Not quite enough. Joel Monegro comes back, but Ripoll Jr. has the traction on the exit of the corner, retakes the lead. Monegro's going to have to do it all again. On board with Dean Burden once again in that 3rd place. He has the best view of this battle. He'd rather be watching it in his rearview mirror. Meanwhile, Olivier Bertels is closing in on both of them, and Monegro's gone onto the gravel. Joel Monegro, the race leader, into the gravel. Javier Ripoll Jr. drops back. Dean Burden takes the lead of the race. It was all looking so good with less than 7 minutes remaining. We'll need to see a replay to see what happens, but Ripoll Jr. is down to 3rd. Olivier Bertels holds it all together to go up into 2nd place. Just over 6 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. It's Dean Burden who leads the way from Olivier Bertels. We're not done yet. Javier Ripoll Jr. in 3rd. Bert de Hoos in 4th place. Levent Turman, Tarek Fakmi, Alexander Domek. Championship leader Joel Monegro in 8th place. So, all to play for still. You've got to get it to the finish line to get the points. Looking at the points standings now. So, 3rd place to Javier Ripoll Jr. If the race finished now, Joel Monegro with an 8th place. His only real plus from it is that Javier Ripoll Jr. dropped back as well. So, by my calculations, if the race finished now, it would be a 25-point lead for Joel Monegro in the Michelin Cup. So he would just clinch the championship if things remain as they are now, because Javier Ripoll Jr. dropped back. Right, let's have a look here at the replay. Burden looked to the inside. The two cars were running together. They just got together, heading into the corner. I think Monegro was trying to shut the door on Javier Ripoll Jr. I've seen no investigations flashing up, so the race stewards will be looking at that. They have more angles on that than I do, and they will take a look at that. Right, Javier Ripoll Jr. is back up with Olivier Bertels. So 4 3/4 minutes remaining. The championship still up in the air. Dean Burden leading the way, but he's got to hold on to it now for 4.5 minutes. Olivier Bertels has been man on a mission all the way through this race. Bert de Hoos is not too far behind as well. Probably a little bit too far to challenge. There he is at the top of your screen. But Javier Ripoll Jr., if he can get past Olivier Bertels, will take the championship to the last round. But he's got to get past him. And at the moment, Olivier Bertels looking the quickest of all of them. Dean Burden now, having been attacking for so long, is having to defend. He's got 4 minutes of this in the back end of the car. You can see he's losing traction. The tyres are crying no more. And now Bertels gets his nose in, and Dean Burden sees his lead disappear. He's down into second place. Olivier Bertels, Dean Burden just struggling for the grip, taking so much out of the tyres, getting to the front. And now Olivier Bertels leads the way. The 999 car crosses the line. What a spectacular race this has been. Good racing from all of these drivers. Meanwhile, Joel Monegro still down in 8th place. Javier Ripoll Jr. is not done yet. He wants to move up into that second place, get those valuable points. Burden goes deep into the corner. You can see that Dean Burden's tyres are absolutely shot on the number 56 Eden race car. Up ahead, you can see the leader from the perspective from Dean Burden. But Burden now more occupied with what's behind, and keep an eye on Bert de Hoos, who is closing in on all of them in that 4th place. But time is running out. 3 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this race. It could all change yet. Joel Monegro down in 8th place, having led the race briefly. Javier Ripoll Jr. in 3rd place, having led the majority of this race. Dean Burden in 2nd place, having briefly led this race. Olivier Bertels now leading the race for the first time and wants to keep it there for the next 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap to take a first ever win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Continuing to look at the points, 3rd and 8th, that's the two that we're looking at the moment. And if things remain as they are, I believe, and it is very much subject to confirmation, that Monegro will just about take the championship with 1 round to spare. But that is very much subject to confirmation by the various people who calculate these things. I think that he would just about do it. In terms of the Michelin Cup, I think it would be a 51-point gap, so he wouldn't be able to do it for the overall championship. So I think Monegro needs to try and get 1 more position to get this done and dusted before we head into the next round. It will be incredibly close. We're doing the maths here, but it's not all over. Nothing is to be assumed, because Dean Burden has now closed back in on Olivier Bertels. It looks like Javier Ripoll Jr. has possibly run out of grip in that 3rd place. He's dropped back, and if Bert de Hoos gets past Javier Ripoll Jr., it really will be game over for the championship as far... Oh, and he's gone straight on! Javier Ripoll Jr. goes wide onto the gravel. This could be his championship gone. Javier Ripoll Jr. keeps the power on, keeps it out of the barrier, but he's outbraked himself with a little over a minute plus 1 lap remaining. He rejoins in front of the 42 car, so he's actually only lost 1 position in doing that, but that might be critical when all is said and done. Clearly the grip is absolutely gone on those tyres. Olivier Bertels, what an astonishing race from him. He's come to the front of the pack and he now leads the way. Dean Burden with no pressure from behind now probably doesn't quite have the grip and the pace to get back to the front of the race, but a second place will be something of a reward for what has been a spectacular half an hour of racing. What a race it has been. There are now just 10 seconds remaining on the clock. I think Birtles is going to hit the start-finish line before the clock strikes 0. So it will be one more lap and then the +1 lap. So 2 laps in total remaining of this race. So there's a lot of investigations to be going after the race as well. But at the moment, Olivier Birtles leads the way. The incident between Javier Ripoll Jr. and it did say 224 Joel Monegro to be investigated after the race. So everything is going to be subject to confirmation here. Olivier Birtles, no investigations hanging over him, neither for Dean Burden that I can see. He has had a lap disallowed, Burden, but he hasn't picked up any penalties. So I think first and second are looking good. Bert de Hoos with the charge of the race, the fastest lap of the race, just 3.4 seconds back. He'd be happy if this race was twice as long because he'd probably win it. But as things are at the moment, it's Olivier Birtles who's leading the way with about a lap and a half remaining of this race, the penultimate race of the season. And we've had some great racing from the club division this season, but this one probably the best of all. What a battle for the lead. We've had so many lead changes, and Dean Burden wants to make it one more before the checkered flag comes out. Olivier Birtles looking solid in that lead at the moment. The gap was 0.614 last time across the start-finish line, a little over 0.6 of a second. We'll see whether Burden has taken anything out of it with 1 lap remaining. Has he got anything else up his sleeve on the final lap of the race? Well, he's taken a 10th out of the lead. Olivier Birtles not looking like he's been putting anything wrong at any point. Absolute perfect, but Burden does close up under braking into turn 1. Opportunities now slipping away. He'll have to find something that doesn't involve the pit straight, because the next time they arrive on the pit straight, there'll be a checkered flag waiting for them. This is the view from second place, 56, Dean Burden looking at Olivier Birtles. Birtles looking a little bit nervous into the corner. Is Burden going to try anything? With 3/4 of a lap remaining, less than that now, maybe 2/3. Olivier Birtles in the lead. Burden practically pushing him around that final lap of the race. Bert de Hoos a little bit too far back to challenge for a top step of the podium, but could get a 3rd place out of this. Burden is not done yet. You can see the pressure is still on. Birtles focused on what's ahead, not what's behind. On board again with Dean Burden. Time running out, heading in to turn 10 for the very, very last time and around to turn 11. And then it'll be just 12, 13 and 14. Olivier Birtles, a solid drive. He started in 12th place. He picked off the cars one by one. He kept out of trouble while everybody else was tripping over each other. And he moved to the front of the pack. He's got a back marker in front of him. He flashes the lights to tell Ernst Inderbitzen to move aside because he wants to see that checkered flag. It's going to be a win for Olivier Birtles. 2nd for Dean Burden. 3rd for Bert de Hoos. Then it'll be Levent Turtman. Now, Javier Ripoll Jr. in 5th place. And that's not going to be enough to take the championship. I think Joel Monegro will have done enough to take the championship with 1 race remaining. I'm just doing the maths. He's certainly got the Michelin Cup tied up. Just looking at the overall championship as well. And by my calculations, it's a double championship for Joel Monegro. The overall championship and the Michelin Cup championship signed and sealed with 1 race remaining. But boy, what a race that was. And the headline, Olivier Birtles takes the win for Belgium Racing. Fantastic. What a race. We're still waiting for Daniel Lewis to come home and take the win in the GT4 category. He had the GT4 title sewn up sometime back in Portimao. Jan Klingelberg next, then Henry Wheeler, who will be second in the GT4 category. But that's a race we will be replaying for a long time to come. It went the way of Olivia Birtles. That wasn't on anybody's bingo card at the start of this race. Dean Burden in second, Bert de Hoos in third, Levent Turkman, and then Javier Ripoll Jr. did everything he could, but it was fifth place. Alexander Dobic ahead of Tarek Fahmy. Joel Monegro wins the championship, but with an 8th place finish ahead of his sister car, driven by Eric Santos. Krista Andero in 10th ahead of Casper Hockerboom. Then Daniel Lewis winning the GT4 race ahead of Jan Klingelberg, second in the GT4s. Henry Wheeler, 14th overall. And they were ahead of Makoto Hagar for Team GP Elite. And then it was Ernst Inderbitzen, Guido Schmidt. Then we saw issues for Marcus Gratian and Hans Frisch early on in the race. Boy, that was fantastic stuff. Absolutely spectacular. This is why we love Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. What a race that turned out to be. I've got one eye on the timing screen to see if there's any penalties. Honestly, it's like a small novel reading the timing screens. A lot of track limit infringements and incidents to be investigated. But as far as I'm aware, nothing that is going to affect our race winner. Car 110 wasn't following race direction. That's Krista Andero, but certainly nothing involving the podium finishers. A little bit of damage on the front of the car. What do they say? Rubbing is racing. There was a little bit of rubbing in that, but on the whole, brilliant, respectful racing. And Olivier Birtles will climb from the car. Got the wrong number on his overalls. We don't mind about that. And I'm not sure even he was expecting that when he started that race. To remind you, he started in 12th place on the grid in a car that was identical to most of those around him, and he won. He kept out of trouble when everybody else was tripping over each other, and he just kept his head clean. Second place, Dean Burden. What a job he did as well. Has been looking quick both in Valencia and here in Barcelona. So close to taking a race win, but it wasn't to be. And the front row starter, Bert de Hoos. I really hope we're going to see some more of Bert behind the wheel of the ID racing car. He knows how to pedal a Porsche, doesn't he? There is Dean. I think he's knackered after that. Looked like very hard work. So into Parc Fermé they will come. And congratulations from the team at Belgium Racing. And I can see Piers there, and he's with our race winner. That was an absolute thriller. Let's hear from our race winner.
Olivier, 12th place on the grid, through to the win. That must be amazing.
It's amazing. It's a result I never hoped for, but they're first.
Amazing. Talk us how you managed to do it. What happened? How did you get through so many cars in the first few laps?
I had a quite good start, and then I was quite good at the traffic. So the traffic management was okay. The car was really okay. So
perfect. There you go. And you were pushed hard by Dean at the end there. He was right there.
Yes, but I won.
You did. Congratulations. And we'll let you go and celebrate with the team. Congratulations, Belgium Racing and Olivier Birtles from 12th on the grid. I'm really interested to see Dean Burden's opinion of that race. Dean, I mean, you never have a dull race, do you?
No, apparently not, no.
Right, so you were third, then you were in the lead, then you were second.
Made a mistake, yeah. First time leading, got the better of me. A couple of mistakes, got around me, but then I made the gap up, so I'm happy with second.
Second place, I mean, absolutely happy with second place. Still a great result. Pretty much pushing Olivier over the line, but so much went on in that race. Just talk us through some of those battles, especially with Javier and...
1 and 2 overshot, didn't they? And I was there just to collect it, and the right place, right time on it, I suppose.
Can you win the last one?
I'll give it a go.
You always do.
Give it a go. I'll give it a go.
Dean Bird in their second place, and our third place driver, Bert de Hoos, is over here. Bert was a driver that, again, was up, down, round in the order. Bert, dramatic race for you there. Up and down the order, all over the place, but still a podium.
Yeah, it was a little bit of luck. I destroyed completely the start. That was not good.
But
what I can say.
Say again?
That was not good. That is all what I can say about it, because that is not how you want to start a race.
But hey, it's one of those things. You still managed to get through it mostly unscathed.
Yeah, okay, but it was a little bit of luck that two in front of me goes off, and still a podium. But not deserved.
Still a podium. Well, no, it was still deserved. You had to be at the right place at the right time. Bert de Hoos, third place. Congratulations. Yeah. We're now going to hand back to Brian Oliver to walk us through, which I'm calling it now, most dramatic Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division race of all time.
Yes, I agree, Piers. You're on the money there. That is one I'm going to need to rewatch a few times over. We've been a little bit just reserved about declaring champions yet, just because there are a few stewards' inquiries underway. But let's have a look back on what was possibly the race, best race ever in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. It was all wild from the word go, wasn't it? Bert de Hoos, you hear him beating himself up there about that start. He was somewhere in downtown Barcelona trying to get back on the track. He did regather it up. Olivier Bertels, nobody had him on their radar. Look at him there, just sneaking away. Of course, the first caution came out. We had cars everywhere. Jan Klingenberg was one into the gravel trap, one of many. Dean Burden was man on a mission, and he's like, championship leader, I don't care, I'm coming past. Joel Monegro was feeling the full might of the Eden race Porsche. Further back, everybody trying to pick up those points, pick up those positions. There you saw Makoto Haga also having a good race, and a good start from Tarek Fahmy, but Alexander Dobik, he was trying to recover from what was a tough qualifying session. Krista Andero was the driver going head-to-head with Makoto Haga, but it was the battle for the lead that was sensational. These three glued together, it felt like a grenade that was waiting to go off, and it did go off. Ripoll Jr. Monegro running side by side for much of the race. Dean Burden fancying three abreast at one point, not scared to get involved, and then keeping out of the way here. Very wise when the two cars do eventually get together. A little bit of contact between Ripoll Jr. and Monegro, and that's something that the stewards are looking at. Dean Burden was there just looking to the left and to the hungry, I think is the word. That was that moment where Monegro is speared off into the gravel. That is the moment where the race stewards are taking a look. I don't think there's going to be anything that will steal away a championship. Monegro has probably done enough to get it done, but this race was still raging on. Suddenly, it was Bertels versus Burden, and we didn't expect that. It was Olivier Bertels who came out in front, and Burden had to put the pressure on to try and come back, and then the moment when all the Ripoll Jr. fans' hearts sank and we saw him disappearing off of the gravel. He kept it going, was able to come back, but it wasn't going to be enough. And then out of the final corner, Olivier Bertels saw that checker flag, took that win, and celebrated what was one of the races, best races we've seen ever in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We've seen some crackers over the years, but that one is up there with the best of them. Piers is over on the podium now and getting ready for our podium ceremony.
Wow, what a race that was. The round 7 of the Sport Club Division of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And we now have the podium, and we'll start with our third place driver. The driver that was surprised to make it there, the driver for ID Racing from the Netherlands, Bert de Hoos. Bert de Hoos. Come on, Bert. It's your podium time. He's grabbing his water. Bert de Hoos, everyone. Third place for the ID Racing team, the number 7. The driver in second place for Eden Motorsport was Dean Burden. But our eventual winner, just about, the 999 from 12th place on the grid, Olivier Bertels. Congratulations, Olivier, and congratulations to the Belgian racing team. And we will also have our GT4 winner once again from England for race car consultants, Dan Lewis. Congratulations, Dan, and our top 3 in the club division. We will now have the Belgian national anthem for Olivier Bertels. Congratulations once again to our top 3. The podiums and the presentation of the trophies will be from Series Coordinator Lars Plater and Jose Luis Santamaria, Managing Director of the Circuit of Barcelona, Catalonia. 3rd place trophy going to Bert de Hoos for ID Racing. Congratulations, Bert. Handshakes for all of our top 3 and our GT4 winner. 2nd place trophy handed out by Series Organiser Lars Plato. That goes to Dean Burden. And then once again, Jose Luis Santamaria, Managing Director of Circuit Barcelona Catalunya, will hand out our winning trophy to both of Olivier Bertels in the Michelin Cup and also Daniel Lewis in the GT4s. They raised the trophies aloft. An unexpected win for Olivier Bertels, but a win nonetheless. He'll take it and add that to his trophy collection. We'll gather our top 3 and our GT4 winner on the top step of the podium now for their photo opportunity. This is potentially a top 3 that wasn't predicted by many ahead of this race. But what an incredible race we have just witnessed for round 7. And we're hoping for even more brilliant racing in the next event as well. We're going to ask camera operator James to go to the right-hand side so we can get a photo, as the camera from down there is going to get all of the top drivers on the podium. But they've still got one more race to go. That's coming up this afternoon. But before then, we have round 8 of the sport division. We are looking forward to seeing how that one ends. We've already crowned our champion in the sport division, but still plenty more to race for. Close racing, tight battling, and I'll hand back to Brian, or well, in a moment we'll be handing to Brian, but just stay away exactly where you are for the final race of the sport division. That's coming up next.
This is it, everybody. It's been emotional. We've had 7 rounds of the sport division for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and we have just 1 round remaining. 1 race, 30 minutes plus 1 lap of their season remaining, and we ride on board our brand new champion, who takes the trophy over from Flint Schuring, Milan Marchak. The clouds up above look a little bit menacing. There's some blue sky up there as well. But Milan Marchak now coming round to take his position on the grid, having secured the championship with 1 round remaining. Walter Burkamp's Marco Giltrap not here this weekend, so not been a great deal of pressure from Milan, but he would love to go out on a high. We had a controversial first race. We saw Gianluca Tucciaroglu crossed the line first, but he picked up a penalty for exceeding track limits. And it was the pole sitter, Matheus Ferreira, who started on that pole position, funnily enough, who inherited that lead. Ferreira starts on pole position again with the new champion alongside him. Gianluca Tucciaroglu will be starting in 3rd place. But he's got the very rapid Alex Ryman, another driver who fell foul of the stewards. So Ryman and Tucciaroglu both with a point to prove. Behind them will be Theo Elenis and Jelte Hofner. So once again, it's an embarrassment of riches on the grid. So much talent at the front. Ferreira will be mindful of the fact that he didn't have a great launch at the start of the previous race and will want to finish off this part of his season and get ready for Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany in the best way possible by getting a good start from that pole position and for leading every lap of the race. Easier said than done, particularly when you have a brand new champion in the shape of Milan Marchak nibbling at your heels or indeed alongside you. There's going to be a lot of tension at the start as these cars head in towards that first turn. Right, let's head back down to the grid where Piers Pryor is waiting for us.
Thank you very much, Brian. We haven't got long, so I'm going to jump in quickly and get the interviews done. The 3-minute board has already been called. So we look ahead to the final race of the season, and the driver on pole position for that final race was the eventual winner of round 7. Matthias, I suppose you want to win this one on the road?
Yeah. I'm happy we won that one because he got a penalty, but I really want to finish the championship with a win in the track.
You said to me after the race, you know what you have to do in this one, so we'll look forward to seeing how you get on in this one. Pole sitter, GP Elite. That is Matthias Verheere, the driver that's been on pole position for 6 of the 8 rounds so far. Second place in this one, and our champion, Milan Marchak. Milan, champion already, one more race to go. What's on your mind?
Yeah, it feels great to be the champion, of course. I'm very happy. And now I hope we can finish another great job in race 2. Because, it will be very great.
It would be good to end the season as champion with a win.
Yeah, I hope we can get a win here, and we'll do everything we can, and we'll see what happens.
We will see what happens. Well, the 1-minute board has been shown already. The grid is starting to be cleared. One more race to go in the sport division, and that's coming up next.
Brilliant. Thank you, Piers. Nice quick grid ball there, wasn't it? So there you can see we're getting ready for the 1-minute board to be shown, and we will then be on the final formation lap of the season for the sport division on what has been a classic season. We say it every year, but it always is. The Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe just always delivers, and this year has felt like just epic racing. I can't think of a single race there's been anything less than a thriller, and this could top them all. Matthias Verheere, Milan Marchak, Gianluca Tucciaroglu, Alex Ryman, 4 of the real young, talented, up-and-coming superstars of Porsche Cup racing, all with something to prove. Nobody is thinking about the championship. Everybody is thinking about the podium and a trophy. It's elbows out racing. This is it. A chance just to go for it with no championships to think of. We still do have the rookie championship, and Henry Wheeler is the rookie pole sitter, 13th on the grid. He's not in the rookie title fight, but Jesse Polderdijk certainly is. He starts 16th, and Levin Gelf starts in 19th place. So they will be battling it out for that rookie title as we come into this race. Unofficially, because it hasn't been confirmed by anybody, but I believe that Polderdijk leads Levin Gelf by 13 points. So he is very much in the strongest position, and Gelf is really going to need Polderdijk to have something of a howler to be able to take this one in the final round. So very much advantage Polderdijk. That is the only championship that we are watching in this race, because everything else has been decided. And it's sometimes when you haven't got a championship to be fought for that you see the really good racing, because finishing 4th is, well, finishing 2nd is the first loser. Finishing 4th is just invisible. Matthias Verheere starts on pole position. Milan Marchak alongside Gianluca Tucciaroglu has Alex Ryman alongside him. Theo Elenas, it's Est1 Racing running together once again. Jelte Hofner there. Also, David Duoc and Sebastian Freimuth. That is the first 8 on the grid. Keep an eye on Frank Portehuis and Joe Warhurst. They are 9th and 10th ahead of Nikola Milkovic, Max Mutschlechner. Henry Wheeler, the pole sitter for the rookies, has Nick Ho alongside him. Then Luciano Martinez, rookie points leader. Jesse Polderdijk is 16th on the grid. And then in 17th place, it's Sebastian Schmidt, Nick Hunter and Levin Gelf, with a lot of work to do if he wants to take this rookie championship. It is the final race of the season for the sport division, round 8 of an 8-round season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We've got the club division coming up later, but before all of that, the final race for the sport division. And we once again ride on board with Frank Porte, who is in the Hadeka racing car, generating the heat in the tyres and in the brakes, getting everything up to temperature. Remember the track limits issues. That could be an ongoing saga. It determined the winner of the last race. It could so easily be the case again here. And of course, we have that standing start. We've got that 579-meter run up to turn 1 from the start-finish line into turn 1, where an awful lot can happen. And an awful lot did happen in the last race. So that is going to be a really tense moment, and that's going to be coming up in just a couple of minutes' time as the cars now get to the end of their formation lap. There's Gianluca Tucciaroglu. Sometimes when you get a penalty, it can really boost you on. A bit of red mist never hurt anybody. And I get the feeling that Gianluca Tucciaroglu will be wanting to beat the two cars in front of him into that turn 1. The start is going to be critical here. So we look down from above the garages, looking at what is a very unique podium here at a circuit where Formula 1 cars were testing just a couple of weeks ago. And now Porsche Cup cars are showing everybody how it's done. And they look majestic. We're not expecting any rain. The sun is poking through. So hopefully it's dry now to the end of the season. Everybody comes into their grid boxes for the very last time, and the man on the left-hand side of your picture will wave the green flag to say that all is good. We are ready to go racing for the final round. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division is go. It was a car that was rolling a little bit prematurely towards the back, but our eyes are at the front. Mathieu Ferreira with a great start. Alex Ryman up there as well, but Milan Marchak, not the best of starts for him. He's got the inside line of Mathieu Ferreira into turn 1. The two cars briefly running side by side. Look at Gianluca Tucciaroglu in there as well. We said that opening lap would be critical. Tucciaroglu going very wide through the first couple of corners. So everybody's made it, but a controversial start. Milan Marchak back up into second place. Alex Ryman there. Tucciaroglu there as well. Jelter Hoffner. Everybody's made it through those first few corners. I think it might have been Nikola Milkovic that was a little bit eager out of the blocks at the start of the race. But Mathieu Ferreira, the pole sitter, back to the front and leading the way. Milan Marchak in that second place. Everybody's scrapping, running 3 abreast towards the back of the pack. Keep it within those track limits. On board with Frank Portehues as he challenges with Nick Ho. So not a great start for Frank Portehues at the moment, trying to fight his way forwards. Suddenly Marchak looking under pressure from Alex Ryman, who has been looking like someone possessed all day long. Several cars going wide out of the corner, picking up the dirt, throwing it into the air. Jelter Hoffner to the inside of David Duoc. So that is for position out on track. There is first, second, third, fourth. The leader having broken clear a little bit. Duoc looking fairly scruffy. Around the corner he comes. Jelter Hoffner also falling back into the clutches behind. Theo Elenis is up there as well. Everybody trying to take advantage of the cars being so bunched together. Out onto the pit straight we come once again. The cars cross the beam. It's Mathieu Ferreira who leads Milan Marchak by just over a second. Jelter Hoffner on the inside line in the background. Sebastian Freimut there on the inside of him as well. Freimut in that 7th place, but Hoffner sweeping round the outside, stealing that 7th place away. Now Freimut coming back. Nick Ho just behind there. Joe Warhurst as well in that 10th place. We're on board with Joe Warhurst in the thick of the action. He can see Nick Ho just in front of him. So there, Milan Marchak in second place, Alex Ryman in third, Gianluca Tucciaroglu in fourth. Tucciaroglu looking feisty in that 4th place. The start is under investigation. No surprises there but nothing has been issued in terms of penalties. There's Joe Warhurst going out wide in the number 17 car. He moves up past Nick Ho into 9th place. Next up the road will be Sebastian Freimuth in the silver car. We're on board with Joe Warhurst now. He can see 8th place up ahead of him. So there, Nick Ho in the McDonald's car. Max Mutschlechner just behind him as well, in a different car than what he was in last time. As a result of that incident, to the inside he goes though, under braking to the inside, but can't get it slowed down. Mutschlechner goes deep into the corner, lets through a whole handful of cars, including Frank Portehuis. So he's going to have to do all that hard work again, getting it all wrong under braking. At the front of that queue is Nick Ho. Joe Warhurst has broken clear in 9th place, sets about after Sebastian Freimuth. Jelte Hoffner up ahead of them. Fastest lap, Mateusz Ferreira, the fastest man on the track. As predicted, Nikola Milkovic is under investigation for a jump start in the Treble 1 car. He's down in 11th place at the moment. Gianluca Tucciaroglu now with a challenge on Alex Ryman. Makes fairly easy work of it, but can he slow it down? He's gone wide through the corner, so Tucciaroglu may well need to give that position back. He got the job done, but he couldn't get it slowed down. All of this playing into the hands of the lead duo. At the moment, Tucciaroglu has that 3rd place, but he did go very, very wide. Will the instruction be given for him to give that place back? At the moment, Ryman is going to get the job done on the track. So Ryman challenging Tucciaroglu to the inside, into the corner. In the background, David Duoc also trying to take advantage of these two cars getting together. Theo Ellenis in there as well as Jelte Hoffner. Brilliant stuff, running side by side. Tucciaroglu, Ryman has the place back. Tucciaroglu tries to come back at him. In so doing, almost opens the door for David Duoc in the 69 car. So, advantage, the 28 of Alex Ryman at the moment. Look at this, scrapping for positions. Again, Tucciaroglu trying to come back for the last of the podium positions, but in so doing, leaves himself vulnerable to Duoc. So, David Duoc in the 69 car. The two cars make contact with each other. They both head off into the gravel. Surely that's going to be podiums out of the window. Tucciaroglu drops all the way back. Duoc's able to regather it, get together. But we saw the two cars bouncing off each other. Into the gravel they went. And suddenly that fight is over. Theo Ellenis takes advantage of all that's gone on around him. So S1 Racing running in 3rd and 4th place. Milan Marchak now the quickest man on the track. David Duoc now challenging Theo Ellenis. No, it's Jelte Hoffner, beg your pardon, challenging the 27 car, Theo Ellenis. So this will be for 4th place. Hoffner gets the job done fairly well, but can't get it slowed down on the corner. Now Ellenis coming back at Jelte Hoffner as well. Sebastian Freimuth in the background of that battle. Our race leader, Mateusz Ferreira, has nearly 2 seconds. Then it's Alex Ryman, and then it's Milan Marchak, then Alex Ryman, then this battle here. Jelte Hoffner, Sebastian Freimuth, Theo Ellenis, Joe Warhurst, picking them off one by one. He's up to 7th place. Nick Ho, though, challenging as well. To the inside goes Joe Warhurst, never scared to get stuck in. To the inside of Theo Ellenis he goes. Ellenis thinks about closing the door, but Joe Warhurst has the job done. Now Sebastian Freimuth next up the road. Great job from Joe Warhurst up into 6th place. Now Sebastian Freimuth will soon feel the might of Joe Warhurst behind him. Freimuth in that 5th place. Joe Warhurst in 6th, now defending from Theo Ellenis. Had nothing he could do about the young Brit challenging him, because now Theo Ellenis has Nick Ho challenging him in turn. Ho has a little look to the outside of the 27 car. Brilliant racing here in the sport division. Our race leader, Mateusz Ferreira, almost 2 seconds clear of Milan Marchak, the new champion. Then Alex Ryman in 3rd place, the last of the podium positions. But Jelte Hoffner going like the clappers. Car 66 has been noted for leaving the track and gaining an advantage. That's Gianluca Tucciaroglu. No surprises there, but he's all the way down in 17th place. Any chance of a podium looks to be gone. In the rookie race, it's Henry Wheeler who leads Jesse Polderdijk and Levin Gelf. If the race finishes now, it will be Jesse Polderdijk who will be crowned the rookie champion. Our focus, though, At the front on this enthralling battle for 5th place, Sebastian Freimut in the silver number 31 car. Joe Warhurst, we're on board with him now, tracking down the German driver up ahead of him. Behind, Theo Ellenas doesn't look to have the pace to stay with Joe Warhurst. He has his own issues with Nick Ho tracking him down. Nikola Milkovic is there as well, but under investigation. We've got a yellow flag at turn 3. And it's Luciano Martinez into the gravel. And this is surely going to bring out some kind of caution. Either a full course yellow or a safety car, because he is not going anywhere. You can see the splitter at the side of the car. The hazards are flashing. And what has been a fairly torrid day for Luciano Martinez gets worse. Safety car is out. It's going to be a safety car to remove this stricken machine that is in the gravel trap. It means the field is going to be completely bunched up. The 2.2 second lead that Mathieu Ferreira had will disappear to nothing as the safety car comes out on track. This is really what we need to finish off the season. Everybody bunched up once again. We said this was going to be a thriller to finish the season, and what a thriller it's turning out to be. We're just approaching the 1/3 distance of the race, and the safety car is out. So, Mathieu Ferreira will join behind the number 3 car on the track there, with Milan Marchak. An opportunity for him. Alex Ryman. Alex, who has yet to finish on the podium this season, and surely must think he's in with a good shot here. Ryman, who was the Pro-Am champion in 2024 in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, has been in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux over the last couple of years, and must fancy the opportunity to take home some silverware at the last race of the season. So on board once again, Milan Marchak, of course, with the speeds massively reduced. A lot of weaving to keep the heat in the tyres. Make sure that everything stays in the window. Quite hard work when you're circulating at a significantly reduced speed. They head past the stricken Luciano Martinez car in the gravel, which is being retrieved. Going to take a few moments to get that removed, but the field now all bunched up. This is going to be an absolute grandstand finish to the season. In the rookies, it's still Jesse Polderdijk, who has the championship in his hand with a second in the rookies. Levin Gelf in third. Henry Wheeler continuing his march to try and win every rookie race he's ever started. He's got his 5 races now under his belt. We saw him in the club division earlier on. And now Henry Wheeler should be able to get his international racing license. Very excited to see what happens with him in the future. Everybody else just taking stock. So it's our chance to do the same. It's Mathieu Ferreira who leads the way. Milan Marchak, Alex Ryman, Jelte Hofner, keep an eye on him in 4th place. Sebastian Freimut, Joe Warhurst is not done with 6th place. Theo Ellenas in 7th. Nick Ho in 8th. Nikola Milkovic with a potential jump start over his head. And Frank Portehuis rounding out the top 10. Then Max Mutschlechner, David Duoc in 12th. Then we've got our 3 rookies, Henry Wheeler, Jesse Polderdijk and Levin Gelf. Incident between 66 and 69 noted. So that's David Duoc and Gianluca Tucciaroglu. Also incidents between 87 and 912. So that's Nick Hunter and Sebastian Schmidt. So once again, our race directors have got plenty on their plates. They're going to be looking at videos into the night, I should think. That is the Luciano Martinez car wheeled off. The Argentinian driver, not the end to the season that he was looking for. Had a very traumatic first race today, and his second one equally traumatic. And not the way he wanted to end his time in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. But will no doubt take stock and come back stronger from it. And with the track clear, I would expect to see notification of the safety car in this time around, unless there are any other issues. At the moment, the field is just heading up towards turn 1 and 2. And that car now back to safety. So it'll be time for a safety car restart. And when the indication is given, Matheus Ferreira will back the field up. He'll allow the safety car to disappear into the distance, and he will try and back the pack up. The lights will go off on the safety car before all of that. That'll be the indication to Ferreira, the confirmation. And then Ferreira will want to try and get the jump on Milan Marchak. It'll be up to Ferreira when he wants to go. But he must not overtake the safety car, clearly. And nobody can overtake him until they get to the start-finish line. And he'll want to try and catch Milan Marchak snoozing and get a gap between himself and second place. Marchak will see this as an opportunity to get past his Brazilian rival and get to the front of the field. It will be interesting, and confirmation, safety car is coming in on this lap. So in about 4 corners time, the lights will go off on the safety car, and that will be the indication for Matheus Ferreira to drop back and allow the safety car to get into the pit lane. And then it will be about 16 minutes plus 1 lap of the season remaining. Anyone who wants to predict the 1, 2, 3, hold on to your horses, because it ain't over till it's over. Lights are off on the safety car, and now Matheus Ferreira becomes the de facto safety car. The cards are in his hands. Milan Marchak will see this as an opportunity. Ferreira backs the pack up. Everybody focused, nose to tail. Look at them. No gaps between them. The first 3 absolutely tucked up together. Jelter Hoffner in there as well. They're heading towards turn 11. Milan Marchak almost pushing Matheus Ferreira around there. Alex Ryman must see this as an opportunity to try and win this race. They're all poised, ready, just waiting. Look at this, Matheus Ferreira is waiting for as late as he wants to. It's his decision when he hits the accelerator. Joe Warhurst is looking impatient. Now Ferreira on the accelerator. He is motoring it around turn 14, out onto the pit straight. Marchak sees a gap open up in front of him. Is he going to be able to challenge into turn 1? Ryman there as well. Hold on, everybody. We're heading in towards turn 1. Alex Ryman with a look to the inside of Marchak. Jelter Hoffner there as well. Sebastian Freimuth, Joe Warhurst, Theo Ellenus, Nick Ho. They're all chomping at the bit as they head around turn 2 and turn 3. The final 14.5 minutes of the season. On board with Frank Porte, who is in the number 22 car. He's down in 10th place at the moment. The challenge for second place is on. Alex Ryman looks to the outside of the new champion, Milan Marchak. Not able to make anything stick at the moment. Henry Wheeler leads the way for the rookies, but look at this for second place and 3rd and 4th and 5th and 6th. Matheus Ferreira has opened up that gap at the front at the moment, about 0.4 of a second. Milan Marchak is having to focus on defending rather than attacking. Alex Ryman sees an opportunity to move up a step on the podium. Jelter Hoffner is not done yet either. 13 3/4 minutes of the season remaining for the sport division. Hoffner puts a wheel onto the dirt, regathers it up. In the background, Nick Ho looks to the outside of Theo Ellenus. Joe Warhurst trying to find a solution to get past Sebastian Freimuth up ahead of him with the cars all nose to tail. It means that if you make the challenge and it doesn't stick, you could get railroaded to the back of the pack. The warning flags have been given for track limits to Milan Marchak. So the 96 car with a warning for track limits. Also the same for Nick Hunter, but he's into the pits anyway. Out onto the pit straight we come once again across the start-finish line. The gap between first and second, 0.855. Alex Ryman very much in shot of the lead as well. Everybody in towards turn 1. Theo Ellenus now moving to try and break the slipstream from Nick Ho and to keep that position around turns 1 and 2 and into 3 we come. Ferreira back in control. Milan Marchak in second, but under pressure from Alex Ryman. Ryman to the inside, has a look, tucks back in behind. Jelter Hofner is not going to need many more invitations to make his move. Sebastian Freimut, never one to back off, is also there as well. Keep an eye on Joe Warhurst. He has made good progress already in this race. The leader breaking clear, but second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, all running absolutely nose to tail. So Ferreira with that lead. Marchak doesn't look to have the kind of pace that he's enjoyed at the previous rounds. He's got the championship signed and sealed, but he'll want to finish on the podium as he prepares for his season ahead in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. In the background, just saw David Duoc having a little look to the inside of Frank Porte-Hues. That would be for 10th place. But this, the fight for second. Still Milan Marchak, focused, not one for making mistakes, but doesn't seem to have the pace of Matheus Ferreira, who has disappeared off into the distance. It was 0.855 last time around. I think it's going to be quite a bit more than that this time around as he crosses the line, almost picking up a second. It was about 9/10 of a second last time around, so 1.7 is the gap between first and second. So Ferreira looks to have the pace at the moment. Marchak looks to be struggling. Is he carrying any issues with that car? Nick Ho in 8th place has Nikola Milkovic pressuring him around the corner as well. Back on board with Joe Warhurst in 6th place. Sebastian Freimut just ahead of him. Here we come again into turn 4 and around to turn 5. Everything as you were at the moment, but it could all change in the blink of an eye. There's Frank Porte-Hues and Nikola Milkovic. So Hues is through into 9th place. Milkovic trying to come back though. Frank Porte-Hues sliding the car sideways as they run side by side. David Duoc in there as well. Fancy's trying to get past both of them on the outside of Nikola Milkovic. The dust rises up as a wheel clips the gravel, weaving as much as he dare. In the background, the number 16 car, Max Mutschleckner, in 12th place at the moment, but it could all change in an instant. Everybody so close together, everybody fighting for every last point. There's David Duoc in the 69 car in 11th place. Frank Porte-Hues in the 22 car in 9th place. We'll be disappointed with that. Nikola Milkovic trying to get that position from Frank Porte-Hues. So the 22 car, we're riding on board with him briefly. Out onto the pit straight we come once again. Gianluca Tucciaroglu down in 13th place. Will be thoroughly disappointed with that. The infringement on the grid has been investigated for Sebastian Freimut and David Duoc. A grid procedure infringement under investigation. So that is another issue we're keeping an eye on. Track limit warnings been shown to Nick Ho in the 98 car. Everybody else pushing on. Right, Joe Warhurst and Theo Ellenis. So Ellenis in that 6th place. Joe Warhurst has a look to the wide outside. We're riding on board with Joe Warhurst. You can see how hard he's trying. Hands gripping the wheel. Nice tight line into the corner. You can see him. Every last millimetre critical. But in the background, Nick Ho looking to challenge both of them. Joe Warhurst with that slight gap at the moment. Picks up a bit of curb. The car bounces up now to the outside of Theo Ellenis. Ellenis still has 6th place at the moment. Nick Ho rushes to join this battle. He senses an opportunity. Behind Joe Warhurst, directly behind the Theo Ellenis car, moves to the outside into the corner. If he can make this stick, he could take the position, but he could lose it to Nick Ho. He tucks back in behind. Still, Theo Ellenis has that 6th place. Out towards the pit straight, they will come very, very shortly. This will be an opportunity for Joe Warhurst now. Potentially, if he can stay close to Theo Ellenis, maybe he can make a challenge into turn 1. One of the cars goes wide, kicks dirt up into the air. I think it was Ellenis. Out of 14, they come. Now out onto the pit straight, they come. Theo Ellenis has opened up a bit of a gap. in towards turn 1. On board with Joe Warhurst. Is he going to make a challenge as they head towards that turn 1? Will he go left? Will he go right? Will he stay behind? Nick Ho looking a little bit racy in the background. Frank Portehues is up to 9th place, so he's coming back through the pack after a difficult start to the race, but only 7.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Car 22, Frank Portehues, is given a warning for track limits, as is also the case for Nick Ho. 7.25 minutes of the season remaining for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. As things stand at the moment, Mathieu Ferreira very much in control. 2.5 seconds clear of Milan Marchak, then Alex Ryman, then Jelte Hofner, Sebastian Freimuth, and then this battle here, Tiro Ellinus ahead of Joe Warhurst, Nick Ho, Frank Portehues behind them, David Chuok rounding out the top 10. In the rookie standings, it's Henry Wheeler who once again leads the way. Jesse Polderdijk in second, Levin Gelf in third. Polderdijk now just 6 3/4 minutes away from a rookie championship. We headed towards turn 11, up to turn 12 once again. And then out onto the pit straight. We're on board with Frank Portehues in the 22 car for Hadeka Racing. Up ahead of him, Nick Ho. Out onto the pit straight will come in just a few seconds. Our leaders are there at the moment, crosses the line. The gap between Mathieu Ferreira and Milan Marchak, 2.667, so holding fairly steady. Into the late afternoon sunshine, Frank Portehues up ahead of him. Nick Ho, as Jelte Hofner, 919 in 4th place. Would love to add to his selfie collection with a picture from the podium. But Alex Ryman looked like he might be able to take it to the leaders, but now has just dropped back a little. There's Milan Marchak running pretty well on his own. And suddenly Alex Ryman, his 3rd place, looking a little bit under threat. Jelte Hofner never backs off, never gives up. Sebastian Freimuth rushing to join this fight as well. The 3rd place, number 28, 4th, 919, 5th, 31. This is for the last of the trophies. Nobody's interested in points. They want to finish on the podium. Can Alex Ryman hold on for another 5 minutes plus 1 lap? Immense pressure from behind. Our new champion, Milan Marchak, looks like 2nd place is as good as it's going to get. A time penalty for track limits was issued to car 12. I think he exceeded track limits with the moment he ended up in the gravel trap, so that is just a formality. So that will be Luciano Martinez. The stewards working their way through the long list of infringements that need to be checked up on. Here comes Jelte Hofner, the meat in the sandwich, up ahead still. Alex Ryman out onto the pit straight. Any challenges here? Sebastian Freimuth looks like he's too far back from Jelte Hofner to make a challenge for that position. Warhurst has dropped back from this battle now. So Joe Warhurst has his own issues with Nick Ho and Frank Portehues. And then behind them, there's David Duok, Nikola Milkovic, Gianluca Tucciaroglu, and Max Muschlechner. So here come the rest of the cars around turns 2 and 3. Less than 4 minutes remaining of this, the final race of the season for the Sport Division. Mathieu Ferreira seemingly on his way to a 2nd win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Milan Marchak, the new champion, in that 2nd place. Alex Ryman under pressure in 3rd. With all these cars, tyre degradation is an issue. If you push too hard early on in the race, you can find yourself without the pace at the end. And this is where it all starts to show. Who's looked after their tyres? Who has something left at the end? 3 minutes remaining. Gianluca Tucciaroglu just trying to claw something back from what has been a disappointing race. Now to the inside, Sebastian Freimuth on Jelte Hofner. So Sebastian Freimuth with a tighter line through the corner. into turn 12, steals that position away. That's 4th place. Hofner may well try and come back at him, but Sebastian Freimuth up into 4th place now. Out across the line they come. Ferreira with a 3.8 second lead at the front. Marchak in that second. Ryman in 3rd, having broken clear for a while. But now what can Freimuth do about 3rd place? Sebastian Freimuth, having got past Jelte Hofner, Theo Ellenis behind him in 6th. Then is Joe Warhurst. Looks about as far forwards as Joe is going to go in this race. A 7th place. Nick Ho also 8th. Looks about as good as it's going to get for him, because we're into the last 2 minutes of racing for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. Freimuth, having got past Jelte Hofner, immediately opens up a gap. And now Hofner, I have the feeling that he is running out of adhesion, particularly at the rear of that car. And now with Theo Ellenis closing down on him from his 6th place. Ferreira well clear at the front. So Hofner is 5th place. What he's going to get? Or is he going to get a challenge from Theo Ellenis? Or has he got anything that he can bring back to Sebastian Freimuth? Joe Warhurst just in the background, not attacking and not being attacked at the moment. 7th place, a great warm-up for his season in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany in 2026. Getting used to the car, he said earlier, it's the first time he'd even sat in it. He hasn't raced anything since October of last year. So getting back up to speed, exactly what he wanted to do this weekend. And 7th place, a good, solid showing. Into the last 45 seconds of racing, plus the 1 lap. So it'll be 2 more laps remaining of the season for the Sport Division in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Once again, we ride on board with Frank Porte, who is looking at the back, and Nick Ho looking at that 8th place. Razor sharp focus, but Nick Ho with Joe Warhurst too far ahead to challenge. Those are 2 drivers that are going to be fighting each other a lot in the coming season. Frank Porte, who is... has he got anything else up his sleeve to get into the top 8? Well clear of David Duoc now in that 10th place. Our race leader, a lap and a half away from home. And there is Nick Ho. With Frank Porte, who as they raced each other wheel to wheel in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux all of last year. Nick Ho now stepping into Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany for 2026. Frank Porte, who is maybe the last opportunity. These 2 will have to race each other this year. Would want to put one over his rival, but Nick Ho, the driver who's coached by Walter Boerkamps, knows how to keep a car behind him. As our race leader, currently up at 13 and 14, is about to start the very last lap of the season for the Sport Division in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Matheus Ferreira moved to the front and kept it there. Milan Marchak, the new champion, in 2nd place. Here he comes for the last time in towards turn 1 at racing speed. Matheus Ferreira with a sizable gap of 4.735 over the new champion Milan Marchak. And Alex Ryman, a couple of seconds back as well. Looks like 1st, 2nd and 3rd now looking fairly cemented. I don't think Sebastian Freimuth has got anything left to get it up onto the podium in the closing stages of this race. There is Matheus Ferreira, the driver from Brazil, who started from pole position earlier on today and took a win. Started on pole position in this race as well, and looking to make it 2 out of 2. He got a 6th place and a 3rd place last time out in Valencia, getting up to speed for his season ahead in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany. And now on the final part of the final lap of the season, getting ready to receive the checkered flag of what will be 2 wins out of 2 here in Barcelona today. It's turn 10 for the last time and around to turn 11. We knew he was going to be quick when he came here. We saw him last year in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, where his car racing career started. What strides he has taken as he has moved on through the ranks, and now in the sport division here in Barcelona, Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. It's 2 wins out of 2 for Mateusz Ferreira as he crosses the line to receive the checker flag. A brand new champion, Milan Marchak, comes home in second place to make it a second and a third here in Barcelona. And then a first podium of the season for Alex Ryman, who gets a third place ahead of Sebastian Freimut. Jelte Hofner in fifth, ahead of Theo Elenis, Joe Warhurst, Nick Ho, Frank Portehuis, and David Giwok. And it's Jesse Polderdijk with a second place in the rookies, who clinches the rookie championship. It's a clean sweep once again for Henry Wheeler. He's started 4 races and he's won all 4 in the rookie category. But Jesse Polderdijk takes the rookie championship, having raced in every race of the season, beating Levin Gelf into that second place. To conclude, a great season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. Our champions are decided. It's going to be Milan Marchak, who has the championship win, and Jesse Polderdijk, the rookie champion. For this race, Mateusz Ferreira making it 2 out of 2, Marchak in second, Ryman with his first podium in third, ahead of Sebastian Freimut, Jelte Hofner, Theo Elenis, Joe Warhurst up to 7th, ahead of Nick Ho, Frank Portehuis in 9th, ahead of David Giwok. And then Nikola Milkovic, Gianluca Tucciaroglu will be thinking about what might have been ahead of Max Mutschlechner, and Henry Wheeler taking the top step of the podium for the rookies in 14th overall. Second in the rookies and in 15th overall, and a championship goes the way of Jesse Polderdijk. Levin Gelf, third in the rookies, 16th overall, ahead of Sebastian Schmidt. And then non-finishes for Nick Hunter and Luciano Martinez to round off 8 rounds of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. What a great season it has been. In the Pro-Am race, the winner, of course, Sebastian Schmidt, who takes the top step of the podium for the Pro-Ams. Great to have him joining us for the last round of the season. We've still got one more race to go with the club division, but at the moment, as we reflect on the sport division, every single race has been spectacular. But it was Milan Marchak who eventually won the championship. Mateusz Ferreira doing exactly what he set out to do, getting up to speed for his 2026 season. The Brazilian driver winning both races here in Barcelona from pole position. The first one he had to work a lot harder for. This one seemed to be a little bit smoother. It was a wild ride at the start, but he kept it all together, and he brings the Team GP Elite Porsche into Parc Ferme. He'll climb from the car. A perfect score, a perfect day for Mateusz Ferreira. 2 pole positions and 2 wins, and he receives congratulations from the legendary Dutch team GP Elite. And there, Torsten van Haasteren, one of the main movers and shakers of Team GP Elite. I ought to know the names of all these people. I see them enough. I'll learn it for next year. There is Milan Marchak out of the car. And Jesse Polderdijk, who will get the rookie championship. You see Alex Ryman there, receiving his congratulations after his first podium of the year. And everybody now very much up to speed. Great to see Alex Ryman on the podium. He's been there or thereabouts all season long. Bit of bad luck. Had an issue in practice at Portimao. Never took the start. But now rounds off the season with a podium. And there, in the pit lane, I can see Piers Pryor with our race winner.
Thanks very much, Brian. Yes, race winner. Your results this year: 6th, 3rd, 2nd on the road, win after the penalties, now a win on the road. All trending in the right direction for your season ahead.
Yeah, as we saw in the tests, in the qualifyings, I think we're just improving every session. And the last race was a really close one on the track. And now I just did everything right. I just managed to do a good start, manage well the tires. Also the safety car restart. So I think the race was really good and I'm really happy.
Yeah, you should be, and the pace was really strong. Last few laps, I think you were nearly half a second quicker even than Milan, our champion, so that must give you some good confidence.
Yeah, as I said, here's a track you really need to manage the tires, so I think me and the team, we did a really good job. We really saw into that and I applied really well. And yeah, of course, it's all by the team. You know, I just need to say thank you to my engineer, to my mechanic, and to the whole team for the amazing car.
Team GP Elite and Matthias Ferreira might be a formidable combination this year. Congratulations to Matthias. And our winner in rookies. We keep missing you, Henry. You joined us last time out in Valencia. Here you are as another win in the rookies. You must be getting pretty used to this feeling.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, I can't really get used to it. It's still just rookie. And at the end of the day, still quite a ways off the top guys. It's something I'm definitely going to work towards in the future, but still happy to get away with some trophies and with some rookie wins, and then had to race GT4 earlier today. So I'm just glad I finished at this point, pretty exhausted. So
You've done a lot of laps today. Done a lot of that. But let's not put yourself down. You say you're all fairways off the top guys, but you're in the rookies for a reason. Let's not forget that last time out was your first car race, definitely in Europe. So, you know, you've got a lot of experience to make up before anyone would expect you to be anywhere near the front.
Yeah. I mean, definitely with it being my first car race, there's quite a bit to build up to. Like 9 days in the car total now. So there's still a ton of improvement to be made. With everyone at A-Works, we got a goal to work towards and working towards it, finding funding for the season, and then if we can keep going as much as we can, we'll try and make a season out of it.
Congratulations, you're a rookie winner, Henry Wheeler, and I'm going to grab a word with Alex Ryman because we've spoken to Milan Marchak a lot this season. Milan, of course, has taken podiums and the championship win, but Alex, you've been so close to the podium so many times. Yes. Here you are.
Well, finally we put it all together. Luck was on our side, and yeah, it was a good race. Nothing too risky, nothing too, without any action. A lot of action, but yeah. We
had to soak up a fair amount of pressure in that one as well.
Yeah, it was a bit difficult at some point. Yeah.
I can see the vein on your forehead from the pressure, but it must be an amazing feeling. You and S1 Racing have been together for a long time. 24, you were Pro-Am champion. 25, making steps forward. Now 26. Look, things are looking really good, of course, with your teammate Tio as well being right there.
Yeah, for sure. Without Tio, I wouldn't be here, for sure, because he has taught me quite a lot of things, and for sure, team did a huge job. So, yeah, well-deserved P3 for everybody. Yeah.
Congratulations on your first podium, and there'll be more to come in the future.
Yeah, thank you.
There you go. Congratulations. That was our first and third driver and our rookie winner. We'll now head up to the podium and have a look back at some of the highlights of the final race of the Sport Division.
Thank you, Piers. Only Piers would mention the vein on the forehead. Fantastic stuff. Yes, what a race that turned out to be. It just summarises what has been a fantastic season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And it all started off with Matthias Ferreira on pole position. Milan Marchak did have a nose in front heading into the first corner. And Gianluca Tucciaroglu, it was a kind of all or nothing moment. Unfortunately, it was going to be a track limits issue and he was going to have a torrid race anyway. But everybody on the opening lap, as we've become accustomed to, trying to pick off those positions. That was Max Mutschlechner tripping up going into the corner and losing a whole load of places as well. Gianluca Tucciaroglu was fighting hard with Alex Ryman, but this one was going to end in tears in the end. With Tucciaroglu spearing off into the gravel. They were running side by side for position here. Also in there, David Duoc trying to get involved as well. And that was the moment where the two cars got together and Tucciaroglu saw the entire field come streaming through on the inside. Further back, Theo Elenas and Joe Warhurst were going wheel to wheel. Joe Warhurst making impressive progress, picking off cars one by one. And even at the back in the Pro-Am race, the two Pro-Am drivers that were fighting each other side by side. Luciano Martinez rounded off what has been a torrid day for him once again in the gravel trap, bringing out a safety car. And then it was a dash for the cash at the end. Matías Ferreira doing what looked like a fairly perfect start, opening up the gap, leaving Milan Marchak to fend off Alex Ryman. Jelter Hoffner in fourth place, I'm afraid to say, picked up a 5-second time penalty, as did Frank Porte-Hues for exceeding track limits by the end of the race. But they weren't going to give up, and Jelter Hoffner kept the pressure on Alex Ryman. Sebastian Freimut looking to have found a real turn of speed over the winter, looking really good in the 31 car. Found a route past Jelter Hoffner, who was clearly running out of grip in the 919 car. And Sebastian Freimut working his way through to take that position away. There was Frank Porte-Hues and Nick Ho, who were also having their own battle. But Matías Ferreira, a perfect day. 2 pole positions and 2 wins for car number 127. As we look down now in the cool-down area, we get ready to head over to the podium where our drivers are going to be receiving their trophies. At the moment, receiving some much-needed water. Right, for one last time in the sport division, let's head back down to Piers, who's on the podium.
Thanks very much, Brian. Yes, we're going to start with our overall classification and our Pro-Am winner as well. And we'll start with a driver that's worked hard for this. The driver from S1 Racing for his first podium overall, Alex Ryman. Congratulations, Alex. Second place, our champion for Red Ant Racing. Second place, number 96, Milan Marchak. But the man who couldn't be beaten today, Team GP Elite and Matías Ferreira teaming up to create a formidable combination. From Brazil, it is Matías Ferreira. And last but not least, our Pro-Am winner for A-Works with Katana Tools, Sebastian Schmidt. Congratulations, Sebastian. And we will now have the Brazilian national anthem for Matías Ferreira. That was our top 3 and our Pro-Am winner. Top 3 overall. Trophies being handed out as ever by series coordinator and organiser Lars Plato. Third place for his first overall podium, Alex Ryman. Second place, another trophy, not a number 1 this time though, for Milan Marchak, and a first place trophy. 2 from this event for Matías Ferreira, and 2 also for our Pro-Am winner, Sebastian Schmidt. Congratulations to our final podium of 2026 in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. They get their photo opportunity to remember this moment, and I think seeing as it's the final race of this season and the final race day, we're probably going to get some champagne. One more round of applause for our final podium in 2026 in the sport division here at the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Congratulations to all our top 3. We will see you this evening for the awards ceremony in Barcelona. Congratulations to our top 3. And we now have only one race to look ahead to. It will be round 8, the final race in the 2026 Sports Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. However, before we head over to that, we still have our rookie classification as the podium is being prepared. And we'll start with our driver in third place for Ziebach Motorsport, the number 144, Levin Gelf. Second place for Red Ant Racing will be from the Netherlands, Jesse Polderdijk. But another win today, the driver that's done the most laps around this circuit today. He's been on double duty, but taking the win in rookies, Henry Wheeler. And once again for Henry, we will have the United States of America's national anthem. Our top three in rookies, these are drivers to look forward to their careers as they start their career in GT racing and Porsche racing. Levin Gelf, third place. Second place, Jesse Paul de Dijk, trophies being handed out once again by series organiser Lars Plato, and Henry Wheeler from the United States of America, making the trip over his first car races and already picking up silverware. All of our top three rookies on the podium once again. And taking their photos. And once again, we will have an opportunity for these drivers to celebrate their podium. The final podium in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. And Jesse Paul de Dijk getting the worst of it from these guys. It's not particularly warm here in Barcelona today, so Jesse is probably going to need to dry off after that. Congratulations once again to all three. A round of applause for our rookies on the podium in the Sport Division. They're round 8 of the championship. And that is it for the Sport Division. We look forward to 2027 already for Sport Division, but before then, we've already got cars lining up on the grid for the Club Division, round 8, and it's coming up next.
We've had 15 races in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and we have just one more left to bring the curtain down on what has been a sensational season in this wonderful series. How can it be we're at the last race already? It feels like only yesterday that we kicked off in Portimao, but we have witnessed some fantastic racing. And will anything get anywhere near the last race that we saw for the Club Division? What a race that turned out to be. And it's all set fair to be a bit of a cut and paste once again, because all the same drivers are at the front end of the grid. The championship, by my calculations, are decided. Joel Monegro taking the overall championship and the Michelin Cup championship, with Daniel Lewis the GT4 championship. It is Javier Ripoll Jr. who starts on pole position once again, with Monegro alongside him. But in the background, the driver that started on the front row in the last race, we're looking to make amends for what was a difficult start. Bert de Hoos starts in third place. Tarek Fakmi is there, and also Dean Burden and Levent Turkman. It's set fair for a fantastic season closer. We have 30 minutes of racing ahead of us. We have one last grid walk to come. So for the very last time, we head down to the grid with Piers Pryor.
Oh, Brian, don't. You're making me well up. It's the last one already. It's come round quick, hasn't it? But here we go. We'll make the most of it. And once again on pole position, our championship hopeful. Unfortunately, he pushed it all the way. Couldn't get it done. But it's our man here, Javier Ripoll Jr., going from pole position for the S1 Racing Team. Deep in conversation, so we'll leave him to it. And our champion for 2026 in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe as Joel Monegro. Joel, pressure's off in this one.
What's that?
Pressure's off in this one.
Oh, yeah.
So it's going to be a walk in the park, right? Sunday drive.
Pressure's never off.
Say that again.
Pressure's never off.
Of course, you've still got to go out there. You still want to go and win. You've seen how close it's been this weekend. What can we expect as a viewer at home for this last one?
We should expect some fun. How did it look to you?
The first one was excellent, so let's do more of the same, please. I suppose for Joel's point of view, he probably wants a nice, clean, less chaotic race, but hey, it's Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division, last race of the season. Why don't we grab a quick word with Lars Plato, series organiser. I said I'd grab you on the grid. Lars, last race of the season, 26. Sum it up from your perspective.
I think we're in a great season. Looking forward to a good last race now. Good starting grids on the last race, so we will have some fun, hopefully.
Absolutely. The race that we had this morning in the Club Division was probably one of the most chaotic. So maybe a nice calm one to finish, or do you want more of the same?
No, let's keep it calm with close fights, but fair fights.
Fair fights, of course. Last place, series organiser. Thank you very much, Lars. Great job. It's not an easy job when someone sticks a microphone in your face when you're not expecting it. Much like Mr. de Hoos here. But last race of the season for us. Your second race. What are you thinking about? How are you feeling?
Yeah, still the same of the first race. See what happens in the first corner, and I hope for a little bit more luck. And I am now on the on the better side of the track for the first corner, so I hope I can go with him together and pull away and see what happens.
See what happens, indeed. Do you think you've got the pace to stay with the front two?
Yeah, the pace I can have. That is not a problem. But yeah, the most thing is for me to heat up the tires on time. When your tires are not good enough in the first 2 laps, they have a gap, and it's not easy to close the gap.
Absolutely. Bert, we'll see how you get on tyre warming, of course, something the drivers definitely have to keep on top of. Tyre preservation is also something to consider as well, and we'll grab a word with Tarek Fahmy again. Tarek was very, well, as relaxed as he could be ahead of the previous race, and we'll see how he's feeling now. You've done one start, Tarek. You were a little bit more, you were still relaxed, but a little bit more uptight. I suppose you're feeling a little bit more relaxed ahead of your second one of the day?
Yeah. The first race was tough, full of battles, but it was fun. Hope to have a good start in the second race, and we'll see what we can do.
Absolutely, and it did look like a pretty chaotic race from inside the car. Was it as chaotic from inside as it looked from outside?
I was stuck in a battle for pretty much the whole race, so for me it was just focusing on the battle that I was in and kind of trying to avoid the chaos around me.
Tarek, what's your hopes for in this one?
Same as the last race, just continue to learn, do my best, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, there we go. That's, once again, a very, very measured outlook from Tarek Fahmy. We spoke to Dean Burden ahead of the previous race. We know he was stuck in. I'll let him off this time. We also spoke to Levent Turkman as well. So we'll move further back and chat to some more of our drivers. The 1-1-0 of Krista Andero, we spoke to ahead of the first race as well. He'll be going from 8th place. This is now row 4. Row 5. So we're missing a car, unfortunately, inside of row 5. Should have been Peter Sander, the 199, but I can't see him on the grid, and I think his car's in the garage. Unfortunately, missing one driver, but the 718 on the outside is Marcus Greichen, and I'll grab a word with Marcus. We haven't had a chance to speak to him yet. Thank you very much. Marcus, last race of the weekend. How are you feeling ahead of this one?
Hopefully better than the last one, which started off really well and then didn't end up so well.
It was great, and then it wasn't. I'm really disappointed. I spoke to your team in the lunch break. I was hoping to show off the best hair.
You want to see the hair?
Yeah, the best haircut in the grid. Unfortunately,
I'll finish the race so I can take my helmet off for you.
Well, why don't you finish on the podium, and then we'll see. Everyone will get to see
I'll do my best.
Marcus Greichen going from the outside of row 5 in 10th place. He's a new driver this weekend. The 999, Olivier Bertels was our driver that went from 12th place to the podium and won the race actually. And we're going to grab a word with him to see if he can replicate the previous one. Olivier, you'll have had a brilliant weekend if you come away with 2 podiums, because I expect you weren't suspecting a win in that previous one, were you?
No, I wasn't expecting a win, so now I'm going to try my best.
What do you think is reasonably possible in this one? You've clearly got the pace. Can you make progress again?
I hope. Top 5.
Top 5 would be a good result. We've got 5 minutes, so plenty of time to chat to some more drivers. Why don't we wander over and chat to Hans Frisch, the number 92. Hans has been with us since the start of this season. Had a couple of top 5s. He'll struggle to do that from 11th on the grid. Well, I say struggle. It will be harder for him to do that from 11th on the grid. I think he's in the middle of the conversation, so I'll leave Hans Frisch to it. Hans is getting some last words of advice. Driver we haven't spoken a huge amount about off the circuit. Brian has been talking about his progress. Makoto Haga, a new driver this weekend for GP Elite, come over from Japan. He's got some GT racing experience, but not loads in Europe. One to watch out for in this one, certainly. Makoto just having a big old chat with the team, and also a driver that we've spoken to before who's not had the weekend that he potentially would have wanted for the track experience by Manthey team is Eric Santos. Eric, can we have a quick word? Eric, we're used to seeing you a little higher up the grid. It's not been your best weekend this weekend so far. What can you do in this final race to try and get back up the front?
Yeah, it's been a hard week for me in general, trying to recover from a flu. So I've only been able to make progress yesterday in the practice. So I think it was natural, the position that I ended up in the quali. Could make some spots in the race 1. Let's try to do the same for race 2 and try to get the best result that we can.
Understandable that you're struggling a little bit coming over the flu, because these cars are pretty physical to drive.
Yeah, they are, and 2 races back to back, so we didn't have enough time to We're full with rest and preparation stuff. So I didn't expect that, but it happened. So yeah.
Well, wish you the best of luck in the final race this season at Santos for the Track Experience by Manthey team. He is going from 13th on the grid. That is the 3-minute board, so that means we've got just a moment to chat to potentially the most entertaining man on the grid. Quickly, I know we haven't got long. Casper, our final grid interview of 2026. How are you feeling?
Amazing!
How do you think this race is going to go for you?
I have no idea. I mean, it's just make the best of it, and it's fun. So that's it.
That's it. Congratulations on a good season so far. Enjoy and have a good one. I think I need to shut the door, which is a lot of pressure. Here we go. I think that's okay. I don't want that opening. If the door flies open, that's on me. Casper, well, for the final time this season, that's the grid walk done. Brian Oliver, back to you.
Thank you, Piers. So much pressure shutting the door. I tell you what, it's like a who's who looking up and down the grid. I'm sure I just saw alongside Makoto Haga's car, I'm pretty sure I saw Thierry Vermeulen, DTM superstar, and of course son of Max Verstappen's manager, Raymond Vermeulen. So there we go, useless information for you there. Maybe he's involved in coaching. I'm pretty sure it was his face that I saw. I might be wrong. Right, okay, the grid is clear and we are getting ready for the final time this season. It's what we refer to as the last dance. Not much dancing going on here, but an awful lot of door banging if the last round is anything to go by. The man who's been with us all season long, Daniel Lewis, most of the time in the sole GT4 car, has entertained David and Goliath. Let's make it Daniel and Goliath. Has beaten so many giants, got himself up to speed, ready for his season in the British series, Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain, and shown why he is such a useful pilot. And I really hope that his time here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe has helped him to get up to speed there alongside him, one of the FAC Autotech cars, Ernst Inderbitzen at the wheel, who has chosen not to use ABS or traction control as he prepares himself for Porsche Sports Cup Suisse. So every driver with an agenda, every driver getting themselves ready, and our cameraman ducks behind the wall. A wise move, sir, as we get ready for 15-second indicator before we start this formation lap for the very last time in 2026. I'll be wishing you happy Christmas next. The cars look majestic once again. Heaven forbid, I think the rain might have stayed off for the entire day as well. We had some spits and spots earlier, but that looks to have gone. And the track looks great for the very last time here in Barcelona. 15 seconds before the cars start rolling and we start our final formation lap of the season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. The club division championships are decided. We are racing for trophies. Elbows out. Well, we saw plenty of that in the last race. It was a fantastic race. Lots of opportunities to get those photos as Javier Ripoll Jr. and Joel Monegro start on the front row, first and second in the championship. But to host Tarek Fahmy on row 2 ahead of Dean Bird and Levent Turpman. What a top 6 that is. Throw in Alexander Dobic and Krista Andero, and we are in for some fireworks. Peter Sander, we already have heard that he's not on the grid, but Marcus Gratian is there. Hans Frick and Olivier Bertels, the winner of the previous race. Eric Santos, Makoto Haga next up, then Jan Klingenberg and Casper Hockerberg, one of the real entertainers of the club division, lines up 16th on the grid. Daniel Lewis in the GT4 car has Ernst Inderbitzen for company, and the other GT4 car, Henry Wheeler and Guido Schmidt, are ahead of Anthony Vince, who's not going to be making the start of this race once again because of a crash in practice this morning. So cars now out on their formation lap, getting the heat into the tyres and into the brakes. And unlike the previous race, it's not a standing start, it is a rolling start. So they will, next time around, be side by side when they cross the start-finish line for the very last time in 2026 Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. The cars now generating heat in the tyres and in the brakes. And there's Guido Schmidt in the car that has been driven by Walter Boerkamps in the sport division. He is in fact the car owner. Fancy to go behind the wheel himself, and Walter has been coaching him this weekend and doing a great job as well, because he brought it home in 17th place in the last race. The teams look on nervously from the garage. We look on nervously from our commentary position as the cars now grid up side by side. And it will be 30 minutes plus 1 lap of racing ahead of us. The new champion, the 224 car, second in the championship alongside him. It's Javier Ripoll Jr. who has the pole position on that side because it's a rolling start. That is the best position to head into turn 1. So he has that inside line as the cars now head up to turn 13. The safety car very shortly will duck off into the pit lane, and the cars will be requested, as before, to pass through their grid boxes as they start for the very last time the race of round 8 for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. The revving of the engines, hopefully a bit of heat in the tyres by now. Are you ready to do this for one last time in 2026? Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. The cars are now side by side, picking up the speed. Safety car into the pit lane. It looks great. The cars absolutely level as they come out across the line. And we are racing for the very last time in Barcelona in 2026. The lights go not green. So looks like we have an issue. Well, I built that one up nicely, didn't I? And it didn't happen. So clearly the race director not happy with the start procedure. So the lights have remained amber. Did you like the build-up? Well, we've gone red flag. The clock has stopped with 20 seconds gone. So I'm not sure what the issue has been. So red flag. Wow, built that one up, didn't I? And it all came to nothing. So red flags are out. So clearly the race director not happy. He said, apparently, according to Piers, the race director said that if the cars were not in formation, this would happen. So clearly he was not happy with the positioning of all the cars on the grid. As I mentioned, they need to be in single file, side by side, passing through the grid boxes. He wanted 2 straight lines. And so, right, well, Piers is feeding me information from the pit lane here. The race time is going to be reduced by 5 minutes. And we're going to do it all again. So, they've had their rehearsal. Don't think there's any penalties. There may well be if it happens again. So, the race director has decided he was not happy with the start. I won't do such a hyped up start now. We'll be ready to go. They're up at turn 9 at the moment to turn 10. The red flag. Now, I don't know whether they're going to come to a stop on the grid, do another formation lap, or whether they will go this time around. We're in a voyage of discovery here. It's in no man's land. So, it's going to be a full grid reform, apparently. So, they're going to have to come back to a stop. We do another grid work, couldn't we, Piers? Go interview a few more drivers. No, he says I've had enough. Right, okay, well, anticlimax.com. We don't Google that. We will come back to the grid and we'll try again in just a few moments. So that was a nice little dress rehearsal there, wasn't it? So here's Javier Ripoll Jr. still leading the way. Well, that's 5 minutes less. He's going to have to fend off Joel Monegro, isn't it? So here we come back to the grid. So I'm guessing there will be a new formation lap that will come in a few moments. Our race directors don't bluff, do they? They said if the drivers exceeded track limits, they were going to get a penalty, and they have. And they said that if they didn't do a decent formation lap, they were going to get another one, and they have. So we'll try it all again. So everything back to a stop. I don't think this is going to be a long delay. I don't think the pit crews are going to be coming back out again. The man in yellow, pit lane marshal, making sure everyone's in position. They're doing a good job, aren't they? And making sure that everybody looks good. Don't run them over. Thank you. And then just making sure everything is good, everybody back into their grid boxes, and then watch them jumble it all up on the formation lap as we try again. So, new rolling start will be initiated. That is the message that has been sent. And we will do it all again in a few moments. So, how's the weather? Well, it's dry. Now we can see that they just want to make sure everything is correct. And this is something that the drivers have been forewarned about. So you don't want to mess around with the race directors here. So there is Hans Frisch alongside Marcus Gratian. Still yet to see his hair. Need him to get up near the front so we can do that. And just making sure everybody... That was interesting. There, Hans Frisch in the 92 car is meant to be alongside Olivier Bertels. There's a gap where Peter Sander should have been. I wonder if that was the issue on the previous formation lap. You cannot move in to an empty space in front of you on the grid. And it may well be that that is the possibility why we had that aborted start. Time will tell, but we are 3 minutes away from the start of this formation lap. So, our new champion, Joel Monegro, will start in second. Everybody now clearing the grid. Good job done there. Thank you, everybody. Javier Ripoll Jr. would love to score his second win ever in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Will be focused like mad. Always worried that he puts too much pressure on himself, Javier. You can just see how much he wants it, how hard he tries. And sometimes when you are less focused and less tense, you can actually perform better. Some of the drivers have got their doors open. It's quite warm here in the Spanish sunshine, so just getting a little bit of cool air in before what will be a 25-minute plus 1 lap race. So that fine lady there will have the job of holding up the 15-second boards. Does she know that the world is watching her? She probably does now, because you can probably hear me talking about it. Keep a straight face. And in a moment, the 15-second board will be shown. And we will be ready. There we go. Job done. Round of applause to that lot. And now our focus is back on the racing. The view from Joel Monegro's car. You can hear the engine running in the background. And the formation lap starts. Well, the safety car's gone. Right, here we go. Finally, Javier finds first gear. Gets the thing off the line. So, time to warm the tyres once again. A bit of weaving going on. The sun quite low in the sky. Still quite early on in the year, obviously. And being the last race of the day, you can get the sun in your eyes, particularly with the plastic windscreens diffusing it. So visibility can be a bit of an issue, as we will no doubt see from some of the onboards when the drivers are running into the sun. So a sense of deja vu here. We said that the last formation lap was the very last formation lap of the season. Well, it wasn't. This is the very last formation lap of the season, in theory. And once again, Javier Ripoll Jr. leads the field around, generating the heat in the tyres and in the brakes. I'm quite interested to see how Bert de Host goes from that third place, because he was very rapid in the last race. And I think the top 6 looks like a lot of drama, a lot of energy packed up in that top 6, ready to be unleashed on the unsuspecting crowd. So up into turn 9 and around to turn 10. Our leader's just heading into 10 at the moment. And once again, the instruction will be given to grid up side by side. Let's see if we can do it right this time. So here we go. As you were about 10 minutes ago, the cars are now side by side. Safety car at a glacial pace, making sure everyone can catch up, everyone can get into position. Hopefully everybody now doing it exactly as they should. So for the last time in 2026, Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division on their formation lap. On board with Joel Monegro as they circulate around turns 13 and now towards turn 14. This is the view from Dean Burden. All of this just increases the adrenaline, the stopping, the starting, the not getting going. The drivers are now itching to get racing. And finally, the safety car should peel off into the pit lane and we will be ready to go. There is the pit lane. Indicate to the right. Into the pit lane he goes. And now Javier Ripoll Jr., Joel Monegro build up the speed very, very slowly, side by side, out onto the pit straight. Looking better than it was on the last time around. The cars head out towards the start-finish line and we are ready to go racing for the very last time in 2026 Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. It's a drag race into turn 1. Javier Ripoll Jr. cuts down to the inside. Joel Monegro there as well. But look at Tarek Fahmy trying to come around the outside. Goes deep into turn 1. Now Joel Monegro also coming back after not a great start. This has worked very well for Javier Ripoll Jr. because Tarek Fahmy has got into the mix with Joel Monegro. Now Bert de Hoos is in there as well. Everybody's scrapping for those positions. Look at Levent Turkman. Goes to the inside, takes out Bert de Hoos and also Dean Burden. An absolute disaster. Levent Turkman under braking. This will certainly bring out a safety car once again. Absolute disaster there under braking. Levent Turkman. There's a car pointing in the wrong direction as well. That's Alexander Dobic. So a fairly catastrophic opening lap of the race. I think we're going to see a safety car. At the moment, it's a double yellow flag. But Levent Turkman under braking, and now a tag from the treble 9 car onto the 42 car. So Olivier Bertels and Tarek Fahmy also getting together. It certainly feels like the last day of school, doesn't it? A full course yellow is out. What a shame. Bert de Hoos had high expectations to see what he was going to do. An innocent bystander, I think. And he's out of the car. Levent Turkman is out, and a shame because Dean Burden as well, who looked so good in the last race, was one of my bets to get a podium, and it looks like his day is done as well. So 3 cars to be retrieved. We're on a full course yellow, not safety car, so the clock keeps ticking. I can hear some yeehaws in the background. I don't think it's coming from the drivers though, and Levent Turkman will walk away from the car. He got the thing airborne. I think it was he who triggered the incident. He walks over to talk to Bert de Hoos and looked like a consoling hand on the shoulder. Dean Burden looking to repeat what was a spectacular first race. And there's going to be no such achievements here in the final race of the season. Right, let's have another look here. It was Turkman on the inside. I mean, it was all very crowded. And Turkman saw the gap there, heading into the corner. He took to the grass and then just clipped Bert de Hoos. And Dean Burden, very much the innocent bystander on the outside, is potted like a snooker ball into the gravel trap. And the sad news is all 3 drivers out of the race. I don't think Dean Burden would be able to restart even if he was able to. So Javier Ripoll Jr. is the leader. The race is still underway, unbelievably. We're hitting the 1/3 point. We hadn't had any racing yet. It's Javier Ripoll Jr. who's leading Joel Monegro. Tarek Fahmy was also in the dramas. We saw him and Olivier Bertels getting together. So there's nothing indicating any issues there. We had Alexander Dobic, who also rotated. He has rejoined, but he is all the way down in 15th place at the moment. So he's going to have a long last race ahead of him. So looking here, oh, this is Dobic. Oh, so it was Olivier Bertels who'd gotten to the back of him as well as Tarek Fahmy. So I wonder whether the race stewards might want to get involved. The winner of the first race today is responsible for contact with 2 other cars. Now, he may declare that they were slowing down when he wasn't. We'll see what occurs with that. But at the moment, the winner of the first race today, Olivier Bertels in treble 9, in 4th place. So he's certainly moving forwards, but has made contact with several other cars, certainly 2 that we've seen on camera. But nothing under investigation at the moment on that front. The investigation that is undergoing is involving cars that are out of the race. Well, I said I'm not sure Dean Burden would be able to rejoin. We're on board with him. It'd be nice if he is allowed to restart the race, just because it would be good to see him there. And he has been such an entertainer. Well, he's got used to coming from the back, because he did it for both races at Valencia after getting disqualified from quali. Now, we'll see whether he's able to rejoin or not in due course, or whether he just brings the thing back into the pit lane. Maybe a bit of damage. Certainly the splitter looks a little bit reshaped. Certainly Bert de Hoos is out. There's no doubt about that. And also Levent Turkman, they are both out. The Marshall's modifying the right front corner of the car, which is already fairly modified on its own. And I think they're doing that not because they want to get it into the race or repair it, but just they want to be able to steer it behind the barrier, I think. And that'll go back to Iris Durr's team, ID Racing, where it will be repaired. But certainly, right, well, instruction has been given. I thought might be the case. Dean Burden is to retire from the race due to mechanical assistance. So race control have intervened and said he may not restart. Thought that might be the case. Shame, because we'd love to have seen him coming through the pack, but alas, it is not to be. But the name Dean Burden will remain in the minds of all of us for time to come, and I shall certainly be keeping one eye on him on whatever he does during 2026. I'm assuming it will be Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain again. So he peels off into the pit lane. A very sad end to what has been a great day up until now. And hopefully he's gained experience, setup, and all the rest of it to get him up to speed for his time in Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain. And so we thank Dean Burden for entertaining us, certainly in Valencia and Barcelona. So he will peel off into his garage and his day is done. So the race is approaching. We're getting close to the halfway point. Oh, Levent Turkman's car is still yet to be retrieved. So we're probably going to be at the halfway point, and we've only had about 2 corners of racing so far. But we should hopefully be back underway before too long. The crew out on track, the Marshals, have done a great job, and a fair bit to clear up there after that incident. Javier Ripoll Jr., well, he's looking after his tyres, isn't he? Just circulating around at this kind of speed. Under full course yellow, which is 80 kilometers an hour. So that's enough to hopefully generate some heat. Oh, we've got red flag again. So the red flag is out. Not entirely sure what is occurring here. Oh, and that car looks like still in gear, doesn't it? So they've dragged it out. I don't think it is, but they've dragged it out. But we've got a red flag. Not entirely sure. Bring on the potter's wheel, because there's clearly another issue that needs to be resolved. I'm wondering whether they just need some heavy machinery, because clearly they're struggling to steer the Bert de Hoos car out to behind the tyre barrier. So there's damage to the front right-hand corner of that car, and they've got to get Levent Turkman's car around there as well. So the decision has been given. I'm very fascinated. If anybody knows why we've got a red flag, do feel free to tell me. So at the moment, we're witnessing a bunch of marshals trying to move a car. So the session will be restarted. Well, that's good news. Time yet to be confirmed. Hopefully before it gets dark. The cars are fitted with headlights, but we'd like to be able to see what's happening. We have, I'm just looking to see whether we've lost anybody else. So we've lost, have we lost Henry Wheeler? I think we have done. Bert de Hoos, Levent Turkman, Peter Sander, I don't think Henry Wheeler actually took the start of the race, not according to the timing screen. Anyway, we've clearly lost Dean Burden as well. Alexander Dobic is still running, albeit last, in 15th place. So, you see the bouncing of the Levent Turkman car in the background. I think it might have a bit of damage to the suspension there or to the steering, which is why it's bouncing across the gravel as they tow it away. So, well, this is a good insight into removing the car. Oh, it's going to reverse into it then. Like it won't go forwards. Let's try and drag it backwards instead. The problem when you have a broken steering on the car, you have to tow it in different directions to try and get the thing out. So the strap is attached. You could got a nice view. Oh, the high speed removal from the fence. Splitter in reverse. Well, that's why they couldn't steer the thing. The steering is broken, leaving some nice grooves in the gravel trap as well. So we'll try and take it out backwards instead. You got a nice view of the tyre barrier there as well. They do a sterling job. Thank heavens to hear that Piers is in the pits. I'll give us something to talk about. Piers, down to you.
Great work, Brian, as always. Thank you for keeping us updated. And while the excellent marshalling team here at the circuit to Barcelona, Catalunya get to work and retrieving the cars, we'll have a chat to some of our drivers to find out their perspective of our interrupted race so far. Javier, you've led the race, but you haven't had to do a whole heap. It's not been a huge amount of racing so far.
Yeah, I don't know what something happened in turn 4. Everybody knocked out in turn 4. Sadly, they didn't knock out the other guy behind me.
Yes, yeah. No, we've had 3 or 4 cars off. They're all good. Everyone's okay.
Cars. I mean, I saw them were second, third, and fourth position. So 3 fast guys that knocked out. I don't know what happened. You're supposed to be green already, and now they put us in the pit. So let's see.
Let's see, indeed. I think we're just waiting on one of the cars. As steering's broken, so they're having to just retrieve it. So, but everyone's okay. We've got about half the race to go, so a sprint race effectively. You've still got a quick man behind you, though.
Yes. Let's see. Let's try to fight for it, and then let's try to do it this time.
It's great that we've got Joel, who's the champion, and you, who's pretty much guaranteed second place. Doing it out for the final race of the season.
We need to get the win. Doesn't matter, no matter what.
Yeah, you heard it here first. Javier Ripoll Jr. going for the win. We knew that was going to happen, though, didn't we? Oh, Tio Elenas. Tio, let's grab it. I haven't spoken to you today. Just a quick one. Unfortunately, your pace was rapid this weekend in the sport division, but the results didn't show it.
Yeah, I mean, we had a good quali, not a bad quali. Then on race 1 got taken out from P4, so I had to go to the back of the grid, and then I managed to recover just to move forward. From lap 7, lap 8 onwards, I was doing P1, P2, P3 lap times, but I was already too far behind, then just finished 11th. And then for the second one, I was P5. Then at some point I went P4, but unfortunately Hofner started with new tires, and he had so much pace at the first 5 laps that I couldn't hold him like on the start finish in the end. So after I had the moment with him, the other guy overtook me. I felt a little bit back on the grid. Then I managed to make my way on the front, finished P6, P5. But yeah, it was good because I still have the pace. I'm there or thereabouts, and now my aim for later on is just to continue in that manner.
Well, we look forward to seeing your season going forward. It looks like you and Alex have got a good partnership going both, and with the team as well. Any words of wisdom for Javier ahead of his last partial race?
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to talk to him now. And
what are you going to say?
It's just to keep on hitting his braking marks and concentrate and just don't look behind, just to enjoy his race.
Enjoy his race. Tio Elenas for the S1 Racing team, teammates, of course, to Javier Ripoll, who leads this race. Joel Monegro, can we have a quick chat? No, Joel's very much in the zone, doesn't want to talk to me. Eyes closed, which means door is shut. We've spoken to Tarek Fahmy, who's getting some running repairs, potentially, to the car. Yeah, I think there's just a little bit of damage here. If we have a look. Just on the rear right, I think where he got a little hit, the rear diffuser's had some modifications, as Brian said earlier on. The team, I think, are doing everything they can to just reposition that into a position which is much safer and affects the rear of the car much less. Great job by the B driver team to do some proper makeshift engineering. It does pain me a little bit to see someone taking a hammer to the rear of one of these cars. Are we okay to have a quick chat? Olivier, What's that? What's wrong? Ah, the door is bent. Maybe try and close that properly. Sorry. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. Didn't realise. No problem. No, it's okay. We won't be able to reach. It's okay. Olivier Bertels can't get in because his door is bent. So plenty of cars have received some light modification during this race. But Olivier, he could get out, of course. If he needed to, he could. But I just don't want to open the door and cause any more damage than was already done. Wow. Busy race so far. Right.
My God.
Cars
jumping all over.
Sorry, say that again.
My God, cars jumping all over.
Yes, but you managed to avoid pretty much all of them so far. Krista, this is a bit of a busy introduction to the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe for you.
Oh yes. It's chaotic.
We've got 15 minutes or so remaining, I think, still, depending if the time is still counting down. Yes, clock's up 17 minutes, so still half the race to go. You've made some positions, maybe just by staying out of trouble. What's your plan for the remainder of the race?
Staying out of trouble.
I think that's probably a good plan. Krista going in the 1-1-0 there. He's been one of the quicker drivers in practice, qualified just outside the top 10, but has made progress. Let's have a quick word with Hans Frisch. We were going to chat to Hans on the grid, but he was in conversation with an engineer. Hans, I can see a smile on your face. Are you enjoying things, even though everything's kind of falling down around you?
Yeah, it's a crazy day for me. I do not a lot of racing today. So we will see.
We will see. You've made places so far already because there's been cars that have left the circuit. What's your plan for the rest of the race?
So I will see if I get in my rhythm and stay behind these guys, and we will see what happens.
We will see. Hans Frisch there in the 92. Thanks very much for chatting to us, Hans. I'll close that door for you. Oh, let's make sure that's closed properly. Otherwise, that might fly open. Again, I don't want to be the cause of anyone's doors not quite opening this weekend. Oh, another chat. Why don't I have another chat with Marcus Greichen? Marcus, still can't see your hair, but you've made positions in this race.
3 places further forward, though, now, aren't I?
Exactly. Every time we speak to you, you're further forward.
Sweating from my eyeballs as well.
Exactly. Talk to us about what you've seen so far. It's obviously it funnels down towards turn number 1. Did you get a view of the incident at turn 4?
I saw a car go up in the air. I had one spin round in front of me. I was fighting my own battles. And these things, it's just quick reactions and stay out of trouble.
Absolutely. Quick reactions is what is needed. Second half of the race, I imagine, will probably be another rolling start. So what's your plan for the remainder?
It will probably be behind a safety car restart. So it'll be single file. So get on it. Keep the guy behind me, and maybe try and get in front of him.
There we go. Well, that's all you can do, I suppose, isn't it? That's Marcus Greichen for the. Let me get the team name right, because it's a bit of a mouthful for my English tongue. Müller Motorsport. That's my best go. Makoto Haga there is just getting himself in the zone for Team GP Elite. Great to have that driver on the grid. Moving further down, Eric Santos, who we spoke to on the grid. Let's grab a word with our GT4 champion in 2025. Our championship-winning driver, Daniel Lewis. Daniel, how does it feel to be champion?
Amazing.
I can see you're absolutely buzzing. It's been busy on circuit. You've had to dodge a few cars.
Yeah, definitely. There's been quite a few shunts.
Yes.
Many that I had to avoid. They all came up really quickly, and then I just had to get out of the way. But I'm lucky to have no dents, to be fair.
Yeah, no dents so far. We're hoping to keep it that way, I assume.
100%. Yeah, I think I might get into a couple of battles because I know the people behind me definitely qualified quicker than me. But I'm going to have a nice hack with them later on.
Yes, I won't do translations. I think we've done enough translations this year. Shunt and hack, they're good ones. Dan, it was good to have another GT4. Of course, it was Henry Wheeler, who hasn't actually got any GT4 experience, but you did have someone to sort of race against in that previous one.
Well, yeah, it was nice to have him in the race. I think we were about 2.5 seconds a lap quicker, which so it didn't put up much competition.
Or maybe you're just that good.
You know what I mean? But yeah.
Let's look. We've got a bit of a pause now. Let's look ahead to the season. Of course, you have been the sole GT4. That's not because you've just gone pot hunting. It is because you're very much preparing for the season. Remind everyone at home, why you're here this stage of the season, racing out in the Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in this car.
So basically, I'm racing the Sprint Challenge GB, and this championship is more of a bit of practice for me for back home.
It's been good. It's been good mileage, and it's good to get in the racing rhythm again this season.
Yeah, I get a lot of experience. Get loads of experience. gets me back in the seat, loads of seat time, like an unbelievable amount of seat time. I've been in the seat for hours and hours and hours, just practicing. It's great. I definitely say I'm more experienced now. But what I've been doing is just comparing my laps to people from last year, see how I get on compared to them, and so far it's been pretty decent. I think I'm very much near the end of the limit of this car.
Well, that's a good place to be at the start of the season, isn't it? So, Dan, I'll leave you to it. Word from the race car consultants team. How do you reckon Dan's got on this season? Not had much competition, but he's still had a good crack, hasn't he?
Oh, he's done well. I mean, he's been fighting with the Carrera Cup cars, so he's done really well. He's obviously third in the overall championship as well. So hopefully he can close that off today, and obviously third in a GT4 car would be a pretty epic result. So.
Absolutely. And you guys are going to be a team together, I assume, back in the UK this year?
Yeah, we ran him all there last year, so same plan this year. See how he gets on in the UK.
I assume the plan is championship for that?
Hopefully, yeah, that's the aim. That's what we're going for.
Absolutely. Well, great to have you in the championship. Thanks very much for joining us this year. I hear in my ear that we've got the cars on a flatbed, so it's on screen. Well, there you go. There's the cars nearly retrieved from the circuit. Casper Huckelman, who we spoke to on the grid. It's right, Casper, I'll leave you to it this time. We've spoken to Casper a fair amount this season. And actually, it looks like with all the doors closing and cars firing up, it's probably about time. I'll hand it back to Brian Oliver to start us, getting us ready for the second half of the final chapter of this 2026 Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe season.
Thank the Lord for Piers Pryor. Great stuff there. Some interesting insight as well. Thank you so much, Piers. That was most welcome. Right, well, good news is you can hear all the banging going on in the background. Honestly, it sounded like the pit area of a banger race, them rearranging, particularly the back end of Tarek Fakmi's car, which did get a bit of damage after a close encounter of the Olivier Berthels kind. But hopefully it's all back together. The lights are flashing on the safety car. So about 15 days after we attempted to start this race, we might actually get the final 17 and a half minutes. The cars have got their engines running. They're in the pit lane. And we will hopefully be on our rolling lap before too long. We'll get this thing going. Javier Ripoll Jr. has led for every lap of this race so far and has fended off Joel Monegro, but it could all change. For those that are dealing with worn rubber, and you heard Daniel Lewis saying already that they just put in so much laps over the last few days and tyres are limited. So for those that were getting a bit close to mark on rubber, of course, this is a bit of a welcome shortage of the race because it means that rubber only has to last another 17 and a quarter minutes, and part of that's going to be behind the safety car because we're going to have this formation lap, and then I expect the next time we head into turn one it will be at racing speed, although assume nothing. So once again it's that whole process of getting the heat back into the tyres. While the cars have been static in the pit lane, everything will have cooled down. And I mentioned it before, it does play havoc with the drivers' heads as well. You're hyped up, you're ready to go, the adrenaline's flowing, suddenly it's all stopped. Then you get going again, then it's all stopped. And it really is a roller coaster. And being a race-winning driver, a lot of it is also about controlling it mentally, keeping on top of the game when you've got the stops and the starts. Because when you get out of bed in the morning, you think you are going to have a qualifying session and 2 sprint races. You don't think you're going to have all these stops and starts with the adrenaline up and down and peaking. And the drivers have been sat in the seats now for quite a long time. Some of them might need a trip to the bathroom. All these things are considerations. You need comfort, you need focus, you need concentration. And Javier Ripoll Jr. has had plenty of time to think about getting the job done. We saw when Piers walked past in the pit lane that Joel Monegro had his eyes closed, didn't want to talk, just wanted to focus on how he was going to dispatch the car in front in the next quarter of an hour or so, because that's about what we're going to have left once we have completed this lap. We're up at turn 7 at the moment, heading towards turn 8. And I would expect the safety car to come in, and now it just flashes up, yes, safety car will be in on this lap. So it's going to be about 15 minutes of racing, all being well, assume nothing, plus the 1 lap when we head round to receive the green flag next time around. So Javier Ripoll Jr. will once again need to back the pack up. He will allow the safety car to get away, and then it will be his decision when to hit the accelerator as he tries to get his second win of the season. Right, okay. Well, he hasn't allowed the safety car to get that far ahead, has he? He was right close to it. So it's meant that Joel Monegro has anticipated this well. We're back under green flag racing once again, but Javier Ripoll Jr. has already left himself a bit vulnerable to Joel Monegro. You can see the reflection of his lights flashing in the back bumper of Javier Ripoll's car. Into turn one they come. In the background, Olivier Bertels up into third place to the inside of Tarek Fakmi, but Javier Ripoll Jr. didn't allow the safety car to get too far away and has left himself with a little bit of work to do to keep the new champion, Joel Monegro, behind him. Well, he's done a good enough job so far, but Monegro is tucked up, and in the background, the very rapid Olivier Bertels is honing in on both of them. So we'll see how that one shakes out. At the moment, Bertels in third place is too far back to challenge. So it's going to be kind of now or never for Joel Monegro. Otherwise, it's going to be a 3, maybe even 4-car battle if the cars behind manage to close in on him. At the moment, Javier Ripoll Jr., we heard him said, we heard Piers talking to Tira Elenas just now, who is coaching him, who said, we're encouraging him to not worry about what's behind, look at what's ahead, enjoy the race. And ultimately, the drivers are doing this for enjoyment. Don't be stressing about what's happening in the rearview mirror. Be focused on hitting the braking points and doing what needs to be done up front. So, there's the 718 of Marcus Gratian for Mulner Motorsport, who is also putting pressure on the car in front. That car in front is Hans Frisch, who had a torrid race 1, looking to improve, finally getting some racing laps under his belt in race 2. Up ahead of Hans Frisch is Krista Andero as well. And in fact, it's not Krista Andero, is it? It's Tarek Fakmi. So Fakmi in the B driver car is out onto the pit straight once again with the modified rear diffuser. Large quantity of gaffer tape as well, holding everything together just nicely as they cross the line. So we can see that Javier Ripoll Jr., well, across the start-finish line, had about 6/10 on Joel Monegro. That's not as much as he would like to take this win comfortably. Olivier Bertels is up into third place, ahead of Krista Andero, Tarek Fakmi, Hans Frisch, Marcus Gratian, and then Makoto Haga. Did a good job up to 8th place, ahead of Eric Santos. We heard he was a bit under the weather due to flu, so getting up to 9th place despite that. Good job there. Casper Hockerbaum also from the back of the pack. So the drivers who have kept themselves out of trouble are the ones that are scoring well at the moment. Can Javier Ripoll Jr. keep himself out of trouble for the next 12 minutes? Joel Monegro looking racy and putting the pressure on. He's already got a championship under his belt. Would like to get another win. He has won every race bar 2 so far this season, and would like to get past Javier Ripoll Jr., who has just won 1 race in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and that was last time out in Valencia. Needs to look after the tyres, and as already said, not be stressing about what's going on behind. Ultimately, if you put the car in the right place on the track, the car behind is going to struggle to get past. That was easy for me to say. Joel Monegro certainly has that target in front of him and has been thinking for about the last hour about how he's going to find a way past. Out across the start-finish line, they come once again. Is he close enough to challenge into turn 1? Has a little look to the left-hand side, the outside into turn 1 before the brake lights come on, and then ducks towards the inside. Ripoll Jr. has it covered at the moment. The lead 2 have broken well clear of Olivier Bertels, who's in that 3rd place in the 999 car, ahead of Krista Andero. Again, on board with Joel Monegro. The Est1 car, on the whole, across both the sport and the club division, has been so quick this year, and you feel as though Est1 Racing themselves have taken some big steps forwards in their car preparation over the winter period, or during last year and into this year, because all of their cars have been looking very rapid, but they have the track experience by Manthey car, the legendary Manthey team, in 2nd place. And now Joel Monegro, as the race approaches its final 3rd of the season, in fact, is now lining himself up to maybe make a challenge for that lead. We've seen Javier Ripoll Jr. maybe crumbling a little bit under pressure in the past. Has he learnt from this? Positioning the car perfectly. Don't miss the braking points. Don't allow yourself to be distracted by those bright Porsche headlights strobing in your mirrors. Ripoll taking a much wider line through the corner, a tight line for Joel Monegro. Daniel Lewis up to 11th place in the GT4 car. Already saying he's gained so much for being part of this series during 2026. Out onto the pit straight. Right, once again. 9.5 minutes remaining, plus 1 lap. Across the line they come. 0.3 of a second. Basically nothing between them. Into turn 1. Joel Monegro, now the fastest car on the track with that fastest lap. Will he duck to the inside or the outside? He has a look to the outside. Ripoll a little cautious into turn 1, but that's all good because he hasn't left any opportunities. He hasn't outbraked himself. Monegro will know that he can put the pressure on here. So important that Javier Ripoll Jr. just focuses on what's ahead. Behind, Olivier Bertels is some 5 seconds back. So it is a 2-car battle for the top step of the podium at the moment. Javier Ripoll Jr. taking a much wider line around to turn 4. And into turn 5 they come. Monegro seems to be able to position the silver, black and red car exactly where he wants, and he positions it to the inside of Javier Ripoll Jr. He has a bit of space on the inside. Ripoll has the momentum round the outside though. Into turn 9 they will come. The right-hander, Javier Ripoll Jr. once again back to the front, but Monegro putting the pressure on. Can Ripoll Jr. hold on to this for another 8 minutes and 20 seconds? Here we come again, flashing the lights in towards turn 10. Has a look to the outside. Now the left hand into the right hand, which will be turn 12. Then it's 13 and 14, that sweeping corner. But Monegro, surely he's going to try and get as close as possible through this sequence of corners so that he is in the perfect position when they head out onto the pit straight. He tucks up nice and close into turn 14. This is his opportunity. Less than 8 minutes remaining. Monegro now will have a slipstream as they head past the pits across the start-finish line once again in towards turn 1. In the evening sunshine, Monegro looks to the outside. He nails his colours to the mast. This is where he's going to go into turn 1. Javier Ripoll Jr. will want to brake as late as possible. You can see the car twitching under braking. Monegro tries to cut back to the inside, but Javier Ripoll Jr. has learnt. He's learnt how to hold it all together, and he's done it brilliantly. Into turns 1, 2 and 3. Olivier Bertels in the background has Krista Andero for company. Monegro continues to record fastest laps of the race, but still Javier Ripoll Jr. has the advantage. He has track position with 7 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. First and second absolutely glued together. Javier Ripoll Jr. must focus. He goes deep into the corner. Monegro has a gap on the inside, but once again, Ripoll has the momentum. Again, Monegro to the inside. Again, Ripoll with the momentum. Into the corner he comes. He still has the racing line. He still has that lead. The gap down to just over 1/10 of a second. But still, Ripoll Jr. with the advantage. Monegro with all those fastest laps. The car will be getting hot. The tyres will be getting hot, following so closely behind. He don't want to back off. He might want to let things cool down, but time is running out. 6 minutes and 20 seconds plus 1 lap on the clock. So if he's got anything up his sleeve, it's going to have to be pretty soon for Joel Monegro. He's dropped back at the moment, allowing the car to cool. The dirty air that's coming from the 91 car leading the way, not helping him. But now he gets back closer again into turn 14, out onto the pit straight. Once again, still well clear, some 7 seconds clear of Olivier Bertels out across the start-finish line. Monegro further back this time, maybe just cooling it for a lap or so before one final launch on the back of Javier Ripoll Jr. You can see the car once again, a little bit of a wobble under braking from Ripoll Jr., but all under control. Still Monegro pumps in those fastest laps. The purple keeps coming up on the timing screen, but it's still advantage Javier Ripoll Jr. 5.5 minutes remaining of this season for Porsche Sprint Challenge. Southern Europe, the champion, the new champion, is in second place, second in the championship, is leading the race, looking for some silverware. to finish the season off. Still Monegro, not close enough to pounce at the moment, but clearly he's got more up his sleeve. Further back, Marcus Gratian is up with Tarek Fakhmi and a whole host of cars behind him, including Makoto Haga, Eric Santos in there, as well as Jan Klingenberg. The 718 of Marcus Gratian in 7th place at the moment, closing it on Tarek Fakhmi. Up ahead of him is Hans Frisch. That is all for 5th place. All drivers trying to work their way forwards. Alexander Dobic, after a troubled start to the race, working his way back through the pack, looks to the inside of Eric Santos. That is for 9th place. At the front, the lead gap's opened up to just over half a second. We've got one eye on that, but this is the closest battle on the track. There is 5th, Hans Frisch. To the inside goes Gratian on the inside of Tarek Fakhmi, and he has that position. So Gratian up to 6th place in the 718 Mulner Motorsport car. Fakhmi is relegated down into the clutches of Makoto Haga. Less than 5 minutes remaining, coming up to 4 minutes remaining of this season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Track limits warning is issued to that number 83 car, Makoto Haga. He must keep it within the white lines. Gratian out into that 6th place, crosses the line. Some 17, 18 seconds back from the race leaders who are well ahead of this fight. Alexander Dobik's not done yet. Shows his face to the inside of Haga into turn 1. Makoto Haga has the momentum around the outside, but Alexander Dobik picking off cars one by one. A lot of pace in the Hadeka racing car, and moves his way up another position. There's Hans Frisch. There is Marcus Gratian hustling the car around the corner. 3 minutes and 20 seconds of this race remaining. There is Alexander Dobik in the 33 car, has already left Makoto Haga in his dust. Behind him is Eric Santos. At the front, Javier Ripoll Jr. continues to withstand immense pressure. 3 minutes remaining. He has led every lap of this race so far. Joel Monegro has had a nose almost in front, but has not been able to make it stick. Can Monegro do anything about it? Can Javier Ripoll Jr. hold it all together for another 2 3/4 minutes plus the 1 lap? They're up to turn 13 at the moment, then to turn 14. Monegro running out of time. If he's going to make a move, he's going to have to do it soon. Either that or push Javier Ripoll Jr. into making a mistake, putting the pressure onto him. He's going to try and pass him here, surely. Out along the pits they come once again. Ripoll Jr. showing great speed in the S1 racing car, on board with Joel Monegro in towards turn 1. Again, another fastest lap. Monegro now winding himself up for one last attack on Javier Ripoll Jr. into turn 1. Ripoll Jr. keeps it tidy. Monegro still there in that 2nd place. Bertels a distant 3rd place. It is a 2-horse race for the top step of the podium. Javier Ripoll Jr., Joel Monegro, the top 2 in the championship. 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining of this race. Can Javier Ripoll Jr. hold it all together? We've seen a couple of occasions where he's lost it on the last lap, where the concentration has lapsed, where the pressure has got to him. Can he keep it all together here now? Can he fend off Joel Monegro? Monegro again with that tighter line through the corner. Javier Ripoll Jr. with the momentum, still holding on to the lead of this race. 90 seconds of timed racing remaining. This couldn't be any closer. It could go either way. Still Javier Ripoll Jr. leading from Joel Monegro. Monegro trying everything he can think of, putting the pressure on, trying to make him make a mistake at the front of the race. Bertels too far back in that 3rd place. So just the first 2 cars that we're focused on here. 1 minute remaining of this race plus the 1 lap. The race leader is up at turn 13 at the moment, goes deep into the corner, then into turn 14. He will come once again out onto the pit straight. So it's going to be 2 more laps remaining of this season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. Can Javier Ripoll Jr. hold on for just 2 more laps of the Barcelona circuit? about 9 kilometers remaining to stay in front of Joel Monegro. He has withstood so much pressure. Still, Joel Monegro records the fastest laps into turn 1. They come once again. The fight is on for third place as well. Krista Andero now challenging Olivier Bertels for the last of the podium positions. So much to look at here in the closing stages. It's been a slow burner, but we are being treated to a great finale now for the club division of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. The clock is about to strike 0. It will be what remains of this lap and then one more before the season comes to a close. Javier Ripoll Jr. has not put a foot wrong for the whole of this race, but he goes a bit wide there. A bit of dust kicks up into the air. He needs to keep his focus. You can see that Joel Monegro is now winding himself up for one last assault on the number 91 car. Still, the Venezuelan that leads the race keeps it all together, keeps it focused. He needs to keep it exactly here for a little over one more lap of this circuit to take his second ever win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. He will be stressed, he will be sweating, he will be focused. He has now just coming up to about 5 kilometers left of this race to take that checkered flag. Joel Monegro has tried to put the pressure on, has tried to force him into a mistake. He's going to have one last opportunity to pass him on the circuit along the pit straight, which will be coming up in just a few moments. Out of 14, onto the pit straight they come to start the very last lap of the season. As Javier Ripoll Jr. is now all or nothing from Joel Monegro. We're on board with him. He looks to the outside, to the inside, back to the outside. Ripoll trying to break the toe into turn 1. He hits the braking point absolutely perfectly. Into turn 2 he comes once again. These two cars absolutely welded together. Nothing between them. Behind we see a challenge for third place as well. Krista Andero. Has he found a route past? We've got that on one picture as well. But at the front, Javier Ripoll Jr. into turn 5. He will come. He has led every lap of this race. He needs to hold it together for the last 2/3 of this lap. The new champion, Joel Monegro, has thrown everything he can think of. But is he going to go wide? He just about holds it together. This is incredibly close. Javier Ripoll Jr. goes to block. Joel Monegro has a look to the inside. Into turn 9 they come for the very last time. It's Javier Ripoll Jr. who leads the way. Can he hold it for the last 4 corners of this circuit? He still has the job done. Joel Monegro has tried absolutely everything to get past the number 91 car, but he hasn't been able to make it stick. Now Ripoll Jr. just needs to hit all the breaking points, hit all the apexes exactly as he needs to with the car and the tyres that are so worn out. But now he's into turn 13, heading up there now for the very last time. It'll be this and one more turn before he sees the checkered flag. Javier Ripoll Jr. has withstood so much pressure, but he is going to take a win in the final round of the season. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division, and a second win ever for Javier Ripoll Jr., withstanding immense pressure from Joel Monegro. We then wait for Krista Andero to come past over the finish line, having snuck past Olivier Bertels with a lap remaining of this race. And then it'll be Hans Frisch ahead of Marcus Gratian, and then Tarek Fahmy. Alexander Dobek coming back to a very respectable 8th place ahead of Makoto Haga, Eric Santos, Jan Klingenberg, Kasper Hockerboom. A win in the GT4 category for Daniel Lewis ahead of Ernst Inderbitzen. Guido Schmidt, the last of the runners. Boy, did Javier Ripoll Jr. have to fight for that. And a lovely swerve towards the checkered flag from Daniel Lewis as he acknowledges his win in the GT4 category. But what pressure did Javier Ripoll Jr. have to withstand to take that win? And I would say that maybe earlier on in the season, he may have been flustered. He may have made mistakes. We've seen it. But here, he's learnt. He kept it together. He withstood all that pressure. And he held off the champion, Joel Monegro, to take his second ever win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. It was Joel Monegro in second, Krista Andero in third, Olivier Bertels in fourth, Hans Frisch in 5th ahead of Marcus Gratian. Tarek Fahmy in 7th ahead of Alexander Dobik. Makoto Haga ahead of Eric Santos. Then Jan Klingenberg, Kasper Hockerboom, Daniel Lewis in the GT4 car ahead of Ernst Inderbitzen rounding out the top 14. And then Guido Schmidt, the last of the runners. Dean Burden, who was asked to retire from the race, having had outside assistance. As I said before, it was a slow burner, but what a way to finish the season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. A fantastic couple of races from the Club Division. Really, really entertaining stuff. And I really hope that they're going to be back again, these drivers, for the 2027 season. From Barcelona, Circuit de Catalunya, we have really been entertained. And Club Division bringing the curtain down on the season in absolute style. Brilliant. Cars now coming into Parc Fermé, into the pit lane for the very last time. No warnings that I could see going to any. In fact, Joel Monegro did have a disallowed lap, but no major other issues there. So nothing that I think would steal away that second place. And I think Javier Ripoll Jr., he will feel like he's taken a gargantuan leap forwards in his driving career, holding it together with all that pressure, really focused on what's ahead. We heard that he was being coached by Theo Elenas, the Est1 Racing Team. Background is Alex Ryman. He's congratulated by Lars Plato, series organizer. And very great sportsmanship. Joel Monegro congratulates him as well. The two main challengers for the title this year. And Monegro congratulates his rival. Great to see some really good sportsmanship going on there. And it's going to be good to see Krista Andero, who'll make it onto the podium as well. So Krista Andero, who will take the 3rd place. He had to work hard for that, for MTech competition. Driver who we've seen in Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East. He will climb onto the podium as well for that 3rd place. Joel Monegro, job done in terms of the championship. Javier Ripoll Jr. did not make it easy. And has been, for my money, one of the most entertaining drivers of the season. Never gives up, always enthusiastic, so passionate, so enthusiastic, so focused. And the Venezuelan had to work hard for that, but he earned it. What a win for Javier Ripoll Jr. I can see Piers there loitering. He's with Joel Monegro as well. So let's head back down to the Piers. Let's head back down to Piers for a chat to oh, it's been a long day. To the chat to our race winners.
It's been a long season, Brian. You've carried us through all of it. And I want to get our 1st and 2nd driver, Joel Monegro and Javier Ripoll Jr. in together, because they've been the two that have given us so much entertainment this season. I'll wait for Javier to get his gloves off. But Joel, champion, you know, we've spoken about it briefly, but you've ended the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Championship on top. Round out the season from your perspective.
It's been fantastic. I'm going to miss you.
Oh, Joel. Don't stop it. You're going to miss everyone.
Absolutely, but it's been great, and it's nice that this last race we had a very strong field, and even though we didn't get on the top step, it feels great to bring the championship home.
Absolutely. The man that pushed you all the way. Javier, just you want to come in and join the interview, because these two have been the men, really, let's be honest. We've got Champion, the man that pushed him so hard, both in the championship, but also Javier in that race. You know, you've had the Champion right on your tail there. He was so close, got alongside a couple of times. And there we have it, a T-shirt as well. But talk us through that race. You soaked up a lot of pressure.
Yeah. He started catching up with me in turn 5, and he was like getting like 2nd off the track. I mean, I was able to take away the last sector, 1st sector, but the middle sector, he was super fast. I didn't have the rotation on the car, and I was able to hold it. He was like, get out of the way, move it, but I was able to hold it, so it was good. It was fun. I mean, also, he knew that who to be getting into a fight for the last championship points. It makes no sense. If he can get in 2nd, he can make it, you know? So, but it was good. And the race before, we had a little incident. Let's go like that.
An incident?
An incident. No. It's just, I don't know. We went all to the end, and you kind of missed a braking point and went straight and touched it and boof. It's like, oh, sorry. I mean, sorry, not sorry, but yeah.
It's great to see that you guys have been so sporting all year. Every time you get out of the cars, high fives. Great to see great camaraderie. We hope to see you guys do battle on track again, hopefully sometime soon, maybe next year.
Yeah, we both live in the US, both live in America, so I guess they're eventually going to cross races for sure.
We shouldn't have to come this far.
Exactly.
There you go. The two men, Javier Ripoll Jr., winner of round 8, champion Joel Monegro with his printed T-shirt. Great job for the. In fact, they've all got the printed T-shirts on. I didn't even notice. Look at that. It's champion in the club division 2026. Team track experience by Manthai. Well, there we go. And we'll go a quick word with our third place driver if he's around. Oh, no, we won't, because our third place driver, the 111, who was Krista Andero, already on the podium, at which point, let's go up to that podium while Brian talks us through what was the final race of the 2026 season.
Brilliant stuff. Well, you just misquoting Charles Leclerc there with an incident. Yeah, great stuff. Great camaraderie amongst those drivers. They say, why should we come this far to race? We love it when they come here. We want to see them again. They have provided us with so much entertainment throughout this season of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And I dare say those two drivers will be crossing paths again at some time in the future. It was a fantastic closer for the club division in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Hopefully we'll have a look at a few highlights in just a few moments as we reflect on what has been a sensational day. I still think that the first race that we had in round 7 is going to take a little bit of beating. That's a benchmark that is going to be there for a long time to come. We have seen 8 races now for both the sport division and the club division. I don't have any confirmation of dates for next year's yet, but let's look back on what we have for this year so far. And this race, which was a bit of a slow burner, wasn't it? It started off a little bit lively. We had some issues at the start. Well, we had a false start to start off with. Then we had an incident early on where Levent Turkman made contact with Bert de Hoos. He speared off into Dean Burden, and all 3 were out of the track. It ended up with a red flag while things were turned around. Alexander Dobek had also felt the wrath of Olivier Bertels and was left pointing in the wrong direction. So we had a red flag, quite a lengthy one. It was a bit of work to get some of these cars off the circuit. But eventually we did get going again, and it was well worth the wait. It was going to be a race-long battle between Javier Ripoll Jr. and Joel Monegro. Javier Ripoll Jr. had to keep his focus, had to hold it all together. Monegro had a nose in front on a couple of occasions, but Ripoll Jr. always kept it together, came back, didn't make any mistakes, and was eventually going to win the race. Some great entertainment further back, none more so than from Marcus Gratian, who was trying to work his way up through the pack and find his way forwards. I'm just looking, and it looks as though some of the cars did have infringements for track limits, none of the first 2. But there was Marcus Gratian, who was going wheel to wheel with Tarek Fakhmi in the 42 car. And Gratian, in the Molnar Motorsport car, looked very dialed in. Alexander Dobek, after that spin at the start, had to do all the hard work from the very, very back of the pack. So he was coming through the pack as well. And then we turned our focus back to the front. Javier Ripoll Jr. with insane pressure from Joel Monegro. The pressure further back was all the way through the pack, but this was the one that kept us captivated. It was a checkered flag, a second win of the season for Javier Ripoll Jr. And he led the way across the line ahead of Joel Monegro. And Olivier Bertels has been shown as 3rd place after penalties have been applied. We're going to be heading down to the podium in just a few moments. This will be my last chance to say thank you so much for joining us for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Congratulations to Milan Marchak, to Jesse Polderdijk, to Joel Monegro, to Daniel Lewis, our champions. And we now head down to the podium for the very last time. Thank you so much for listening to the commentary. I hope we can do it all again next year. Back to Bears for the very last time.
Brian, thank you so much. We would be lost without you. But it's time to do that final podium ceremony of the year. And we'll start with our 3rd place driver from Sweden, the M-Tech competition driver, Krista Andero. Congratulations, Krista, joining the championship at this final event and getting on the podium. Second place, your champion from Track Experience by Manthey, Joel Monegro. We knew that one would be popular, didn't we? Congratulations, Joel, winning so many races this year, but couldn't quite get past the man of the day, S1 Racing's Javier Ripoll Jr. And let's not forget also our champion in GT4 from Race Car Consultants all the way from England, Dan Lewis. Massive celebration from Dan there, elated with another win in the GT4s. And we'll now have the national anthem of Venezuela for Javier Ripoll Jr. The Venezuelan national anthem for Javier Ripoll Jr., winner this season. We tried so hard to get it over the line last year, but managed it this year, and will now have the trophies handed out by series organiser Lars Plato. First of all, third place, Krista Andero for the MTech competition team. Second place to our champion, Joel Monegro, for the Track Experience by Manthey team. And then our winner of round 8 of the club division in 2026 here at the Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe, Javier Ripoll Jr. and Daniel Lewis as well for GT4s. For the final time, our podium for round 8. They all gathered on the podium, the top step of the podium. It's been great to watch them do battle for all of the 2026 season so far. We hope to see them back again in 2027. They've, of course, got the full summer championship to look ahead to. Who knows where they'll be racing? We'll keep an eye on them, but we'll welcome them back next winter. And here we go, the champagne celebrations for the final time in 2026. Javier Ripoll Jr. spraying the crowd as well. Congratulations to all of our drivers. What a season it has been. And Javier finishing that off. Of course, there'll be plenty more celebrations this evening at the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Awards evening, which will be held in Barcelona. That, of course, not filmed, probably for the best. But enjoy the evening, guys. Congratulations to all of our podium finishers and everyone that finished on the podium in 2026 here at the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. It's been an incredible season. We've seen some of the best races we've ever had in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And with that, the end of the podium for round 8 in the club division means that we are at the end of the 2026 season. We have Brian Oliver to thank for all of the commentary in the English language, Burkhard Bechtel as well for the German language commentary, the Pro Speed team for putting everything together and allowing this championship to happen, the Barcelona circuit, the Barcelona Catalunya staff for putting on this wonderful event and hosting us once again for the finale of the event. Let's not forget all the drivers we've seen on the podium, every driver that's entered and all of the teams that helped them go racing to provide the entertaining coverage that we have had. And that coverage indeed as well provided by Alpha Live. It's been my pleasure to be part of that coverage. And also, without you viewers at home, there would be no point in the coverage. So thank you so much for watching. And we look forward to more of the same in 2027.